respect. From one expect 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 respect. Respect. From one expect respect. From one expect respect. From one expect respect.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along once again to the Oriez Regional Series 3 Europe. I'm Zurfer and joined by my friend and co-caster Ted once again. We're going to be bringing you today's action. Ted, we'll start it off by saying we managed to dodge Dust 2 yesterday. I don't know if we're going to be that lucky today because we've got 4 more matches coming up. We've got Group C, we've got Group D, we've got some Balkan teams, we've got some CIS teams in here, man, and you know that they have a little bit of a history on that map, so maybe just a small surprise in store, but we will have to wait and see. But when we're going through the Group C and Group D matchups, Ted, these look to really bang today.
I mean, you say dodge. I'm actually looking forward to potentially watching Dust 2, man. I want to cast the map. I know I'm going to be bored of it in just a couple weeks' time, but at this point, it's something that we haven't seen in a couple, well, not a couple years, but more than 1 year and a half around, so I'm excited about it. We're going to take a look at today's matchups, though. We have Sinners taking on Zero Tenacity. For those of you that are just joining in, yesterday, Jack, was the day for the opening games over Groups A and B. Now we're focusing on Group C and D, right? So we have Sinners taking on Zero Tenacity in the opening matchup of the day. Then we're going to carry on with the Nemiga playing up against the Russian side, or the CAS mix of one win, actually. Then we have Sango playing up against Parivision, and then Mouse NXT will close it out against Dynamo E-Clot. And the games are going as follows: Group C, D, C, D. We're going to take a look at Group C, though. We did that yesterday, but again, just for the sake of it, we're going to start it off with the Group C matchup between Sinners and Zero Tenacity. The winner of this one will be playing against the winner of Sango and Parivision, which will be our third matchup of the day. A pretty stacked group, all things considered. You have a couple teams that made it into the playoffs last time around, but talking about stacked, we have the champions from the second edition of the RES European Series in Group D, in Nemiga, playing up against One Win, which is a team making its debut in our tournament in the third season. And then in the other matchup, we'll see Mouse NXT that were one of the really pleasant surprises. At this point, I'm not really sure if we can really call them a pleasant surprise. We just expect them to be playing well up against another team that's making its debut in Dynamo E-Cloud. So exciting times ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Mouse NXT managed to make playoffs as well last time around, so it's not going to be an easy debut for Dynamo Eklat. But that's enough about Group D, Ted. Let's move a little bit forward, and we'll focus on our first matchup of the day, and that's Group C. Well, in Group C, it's not a matchup of Group C. Sinners taking on Zero Tenacity, and this is a really intriguing one because we've got Zero Tenacity, of course, who finished third and fourth, where a team that a lot of people weren't expecting to go as deep and be as dominant as they were, coming up against the Sinner side, who are making their debut, who have looked great when it comes down to Challenger, but when it's kind of come into other events, they've been a little bit all over the place. They've only won one best of 3 in their last 7, which is very surprising for a team that is so stacked. I mean, you look at the roster, they've got Neofrag, Oscar back. Well, you know, it's kind of a little bit changed, of course, from the Sinners, like maybe a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. But these guys on paper, if you're to look at this and you're to say that these guys would be struggling for form, you wouldn't really believe it, would you?
No, it's really awkward, right? Because they are a team, as you pointed out, that's lost 6 out of their last 7 games, and you look at the map picks that they've had in their last I think 10 best of 3s. They were able to convert only 3 of them, losing a whole lot. Now, unfortunately for them, Overpass was one of the maps that they were toying with, and this is not a possibility anymore. But things haven't been going great for them other than ESO Challenger League. And then you look at the other side, you look at the camp of Zero Tenacity, and as you pointed out, this Balkan team, one of the few teams, and we're going to get to that later on if we get to have that conversation, but one of the few teams, interestingly enough, that have 4 people left in the team from the last time that Dust 2 was in the official map pool, right? We can make the same point about Sinners and Oscar, Shock, Neofrak, and Beastic being together. So this is a pretty interesting matchup. We have two teams, even though the Sinners have been making some roster changes and they ended up with being close to the original lineup that they had 3 years ago. You look at Zero Tenacity, it's just one change. And that one change is AVN stepping in for Ficus, right? They've been together for such a long time. And in the second season of the Res, taking down Bait, taking down Parivision, taking down Nexus in the first round of playoffs, they were one of the pleasant surprises of the tournament. The fact that they didn't drop a single best of 3 up until the semifinals was great for them. Nemanja ended up the tournament as the highest rated player of the entire thing, which was absolutely outstanding. We're going to have enough time to talk about him later on in the game as it goes on. But Zero Tenacity have been showing some great form. The only concern that I have with that team, Jack, is what I already mentioned. The fact that whether Nemanja shows up or not seems to be tightly aligned with whether Zero Tenacity win their game or they fall short.
Yeah, I would have to agree. You know, they went on that great run in the Orias too. Then once they lost in Amiga, went on a streak, lost 3 games in a row, managed to bounce back in their last game versus Illuminar. I'm just hoping we get to see the same Zero Tenacity that we seen in the Res too. So I'm quietly hopeful. Moving forward, and we will have a look at the veto now here side of our first matchup of the day. And this is where it could get interesting. Ancient and Vertigo being banned straight away. Zero Tenacity gonna pick Dust 2.
Let's get it, baby.
Okay.
Come on. Let's get Dusty. All right. So this is the first, I believe. This is the first time, ladies and gents, you will see an official game on Dust 2 in Counter-Strike 2. And Zero Tenacity have had the audacity to pick into it.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised?
Because it's Nemanja, I guess. I guess it's Nemanja. Yeah, I mean, we can have a talk through the veto. We have a Dust, Nuke, Mirage. I guess the Ancient and the Vertigo were never going to come in. The Nuke from Sinners is a good switch up because they were, as we pointed out, they have been a team that has been struggling to convert their map picks. Nuke is one of the maps that they've picked only once in their last 7 games. They did lose it, but they have been putting a lot of work into it, and it feels like it's been starting to click in a little bit more. And it's a map that Zero Tenacity are playing every now and then, but it's not too perfect. Then you look at Zero Tenacity, you were probably expecting to see the Anubis pick come in, but then you look at some of the recent results for Zero Tenacity, and in the last tournament, even though they've been winning a lot of games, most of the times when they were picking into Anubis, it was actually going in favor of their opponents, right? And they had to steal away their opponent's map pick and win it on a decider. So you look at it, I think it's just one out of the last 6 maps that they've been able to win on Anubis or something of the likes, which was their bread and butter. So you know what? Balkan's on the team, a Serbian IGL, a Serbian coach, you have AVN, you go into it, you're like, okay, we've had one day, we know it's in the map pool. They probably spent yesterday looking at some things, and now going into this game, they're relying on the fact that Sinners will probably not be as ready, so they decide to go and surprise them with a Dust 2, and here we are. Not only we get to watch Dust 2 today, but it's going to be our first map of the day, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the veto yesterday in the first game, in the alternate attacks game, but it was down to the decider, and the map finished in 2, so we didn't actually get to see it. It's actually intriguing for me that Sinners are going to let that one through, because if memory serves me correct, you know, Dust 2 was never really a map that Sinners played on when we're kind of looking of that core of, you know, Oscar and Neofrag, Shock, even way back when Beastic was still there, you know, when Beastic is still here, but, you know, Beastic was there as well. But it just, Sinners never really kind of played that. It was kind of a pocket pick for them, I believe, back in 2021. Do you remember when they went on that streak where they were playing a ridiculous amount of maps? Nearly every single day they had 1 or 2 best of 3s for, I want to say, 4 or 5 months straight. But Dust 2 was never really a comfortable map pick. And to see them get rid of Vertigo and leave that out of the veto when Vertigo was one of the maps that Sinners were quite comfortable on way back when is really interesting. So I wonder, have they had a lot of time to really, you know, put a few things together? I know they've only had a day, but were they really expecting this, or is this maybe some kind of surprise?
Well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you one thing. That feels extremely unnatural right now, but it kind of feels like home. So pistol round's already started, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to Dust 2, and we are back to an A split with, well, one player running through the mid to B smoke there. That's Nemanja. Of course it is Nemanja's. The opening kills go in favor of Sinners, at least the majority of them. The bomb will still get planted most likely A nice little ding onto another player. Bomb gets planted, and the retake is on.
Retake is about to happen. 3 players making their way up long. Neofrag is the man with the kit. AVN lands the insta-dink on the first and finds a quick double. Goosed up, tagged down, and Oscar now tries to get a little bit closer. Simka, so dangerous in the Oriez Regional 2, and he's going to start this one off with a bang as well. As he finds a quick double. Oscar was low. Pretty easy to put the finishing touches on that kill, but that was a really intriguing pistol there. Just to see Nemanja run straight through that mid-smoke, run all the way through CT spawn and split. I mean, I know it's been a while, Ted, but usually you don't see that too much on Dust 2.
No, we haven't seen it in the last couple months. And that laugh, you know, that was the genuine laugh of Jack Surfer, by the way. That was the genuine one. But yeah, Forest Buy coming up. And you know what? It's Nemanja, so we're expecting a couple gimmicky plays. We're expecting a couple quicker pace ones. It just feels like a Face It game, doesn't it? It's been a long time. Shock going to get aggressive. Has to be careful with it, though. It is a force buy for the CTs. Double scout for Oscar and Neofrag. A couple of Diegos as well. You're going to be seeing a lot of people prioritizing the long-range fights here. And logically, going for majority Desert Eagle scouts. Not so many SMGs on force buys. One tag being landed already. Simk is still able to get his kill, and that might open their way into the A-bomb side, where Oscar lies all alone towards the back of the side, and he's actually decided to give it away.
Zero Tenacity currently the favorites, as you can see, according to the 1xbet odds right there popping up on your screen, and they might continue to be the favorites, especially if they continue on their trajectory up towards this A site, as Sinners still have this B stack going on. Oscar is the closest player towards A right now, trying to cover along with that scout. That smoke is just going to obscure his vision for now. Nemanja just being a nuisance, just get used to that, because that is not going to stop for love nor money this game. This is looking like a Zero Tenacity round. Sinners might have to give this one up.
Yeah, that's going to be a save. I think that's a good moment to, by the way, go back in history a little bit and talk about the last times both those teams actually played Dust 2. This is a conversation that you kind of vaguely started in the pre-game, but now we can dig deeper into it. So, as you pointed out, Sinners didn't play Dust 2 that much, that they actually had only one map on Dust in 2022, and that was on the 22nd of June. That was a 2-16 loss to the Falcons. And back then they had 4Z, they had Zetko, and Tom Keys was playing in that matchup. So it wasn't the Sinners core that we're watching today. And if you want to go back in time to the last time that actually this core of players, and we're talking about obviously AJT wasn't around, but we're talking about Neofrag, Shock, Beastic, and Oscar was around. That was on the 12th of May 2021. So this is 3 years ago. And it was a 9-16 loss to Budapest 5. And back then, Budapest 5 had Torji on the lineup. So this is how long ago that was. And that was in the Blast Rising 21 tournament. This is how long ago that core of Sinners played that map. And for Zero Tenacity, I guess it was a little bit more recent. It was on the 19th of November 2022. They did play it a little bit more. And the only roster change was Fikus playing instead of AVN. So, Brute Monster, Nemanja, Sijofo, and Simke. Remember the last time they played the map together. That's how few roster changes they've done.
I wonder, do they actually remember it, or is it?
I mean, probably not. Probably if you told them the exact same game, they would be like, "Oh yeah, you know what? It might be ringing a bell." But
yeah,
they've played an insane amount of officials across 3 years together, so couldn't fault them if they don't remember the exact same official. And it was a game that they lost, by the way. They lost it 6-16 to, you remember that Balkan team 0-100?
I think so.
Yeah, that was the one. Well, I'm not sure if it was actually a Balkan lineup. It was they had a lot of players on there, but yeah, there was a lot of Balkan players that went through that team. It was, I think the last iteration of it had Neno, the Macedonian player. I think you're looking at people like Vladen was a part of it for some time, Kindo too, but that Dust 2 matchup that we're talking about is way back. By the way, I have an interesting fact about that 0 to 100 lineup. You know who is a part of that team after me telling you all the Balkan names? You know, people like Neno, like Necrogenesis, like Depression, Kindo, Vladen. You know who else was actually a part of that team for a short while?
Who?
Bro.
Oh.
The Danish bro. That's on Astralis right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to re-jog my memory. I have absolutely no idea, to be honest, if I actually remember that team or not. There's been so many teams with very similar names over and over again. But enough about them. Let's focus on this first gun round, Ted. And it's Zero Tenacity setting up in upper tunnels. It's been a while since I said that, all right. And waiting to see if anybody is going to push in. AJT currently has control along. As Simka moves his way forward, clearing out lower tunnels. That HG is going to land right at his feet, though. And Sjafo, man, that is going to hurt for him. Zero Tenacity. Still not very much decided where they actually want to go. But it is looking maybe like a B split a little bit later on. Smoke's lined up for Brute Monster. He's going to chuck them over. And AVN, oh, he's getting out here.
Thinking about it. Beastic, Crossfire, Molotov, not really gonna catch Shock though, and this is really good, but they've lost Neofrag in the meantime, and towards the A-bomb side, Beastic finds another one, and that defense is for the first time standing tall, but the pushing towards long. AJT, not sure if he heard his steps, not sure if Sijofo made any. Going back in towards long side, and now this is really awkward for Zero Tenacity. The bomb is making its way all the way back through T-spawn and in towards that A-bomb side, but they need to deal with the pit player. It's going to be a long short split with Simki coming in from short side, but they first need to deal with AJT. Even if Oscar falls down, AJT is the one that can win them the round, and Oscar won't miss.
Yeah, you have 16 seconds to get all the way up long, and you have to kill 2 players. This is looking over. I don't care who you are, you're not getting up onto the site, and they realize it now. But the problem is they've made so much noise. 5 seconds. Yeah, you can just wait down the time. You can find that first kill. Brute Monster finds a refrag at least, but absolutely no use. He's still trapped here. That HE would have been perfect on another player. They could have just chucked that over and taken him down. However, Sinners are going to take that first gun, and pretty much with ease. I mean, the mid play caused a little bit of shenanigans for Zero Tenacity, I would say. Simka finding a little bit of impact, walking his way out, but the B defense doing a really good job of just stopping that initial play, scaring Brute Monster enough so he couldn't commit. Oh, and for the first time, Ted, we're going to see a long battle.
Yeah, let's get it. Long spawn. I'm going to run out, boys. Molotov towards blue. Smokes, nothing has changed. The same nades, the same fight. AVN. Control confirmed. AJT low on HP. Same for Neofrag. A lot of damage inflicted, and the reaction from Sinners needs to come in towards short or in towards middle, and it's pretty much instant. Neofrag already getting that Rio estate. And that's one of the basic concepts of Dust 2, right? Whenever you're on the CT side, you lose that long fight, but you don't lose any people. In terms of, obviously, you've been tagged down, but no one has been killed. You gotta answer back, and that's exactly what they do. Brute Monster, though, posted in towards Spit with the open, shuts down Oscar, who is trying to get that information, and Simke looks ready for that aggressive maneuver. Neofrag still good for a 1, but it's just a 1 and done.
Yeah, Nemanja going to be caught out here, though, by that push. As Beastic makes his way back now. And even claims another. So, Sinners are just picking apart Zero Tenacity. Not an ideal scenario right now. When the guns are up for the Balkan side. We see Brute Monster now just trying to carve a hole in this A-bomb site, and if he finds this kill onto AJT, it will grant a little bit of safe passage. 1 smoke, is that going to be enough? Well, the dink is instantly found, but it doesn't do an awful lot of damage to Brute Monster, but that does a whole lot to maybe Zero Tenacity's chances in the round. So Joffo, oh no, Beastic, he's naded AJT. Now it's just a 1 versus 2 up in hand. Brute Monster's going to get aggressive. Needs to hit the shot on Beastic first, but that is wayward. And Beastic has got a second chance at this one. Now, shot over towards long. Spotted. Great shot from Brute Monster this time around. Left hand peek, aiming towards the ramp. Beastic has not moved, and he's not creeping forward on the AWP. Brute Monster doesn't have to move an inch, doesn't have to move a muscle, just has to be perfect, which he is. Connects on the shot, 3 kills from the upper. And something that we didn't mention, Ted, is
left
that
hand.
Left hand. Well, Brute Monster playing left-handed, but Zero Tenacity. I feel that Brute Monster, this map is going to be absolutely perfect for him.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable, right?
It just suits his style of play, I think, very much.
I mean, it's just the style of play of most really, I guess, stationary opers that know how to pick into their fights, right? Because he's not the flashiest oper out there, but he's one that can pick his fights really well and put himself in great positions. And he's not the one to be missing too many sitters, so looking really, really good at the start of it. And you know what? This is why this map could work out for Zero Tenacity in the long run. Obviously, we're gonna get a reset now, ladies and gents, so we can mumble a little bit, but. You look at some of the teams that are relying a lot on a couple rifles and the opers are struggling. Dust 2 is actually a really good map for an oper, right? It's an ope's paradise in a way.
Yeah.
And I guess for teams that have been struggling to find any support, let's say for Zero Tenacity, you've been struggling to find any consistent support for Nemania's great performances, but everyone else has been kind of hot and cold, so to speak. It's a good map to put Brute Monster in a position where he can be that second man to support Nemania, right? And it's I think teams like Zero Tenacity could pretty much benefit from that. Of course, teams that have a proficient second oper will be benefiting too.
Yeah, I mean, the secondary offer would be absolutely perfect because obviously it fits very well on this map. But just so in the fact that I think this is going to be a really good pick for Zero Tenacity to kind of alternate through if this works out in the long run. So we've got the Dust 2, we've got the Anubis, and they're both maps that we know that Brute Monster can just absolutely slay out on with that AWP. Like when they're usually winning Anubis, it's because on the CT side, we see Brute Monster having a really good performance. He is that opper that just doesn't miss very many opportunities. As you said, he's not that kind of flashy guy, you know, to run in and flick everybody down, but he will be the one to still do the damage. So that's why I think, you know, just it will be great for Zero Tenacity to kind of alternate through those picks. This is the first time, though, we're going to see Zero Tenacity now try and contest up long as really a unit. They've got 4 players making their way up, but Brute Monster just holding the line right now. Sinners are ready to deal with it. The smokes are only going to last for a certain amount of time, and there's still a few gaps here.
A little bit of them, but they have a lot of util to re-smoke, re-flash, Molotov towards the back of the side. Now they're just making sure that there's no pushes coming in towards top middle. When they haven't seen anything soon enough, they will have to start making a move in towards the bomb side.
Yeah, 2 smokes used. Defensive smoke just put up there by AJT as he tries to back away, but Nemanja over the top of that smoke will give him a quick and easy haircut. There's 30 seconds for Zero Tenacity to get a bomb down here, but that should be absolutely no problem. Nobody on Sinners close enough to contest this site, and I don't even think they're going to have a look in for the rest of this round. It's just them shooting a few bullets, running away, saving once again. Zero Tenacity have only come up short in a single round so far. So far, Ted, this Dust 2 pick is working out.
Yeah, I mean, we all remember back in the day, especially towards the latter stages of it, Dust 2 was becoming really T-sided, right? So, I guess the little change that you had to drop down and look in towards, well, you couldn't just off of spawn just hold the cross in towards the double doors in middle with an AVP. That made it a bit more balanced, right? It allowed the CTs to go for a couple more aggressive plays in towards middle. If I'm not, if memory serves me right, it was getting more balanced, but Dust 2 has always been a map that's really comfortable for T sides. And, you know, once you lose that fight in towards long, you're stuck in a pretty tough position. It kind of feels like the map is shrinking. You need to go aggressive in towards the tunnels. You need to go aggressive in towards middle. And even if you have that part of the map, which Sinners did have in that previous round, it's still difficult to retake in a 4 versus 5 when you don't have the util for it. So Zero Tenacity onto a great start. And now looking to switch it up a little bit. It's not going to be another we run out of long and put the Opera in a good position to look for a kill round. This time, a bit more defaulty. 2 players in towards the tunnels, 2 coming in from top mid, and just 1 holding for that long aggression. Beastick needs to be careful though. Caught out of position.
Oh, it's just great from Nemanja once again. We just kind of expect that from him though. Just finding openings very early on in the round, and it just gives Zero Tenacity so much freedom after that. Just a great leader, a great space taker, just kind of opens up games that even when they're struggling at times, you can rely on him. Very, very rarely does have a bad game in him. Oscar here is going to be holding. Sjoffo is going to be dead. Oscar, if he tries to even
Shock's
rotate over towards B, that's going to be a big problem because Brute Monster's going to take him down, and now it's Shock just backing away, trying to isolate these fights. He's done a great job to find 2, to be fair to him, but needs to rely just on his teammates who are going to be rotating into position. AJT long range, UMP versus an op is not what you want in this engagement for sure. And Brute Monster doesn't even want to take the engagement, wants to get over onto the site. And we are going to see Sinners attempt this retake, the first 2v2 on this B bomb site in CS2. Flash over. Molly in. Isolating AVN, and he is in trouble right now, but just playing behind the box, looking for a fight. He'll take it, he'll win it. Neofrag needs to try and clutch up, but that won't happen. Brute Monster not needed as AVN locks in Zero Tenacity's 6th round.
That was a really intelligent move from Brute Monster there in the 2 versus 2. I mean, the B-bomb side was meant to fall down, especially with Choc being all alone. Oscar was being held for it. He couldn't cross back and try and support his teammate. Brute Monster couldn't miss that shot in a million years, but Shock is good for 2 kills, which was great from him. But still, in the 2 versus 2, Brute Monster realizes he's getting pushed from long side with a UMP. He had the timing to try and run out of there, deploy a Molotov behind himself. He was just disengaging from a fight that he didn't really need, right? So he does his job, finds that first refrag, and then just the hell out of there, try and support AVN the best that you can. Flash over, you're just trying to distract. They didn't know where AVN was, that Xbox position being extremely powerful to play around. And just pick your fights, jiggle towards the left, jiggle towards the right. It kind of feels like on the CT side, you never know when that Xbox player will swing at you. And AVN just plays it to perfection. So Sinner's still struggling on the defense. They have been able to at least purchase 1 M4 going into this round, and that would be Neofrag's Hero M4. Oscar's got a Scout, a couple pistols, an MP9 that's gonna get aggressive up close and personal went towards lower, but Neofrag needs that kill, and he gets completely annihilated by Nemanja.
Oh, another entry. Shock will not be claiming a double this time around. Oscar is going to be there to try and support. Lands a tag. Nemanja blindsided towards lower tunnels, which at least gives Sinners a snowball's chance, but the snowball is rolling right into that B bomb site, and the longer this goes on now, the more Sinner's chances melt away. And that's what they might just have to do. Fall away from this bomb site. Give it up once again. 7-1 down though, Ted. This is looking very dangerous for Sinners. And I know the map has only been reintroduced in a couple of days, but this is absolutely not ideal for Sinners whatsoever. Zero Tenacity do look very good on this T side.
I mean, it looks like old school does too, right? It's a map that doesn't have too much depth to it, I guess. And even if people come up with some new things, we'll have to give them some time, right? The map came out yesterday, so we're not expecting to see the most innovative T side or CT side or game plan or fundamentals when it comes down to Dasu, right? You're just gonna be impressed if you see the teams play it close to the level that they were able to 1.5 years ago when it got removed for Anubis. So yeah, you're just looking at this, and it's who's going to be able to remember how to approach the map quicker, pretty much, because you're not going to see any new things the first 1-2 days probably. It is a wild map though at times. You can run quite a lot, and that's why people like Nemanja love it. And speaking of him, he's been doing a great job in finding that space in towards middle early on, and he's gonna do the same here. Look at how quick he is. Minute 40, he's already scaling up short, but Oscar posted on the angle with Yope. Should have that kill in the bag, and he does. Nemanja tried to be cheeky with the little jiggle there and going for the crouch peek, but Oscar quick on the trigger.
Yeah, that's step one, really, I feel, for Sinners, is you kill Nemanja early on, make sure that he doesn't really get any of that space, and see how Zero Tenacity are going to be able to react, because he has been just a real conductor of their T sides, obviously being the IGL, but just calling off the sheer amount of space and the opening frags that he's been able to take. This is Zero Tenacity going to plan B, which is going to be a look in towards the B bomb site, but what they're maybe not expecting is the double up. Shock here, posted, even a jiggle could be very costly for AVN. Zero Tenacity go on the approach towards lower tunnels, so maybe not the original B play that I thought. Maybe a little bit of a split going on. Shock maybe getting a little bit impatient. Same with Neofrag. They give that kill away, and if Shock oversteps the mark here, oh, AVN walks right in. Maybe not expecting the up. I don't know if he spotted the barrel, but Shock, quick kill, and now Zero Tenacity have to react.
Needs to react, and Shock is quick enough on the trigger. A 2 versus 4. This is the first round in such a long time when you've seen Sinners competitive, but Simk is still making it expensive. 10 seconds on the clock, though. They need to deal with Shock, and they need to do it quickly, and he's just not missing. Shock with one more, and make that a 4K for the man. Not originally known to be an oper, but you know what? When he's up for the task, he's really up for the task, and Shock delivers in a big way to grant Sinners their second.
It is kind of the Hail Mary play on Dust 2, right? I mean, when things aren't going right, you have enough money, it's like, yeah, just bring out a double up and kind of hope for the best there. I wondered, did AVM, I think he caught a glimpse of him, maybe. I don't know if he maybe, like, seen it, the side of him. I definitely don't think he saw the gun barrel of the AWP. I don't think he would have peeked like that anyway. Oh, Brute Monster has found that opening frag towards long, and he's going to continue to speed up here. There's a quick double for Brute Monster. Needs to be careful. Oscar's here, and he's going to be locking down long here, but surely they know that he's going to be alone, and Oscar must be terrified about a potential short split right now. But Shock has it covered. He hasn't seen all that much. Although now there is a little bit of a timing that he needs to be just a small bit slightly concerned about. Shock. Let's see how good your reaction is. He scoped in there. Simka lining up a smoke. And the Mania on the AWP.
Alright, so we found the pixel smoke on the doors already. It's a new lineup, by the way. That's not the same smoke that people were throwing in CSGO. So, smoke found. Rotations will come in. Shock and B-Stick towards the correct bomb side, but the U2 is just raining on top of them. B-Stick finds one kill. Bonus AG, and B-Stick mowed down a triple. Where did that come from? They were just trying to make their way out of short and into the bomb side, and B-Stick won every single fight. 1 versus 1 after 1 versus 1 after 1 versus 1. Shock will put an end to it, but this was B-Stick's round for the taken. What a round from the captain.
Ridiculous stuff from B-Stick. They see the opening frags from Brute Monster. Nemanja getting into pit with that AWP, and Oscar just in no man's land. Let's have a look at this. Oh, that is excellent from B-Stick once more. And pretty much out of nowhere. Finds a triple kill and finds the third round for Sinners.
That's probably the hardest position for a multi-kill on this map.
Yeah.
But when you get that multi-kill, it looks so satisfying. There's some players that are really good at getting kills in there. I'm gonna give you a massive throwback into CS history. I'm gonna say Ethan. Back when, back when he was on EG still. 5-7 era. EG. Dust 2. That was... Sorry, but that was the shit. That was around Krieg times. Back then, Dusty was actually interesting to watch, by the way. I felt like every single time he was in that position with a 5-7, he could get a double kill into the player swinging up cat.
You know what, right? I have been a big naysayer about Dust 2 being brought back. Right now, I have to say I'm enjoying it. I have to say I'm enjoying this, but I don't know if it's just because I haven't seen it in a very long time.
It's gonna be like that for a couple weeks. Yeah, we gotta give it some time and then say if we actually like it, right? Because we haven't seen it in a year and a half, so we're not really tired of it. Give it some time. But it has been fun.
It's been pretty fun these last few rounds here for Sinners. They've really kind of switched it up. Started locking down rounds. Zero Tenacity haven't had that much freedom. Once again, Nemanja is going to be the first player down, and that's because of the aggression from Neofrag. He's going to get out of there with his life. Oscar needs to be a small bit concerned about Brute Monster peeking him. And Oscar. Oh, flash in. Fires off a shot. Simka tries to run him down, but now the Opper is going to have full vision. You need to be very, very careful right now if you want to test Oscar. But just forcing him away, making him rotate over towards that A bomb site is going to be enough. Zero Tenacity still need to make their mind up of where they want to hit. And Oscar is going to be in position right now, looking towards short. They're smoked off.
The setup, though.
Yeah.
It's looking great. Oscar posted on the angle with the ult. Neofrag heading in towards Goose. Even if they molly him off, Oscar's got a smoke. He's got a flash. He can just get that first kill, tuck himself down, deploy the flash up, smoke the Molotov. It's going to be a really tough take for Zero Tenacity right now, even with the initial smoke to try and cross.
It's all about Oscar's position right now, though. How many can he stop? Can he smoke the molly and try and deny? Who's going to take first contact? Oscar goes down for nothing. Neofrag now just trying to fend off everybody. Dinks to the back of the head.
Oh.
HE is going to miss, and Zero Tenacity, they're going to get this bomb down, planted for short. They'll hold on to control of it as Sinners creep into position right now. 2 from CT. We've got AJT still over towards long. They should realize that. Brute Monster now waiting to see if he can spot anybody out over just this lip towards short. Shock jumping up, trying to cause a little bit of a distraction, but Brute Monster with ease just deals with one. He finds a second. Here comes the swing, and Shock gets absolutely nothing. Zero Tenacity will at least finish with a round, and that is going to be 8 on the board for them on that T side. Really good half from them, all things considered.
They were trying so desperately to find a way back into the bomb site, finding just one kill to make it even, but it's so difficult when you have the majority of your numbers coming in from CT and the T's are already up short and just staring down at you. Neofrag getting one. The Molotov was good though. They had the double molly, in case you were wondering why Neofrag was playing that up close angle. That's so uncomfortable. Brute Monster though, a great sequence with the AK in the end to give them their 8th round. So Zero Tenacity play out a really good first half. Sinners did make that mini comeback, I guess. That slight recovery, courtesy of Shock and Beastic having a couple big rounds. Oscar as well with some good work, but in the end of the day, it is an 8-4 half in favor of Zero Tenacity, and that pistol round could really strengthen up their positions. Talking of strengthening up, well, Simke will do exactly that, getting that opening kill onto Neofrag, and it's just the long presence left for the Sinners now.
Swinging across without a smoke is a big risk, especially with a lot of USPs staring at you, and they are going to pay the price. The Iron One. 2 quick and easy frags, 2 more follow. Sinners only come away with a singular kill in that round, and that was just a massive risk right there from them to sprint all the way across, try and hope that Zero Tenacity weren't going to be holding for it, but you just walked right into the firing line, really. This should just be the straight up eco from Sinners once again. Zero Tenacity look well on their way here on Dust 2, Ted, unless something drastically changes.
Yeah, especially now with a second pistol round. Gives us some time though, as this is the eco coming up for Sinners. To remind you guys to go and check out 1xBet. Click the banner below the stream, head over there, and you can take advantage of the odds for this game. Obviously, they are going to be heavily in favor of Zero Tenacity, considering what we're looking at right now. But you can use our code 1XRESEU. You're going to get up to 130% bonus, which is quite nice. It's like the bonus that Zero Tenacity got getting Dust 2 added back into the map pool. Even more than that. Good damage for the Czech side, considering it was just an eco, but still. Zero Tenacity able to hold on. 1 Famous lost, won't be ideal, but they're able to hold on to the 2 premium rifles that you had going into this round. Keep 3 alive. Farm a little bit of cash on the MP9 too for Brute Monster. And now we're going forward into the first buy round of the second half. Lovely camera angles, by the way. Makes you feel like you're in the Wild West. Third person looking at people shooting at each other.
Of course, first gun round, but it could be one of the only gun rounds that we see if this one doesn't go in Sinners' favour. This really feels like their only chance if they want to continue to have a chance to win this one in regulation. They lose this, 11-4 down. Money is going to be in a precarious position. AJT is lurked around this smoke here. He's going to try and do some damage. Shijafo realising that this is a possibility, but it's only if he catches a glimpse of him, which he didn't. Or maybe he did. He's backed up a little bit right now. So Joffo's just going to play into that corner. And this right now is an awkward fight. So Joffo was going to win. B6 not even going to attempt to swing through on the refrag. Knows maybe that there is more presence there. And Sinners are going to be on the back foot once again.
Yeah, the reason you're not swinging right there is you've not spotted anybody in towards middle, right? So as far as you know, they're not showing any mid presence. There could be a second player supporting that pit player in there, and there goes Brute Monster presence. Mage Shock is holding. Sijofo still wins another fight though. The pit angle being too overpowered to deal with. Even though he's low on HP, he's still alive and he's still being a threat.
Oh, but look at Neofrag. He's found a wonderful timing. He's going to claim 2. And now it's just the pit player really towards A that you need to deal with. Avian's trying to get as close as he can. But Sajafo is in a world of trouble right now. And eventually cleared out of the pit. But here comes Avian trying to strike from behind. Just the one from that SMG. Zero Tenacity. It was a good long hold originally. They managed to find the opening frag, but Sinners, they're able to battle back, and a lot of it is on Neofrag there, finding that timing.
All of it is on Neofrag, right? Sijofo gets the first kill, falls back. Yes, they lose the second long player, but Sijofo gets another one, and he was good to stay alive for a couple more seconds too. Neofrag getting that timing, the double onto Simka and Nemanja, 2 full HP CTs with guns in, Yuto to support too. That was the big difference maker there. Even if he goes 1 for 1, this is still Zero Tenacity's round for the taking probably, especially with the fast flank coming in from AVN from T-Spawn's side. Zero Tenacity will go for their first tactical timeout. Of course, courtesy of the coach and Nemanja realizing that money's not looking too great right now. Financial situation, troubled. Heavily troubled. For Zero Tenacity, there could be a way back for Sinners into that second half, but they need consecutive rounds, and this could be their way up not only to 6, but potentially up to 7 rounds here, and making that game much more competitive. Oscar goes for the AVP straight out the bat. The moment that he gets enough money for it, he will attempt it, and ooh, that was close. He's got a 1v1 against the Scout, but Smoke will obscure the vision for now.
Oh, flash in for Simka to do a little bit of damage with that FAMAS, and he gets 1 kill, dinks up Neofrag as well, so it's not all gone wrong completely, but it might all go wrong here for Sinners. The pistols are doing the damage, and this shouldn't happen. Jumping shots with the Scout, and actually it's a jumping HE. It's the first time we've seen that one for sure. I didn't realize Nate had wings, but that would...
I didn't realize there was the alternative. I didn't realize they had legs.
Yeah.
I thought every single HE kill was a jumping HE kill.
Does make sense now while they fly and glide through the air, and Zero Tenacity might just glide through this round. Nemanja on that AWP has taken the player off the site. Beastic is not ready for AVN. He was late lurking up long, and well, Nemanja's just going to get on this defuse. This is a round that should not have gone the way of Zero Tenacity. But it has. Sinners, they had a perfect chance to get back into this game. It looked like they were going to make it even more competitive. They lose a round like that, and now look at their money. In such a sticky situation, Zero Tenacity punish.
Yeah, so many things just going horribly wrong for Sinners there, right? The initial play there, obviously the 5-7 pushing through the smoke and dealing with Oscar, the Molotov not being deep enough, but even before that fight, the fight with the FAMAS into Wars Long, where the CT was just waiting for the flash, he gets 1 kill and a dink onto the second player, which softens him up and makes him so much easier to kill for the pistols. Everything just worked out perfectly for Zero Tenacity in this round. Sinners still, courtesy of the bomb plant, or thanks to it, we'll have enough cash to go for another reinvestment. No hope for Oscar this time around. He's going to be on the Scout, but the timing for HAT is perfect, and quite the opposite for Brute Monster.
Yeah, not too often you do see that from Brute Monster, I can't lie. But, I mean, Sinners are going to take it. Avian's low here. He's in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't really have too many fast rotations. If Shock takes him down for free, Basic's trying to lock over the cross, but Simka's already gotten past. Nemanja's still up close here, though. Could do all the damage in the world, never clearing out that high-low, unfortunately. And Sinner's in the driver's seat for now. And it really relies on how much Simka can get here.
Yeah, this is a clear out Shock. This is the fight. Oh, Shock is clinical with it. No chance given. The save already being considered by Sijopo. He's the one that picked up the AVP for Brute Monster. So Sinners fight back. That was a big round from Shock, by the way. Really clinical in towards the B-bomb side. I know the opening kill from HAT in towards Long was good. Obviously, being able to catch Nemanja and refrag him 1-for-1-2 was key, but Shock just walking out of the B bomb side was absolutely massive. And now Sejuff was going to try his best to hold on to that big green. He needs to drop it over to Brute Monster in the next round if he wants to have any chance of picking that one up, but it doesn't look like they will let him. And like hungry hyenas, they just chase him down.
I'm getting like flashbacks of trying to save in pit now, just from that like singular round there. Trying to save in pit when you're hearing those steps coming through the long doors might be one of the most terrifying sounds in Counter-Strike. Oh, sending shivers up my spine, I can't lie. And actually now, Sinners losing that round prior to then winning this one has kind of worked out for them in terms of Zero Tenacity being reset here. They have to force. Nemanja sat in the smoke once again, man. He is so tricky with these plays, and he's not even needed. Simca with the deagle takes
you know what?
Neofrag's head off.
Dust2 will be the savior of G2. Give Nexa a deagle and put him in there. I'm starting to see the flashbacks.
And Sinners are savior of you. Sinners are struggling against these pistols, man. This is not going to be an easy round to get back into at all. I don't care how much util you have. I don't care if you have the rifles, but like Simca up close with this AK towards long, you've got 3 players staring pretty much at a fort if needed, if Nemanja does come back. Oh, that's wonderful from Shock, though.
Yeah, clinical, but the bomb is nowhere near to be seen, right? They can't rotate back in towards the B-bomb side. It still has to be an A-play. Question is, how many rotations does Zero Tenacity drag back? And the answer is just 1.
Simca sees the op, puts him down, but cannot deal with the other rifles that are following behind it. AVN has been spotted over towards B. Nemanja trying to get a whole lot closer as AJT wants to keep hands on that off, but Nemanja is going to try his best to be as sneaky as possible putting up that smoke, but I don't think those 2 rifles were ever letting that happen. I think we were about to see a ridiculous amount of AK bullets spam all the way through. AVN will just have to settle to save that scout. The Sinners have saved the map from going to the depths. Now have a really good chance to just continue to get a whole lot closer. They are clawing this game back 1 by 1, but the problem is Zero Tenacity just being so close. It really just kind of takes 1 round to knock the wind out of Sinner's sails.
Yeah, the good news is that Shock is starting to get back to life, right? In the first half, it felt like it had to be B-stick. I mean, he's still having those big multi-kill rounds here on the D side too, but he's getting a lot more support. Shock in towards the B-bomb side has been able to find those opening kills round after round after round, and even if you don't want to go B, even if you don't want to commit, it just drags that extra rotation from middle. It's always a bother to try to deal with a player that has the confidence to go for that peak as soon as the smokes are off. He's just challenging with the AK and finding the headshots every single time. It's difficult to deal with when you're on the other side. So slowly but surely, Sinners will start finding their individual form. Oscar spotting the pistols, and he's going to gladly collect that 4K. Anti-eco. Op kills. Welcome back to Dust2, baby. Welcome back to Dust2.
Oh, we're definitely back, alright.
That's probably the only map on which you can see 5 pistols on your screen, and you're going to be re-peeking after re-peek after re-peek.
Especially with an op, like you are just comfortable.
Oh yeah, with an AVP, that's what I mean.
Yeah. When you usually see 5 pistols on your screen, no, run away, hide, ask the rifles to come help. And there was a bit of help needed towards lower tunnels there. B-Stick and Neofrag combined to deal with Nemanja. And that might be a key factor in the success of this round for Sinners once again as they continue to step up their game in chase of Zero Tenacity right now. Brute Monster looking for a refrag himself. Needs to be cautious. Molly, Flash, he's going to take that one on the chin. Simca is there to help out. And Sinners might want to try and take this control. Neofrag peeks right into the crack of the door, and Brute Monster is just going to shut him down. Oscar waiting to see if Brute Monster is going to cross. It comes down to timing here, and if he catches a glimpse. But Oscar might feel like he is penned in and trapped himself.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, that was smart from Brute Monster. He realizes his teammate is not feeling enough pressure in towards the B bomb side for him to be able to justify the mid peak. There could have been a nope holding for it, and he would have been right to assume Oscar was on the other side of things. Smoke in towards the CT position, but no one actually initiating a play. Issue is, Sijofo's all alone on A, and he's low on HP, so he needs some support ASAP.
Oh, better blow out the birthday candles and hope that one doesn't spread quickly.
They might not clear him out.
No, they're not going to clear him out now. Oh, they are?
Never mind.
Okay. Realised the molly didn't go deep enough, or just being... and rather making sure that those corners are cleared.
Diligent.
Yeah, I think so. We've seen them definitely go wrong when you see that molly there and nobody swing.
Also, one thing that we need to have in mind is the fact that all those players did have the access to the beta, right? The game was different, but the first, 6-7 months of CS2, you could only play Dust 2, right? So things like the Molotov won't cover the entire angle in towards Goose. Those are things that they are already aware of, right? So every now and then, you're going to see those guys look a little bit more comfortable, especially the ones that were on the closed beta grind.
That is actually a great point, and I literally wouldn't have thought about it.
Yeah, there's some people that are going to be comfortable with Dust in a way, individually. Let's remember, there was, especially the ones that were free agents last year, by the way, they were grinding CS2 for the first 2 to 3 months. Then everyone stopped playing it again, right? When it got a little bit stale towards, I guess, summer. But initially when it came out, or the first couple months when Dust 2 came out, a lot of people were just playing Dust 2, after Dust 2, after Dust 2. So even though the game is a little bit different, some of the nades have been changed, some other things have been adjusted, you're still gonna have that fresh memory of playing the map in CS2. It's not a completely new thing.
Sinner's T-side's been great so far. Look at this. Oscar on the boost. Brute Monster down. It is only a pistol, but you deal with him quickly. AVN's going to try and get aggressive. He's the only one with that rifle. He's instantly dropped. Joffo, though, is going to be given a chance. That taken away. Well, a headshot from Oscar's AVP. And that's one way to stop Nemanja. An airstrike called into middle. Sinners for the first time on fire. And Zero Tenacity for the first time feeling like they are under a little bit of pressure. They're definitely feeling the heat off the Sinners Flames, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you're starting to feel what T-side confidence is like when you're on the other side of the coin, right? Because the first half was Zero Tenacity just running around and winning every single fight and having a great time with it. Now roles reverse, Sinners 10 rounds on that T-side and not looking like they're intending to slow things down. On the map pick of Zero Tenacity, this is a great opening though. Brute Monster this time around will shut down HAT. This is something that Zero Tenacity desperately needed, especially with Nemanja doubling up on that kill onto Neofrag, trying to catch the timing through the mid smoke.
Oh, AVN is going to try and get close to Shock here. The steps are being made. AVN is hearing that every step of the way, so Nemanja should be locked in close by to this position. Oh, Shock nearly gets that double denied by AVN. Brute Monster, this should be an easy kill for him, especially if Beastic peaks like that, and it is down to just Oscar on that AWP. A bit of op magic, maybe. First headshot is great, but the damage done to him is not. He's so low, and this is just not comfortable.
It's so wild right now for Oscar. He knows where all of them are, by the way. He knows that AVN is low in towards the B-bomb side, opens in towards A, and you know that the long player in Sejofo is alone too, and he's still alive. So you could be making an educated guess. All right, Oscar. We're listening. 16 HP to work with.
Oh, okay.
Mulling yourself is not ideal, but he's still alive. He's still kicking it. He's got another one, which will land in the way that he wanted it to this time around. Bomb plant at least confirmed, and yeah, the HE on top will shut him down. So nothing more from Oscar. It was looking kind of scary with the angle that he was getting onto the short fight still, but Yeah, Oscar giving it a good go. A 1 versus 4 turned into a 1v2 in a post-plant position too. Didn't get a real chance, but at least confirming the bomb plant, confirming that Sinners will have enough money until the end of regulation. And there could still be a chance for them to try and force OT.
Yeah, it's just it was a little bit unfortunate with that Molotov. Maybe when he was lighting it, it just kind of caught his hand a little bit, burnt him, and he just dropped it out of instinct. You know what I mean?
It took only 4 HP out of
Yeah,
it, so it was fine. It was calculated.
He was
Even without a Molotov, he was still going down to the nade.
He was, he was already, like, he was just trying to up the difficulty of the clutch. You know what I mean? He just wanted to give himself, to make it even more epic.
I was in that same position 2 years ago, but I got mollied here. And I won the round. I'm going to recreate it.
Zero Tenacity now. I said they only needed one to take the wind out of Sinner's sails. Is that going to be the case? They're just one round away from taking the first ever Dust 2 in CS2. Simka up close to the doors, steps being made, getting up on the Xbox. Is Shock, great flash over. Nemanja is going to be beaten and forced away. The T's are not going to respect that Molotov, but Nemanja at least finds one before he goes down. Here comes the T's, just absolutely lighting up the kill feed like a Christmas tree. Bomb is still absolutely nowhere to be seen towards the lower tunnels, but they might not need it because the kills just keep on coming. They just keep presenting themselves. AVN trying to make the steps, rotating away. Is Oscar hearing the steps?
I think he did. Yeah. Surely he did, right? Surely he will. Yeah, now he has. And, missed shot from Oscar. I'm not sure if AVN realizes what's up, but Oscar needs to pick up the bomb, and there's 30 seconds. AVN's picked up a kill. I think now he realizes it, though. They're just trying to run him down. Beastic is not 1 HP. He just needs 1 bullet to connect from the USP, but thankfully, Beastic is there to confirm that kill. Oh, this was getting so sketchy there for a second. Surely if AVN gets that kill, he's gonna realize, why are they challenging me? There must be something wrong. Bomb hasn't been planted. I spotted Oscar running in towards T-spawn. There could be something along those lines, but Beastic having a lovely game so far. The captain at 22 and 13, and we could be getting an overtime in our first Dust 2 CS2 official here.
Yeah, now that we've seen Zero Tenacity go for the double op in that round, look what it's done to the money here. It's really kind of messed it up for Zero Tenacity. They just don't have a lot of they don't have a lot of util. They are running very light on a lot of these things very early on. It's only 1 minute and 20 left, and they've got 1 smoke, 1 molly, which is just not ideal. And especially with Sinners making their way up short once again, you'd love an op on this angle, but you can't afford one. And Neofrag wants to take space, wants to take this fight into sight. Brute Monster is going to have to make do with that M4. An awkward engagement though. Just a little wave at each other and they back away. Still, this round all to play for as AJT can't afford to go out long himself.
No presence in towards long on that A take for sure. You have 40 seconds, you need to go with it. That's going to be a 5-man execution in towards short. And Sijofo's getting inclusive here in towards long. He's going to clear out those positions. He's going to have a pretty quick flank. He just needs Brute Monster to hold on, but he goes for the swing and Neofrag will punish.
Oscar dinked up from behind. Sijofo finds that kill over towards middle. Simka is feeling the pressure right now, spotting out the shadow and spraying down one with the FAMAS at least. He is extremely low. Nemanja caught in transition, trying to rotate on over. Simka still just hitting Neofrag there with the jiggle. Sijofo getting behind him right now. AVN, he's locked away from this bomb site. He needs to deal with both of these players, but he's never expecting Shock in that position. And now Sijofo, the last player standing. Sinners have done enough. What a great comeback that is on the T side from Sinners to make sure that we are not done just yet. We haven't seen Dust 2 in a very long time, Ted, and it just feels right that we're going to go to overtime.
Yeah, it's the first one in the history of professional Counter-Strike 2 on Dust, and of course it goes into OT. It's CS2, Dust 2. It only suits to have a tribute to CSGO, I guess, and have an MR15 here. on one of the classics. 12-12. We go again. 16 being the magical number, so we're technically yet to see the first official game on Dust 2 that will end after, well, 24 or less rounds. This is an MR15 now. They're still holding on to his past. Not letting go. Sinners looking competitive now on that T side. Early smoke. Nemania's gonna get aggressive in towards the lower position. And, oh, that's a great setup. That's one that we haven't seen in a while. Logically, of course. Expectedly, Broodmonster gets the first kill, and now Nemania, from that angle, the moment that they spot the second player, can just go for the swing. It's a lovely combo with the nade, but Shock still ends up winning that fight. This is big from Shock.
Yeah, somehow he's able to win that fight. I've absolutely no idea. Nemanja should have had that kill every day of the week. Oh, the flash blinds both players. That's so awkward. Sujafo just peeked to make sure his teammate doesn't go down. Shock, if he walks around the left side of that smoke, he's in trouble. If he goes up on top of the box, he's even in more trouble. AVN will be able to see him. Oh, but not like this. Never mind. Shock can't react in time. He was low HP. AJT making all the steps in the world here. As Oscar trying to lock off rotates because of it, and that's worked perfectly. This is just a straight up 1v1 here right now for AVN to win. He knows Oscar's over towards middle, and he lands the dink, but that's not going to be enough. Yeah, you can cross safely. You can get this bomb down. You just need to hope that Oscar isn't going to be caught in transition trying to rotate on over to help you out, and he's spotted towards the lower tunnels. He's instantly dropped, and AJT needs to go aggressive here. Low HP, Brute Monster knows it. He's just going to go forward with the pistol, and AJT waiting at the window, hasn't even dropped down just yet, goes for the reface, and that's what costs him. Zero tenacity. They will have 13 first.
Yeah, that was a great round for Zero Tenacity to pick up, but if you're Sinners, you feel like so many things went your way. All that you needed was Oscar to land that first shot, right? Or that initial shot in towards short. It was a good setup, though, from Zero Tenacity. I feel like it's only just for them to pick up the round. Brute Monster getting the first kill, the bonus nade, AVN catching Shock as well in towards the B-bomb side. This fight was everything from AJT. But Zero Tenacity still able to get away with it. A lot of those rounds have been just both teams exchanging punches. There was I guess two moments in this round where you could have favored Zero Tenacity to pick it up, then two more for Sinners, and then Zero Tenacity end up converting it. I felt Molotov though, and I'm not sure if they're aware of the possibility, if they're aware of the fact. Doesn't look like it. AJT posted with the open. Brute Monster had one player jump in front of him, but AJT was blind, so it didn't really make a difference.
Oh, Simka, you lunatic. I love it, though. 4v5, you have to take a few risks. Need to make sure, though, that you don't walk into an op or an AK. AJT is going to be posted with an AK this time around. One was dropped for him in spawn, and oh, Simka's going to make a move. He's toying with the idea.
Yeah, he's out of there. Trying to drag some extra presence. I'm not going to be surprised if the Nemanja drops in towards CT, by the way, through the smokes. Well, Neofrag, should I say, sorry. And that's exactly what he does. Clears out the CT position, and now you're going to be anticipating two CTs towards the back of the B-bomb side, surely.
Yeah, AVN has already been spotted. Nemanja, he's missing shots with this AWP, and that's just not going to work. You miss too many, and that's going to cost you your life and possibly the round. Neofrag executing Sujafu from the side, and Simka, well, they know where he is. He's been spotted out, and he's been instantly taken care of. That is a great response from Sinners as we continue to go round for round here. Our first half of our first overtime on Dust 2 nearly over, nearly complete. And once again, we're seeing that double op brought out here from Sinners. So maybe going for an aggressive peak this time elsewhere.
I mean, especially on Dust 2, it's justified, right? You can have one extra AK dropped in towards the spawn, and then whoever's got the spawn for long can just go for the peak or towards B or whatever, right? You can justify having two ops on this map, especially if someone goes for an early peak. It could be actually a massive surprise if that someone is Oscar. Imagine Oscar either gets a kill or dies in towards B with the AVP, and then the CTs feel like they can take some more space in towards short or middle, and then you just walk into Neofrag or Shock or whoever, just holding with another big green in towards that position, right? So there's a lot of ways that you can justify it on Dust 2.
Yeah,
it is a good map for the double op.
I mean, Shock has dropped it on over, so I don't think we're going to get to see it, unfortunately.
Well, we'll see it on the CT side.
We've seen it on the last round, though, so maybe Zero Tenacity are going to just play a little bit more cautiously, knowing that that is definitely a possibility. Nemanja, that's a great shot to start it off. Neofrag peaked, and that smoke is not going to do much. I don't believe that has landed flush. That is definitely not ideal. Fair PCU tilt.
You know what? It's their first official on this map in, what, 2 years? And their first proper with that core in 3 years' time, so one failed smoke is alright. We can let you get away with it.
Yeah, but Zero Tenacity will punish you, of course.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, we, but not them.
Oscar. Great shot onto Nemanja. Simka goes down in CT. Brute Monster is at least denying them up short. The bomb has made its way alone out towards the B ramp. AJT is trying to get it back. The CTs are now just going to be arriving through CT to try and support AVN, and they've gotten there in time. Oscar out on B, but it doesn't really matter unless the Opper continues to hit shots. And 3 more of them to be exact. This round is as good as done. Brute Monster's going to be holding. Oscar didn't even get a chance to shoot. Zero Tenacity. 14-13. They get 2 CT rounds dead. And the way that the regulation was going, that we were seeing 8-4 halves, you have to feel like 2 CT rounds is going to be a massive boost to Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, it's great. I feel like that was a little bit discombobulated on Sinner's end, right? Because you have that one player running out middle with the bomb. You had 2 more people in towards the mid part of the map. I get it. You don't want to allow the CT to push in towards B tunnels and then to just lock you in towards the bomb side, right? You want to have some post-plant positions, but surely you just send one player out middle alongside the bomb carrier, right? And you just send Oscar with the AVP in towards the tunnels or whatever. You didn't need 2 people going back in towards the tunnels. So Sinners, maybe a moment of miscommunication there. And in the moment that the bomb gets dropped, that allowed the CTs to rotate even quicker, push through the smoke, and lock down the round. So Zero Tenacity, as you pointed out, getting away with 2 rounds. Arguably, should have been happy on 1. But now they have a great position to try, and a great chance to try and close this one out in OT number 1.
AJT is just going to walk right through that smoke. Nemanja's not moving a muscle, though. So, if AJT decides to go aggressive here, which he might just be waiting for the perfect time to do so. This could be a big problem.
Alright, there's your lineup. Yeah, get ready for your Not Out Here Dust 2 video, by the way. It's coming up. Shout out, Nart. Shout out to Neofrag playing that anti-flash angle with an M4. A lot of people used to playing it with an open. Oh, he actually got a flash from Oscar, but he's able to just land the ding onto Sijofo and nothing more.
Yeah, AJT's going to move here. He's thinking about clearing him out. Nemanja was so patient. He was waiting, and AJT still wins that fight. Oh, that's going to sting for Nemanja. He had the chance as well.
They're going back?
Yeah. There's only 2 players over towards B here. If they have a smoke that they can throw in towards CT and cross safely, this could be a big problem right now. Flash in, the smoke is going to go down. Brute Monster is alone towards tunnels with the bomb, and AJT is going to try and take a risk here to come through this smoke. 20 seconds. He's sitting there waiting for his time. Now the steps are being made. Yeah, this round is surely as good as done, and they're just cut apart on the approach. Zero Tenacity get absolutely nowhere near that round, as Sinners will level this game up, and we're still yet to see a map point in OT, but it has to come here.
Yeah, we're seeing a pretty similar thing, by the way. This time, though, the bomb goes alone in towards the tunnels, which I guess is a little bit safer, but the moment that this player goes down, everything was over. You felt like Nemanja was supposed to win that fight against AJT, too. AJT just annihilating him and then catching the timing to swing through the smoke and claim 2 more lives. 14 apiece, and Beestick is going to get aggressive in towards the lower tunnels. Do they clear him out? The off angle is really powerful, at least for the first one. AVN good on the refrag, but Oscar with a lovely reaction to guarantee a 2-for-1.
Yeah, Nemanja, he can't just flush Oscar out of this position, but actually that Molotov will do exactly that. Oscar tries to get away, Simka's just holding, perfect. 3 versus 3 and make that a 3 versus 2 because Brute Monster finding impact elsewhere once again. Over towards mid, doesn't matter that he's low HP, still hitting the shots. AJT locked into a long battle once again. This time it's Simka being so patient. A shot goes searching and finds the kill that Sinners are after.
That was much needed, and now Shock can focus his entire attention in towards that B-bomb side. If he gets that kill, the round is over. Surely Nemanja just working his way around the smoke, essentially, will end up granting him that kill, but AJT's dropped another one in towards top middle in the meantime, and this is the bomb. A 1 versus 1 now, and AJT will reposition towards the left-hand side. He knows exactly where Nemanja was. Does he read into the lower play, though? It has to be a quick reaction, and Nemanja beats him to the punch.
Yeah, I think AJT made a step there. Nemanja, I think he was just in earshot to hear it. And that was the problem there. Really interesting idea from Sinners. We've seen it so often, just that aggression towards lower tunnels. It doesn't really work out, but it comes down into that 2 versus 2 where 1v1s go in opposite directions, but still in
you
that
know
1
what?
versus 1.
I have a crazy theory.
Yeah.
CS2, first official on Dust 2, it has to be double overtime.
Nah, no way.
It would be the Holy Trinity.
Surely not. Well, I mean,
It's
if
coming.
Oscar hits shots like that, then maybe. And Neofrag ready for AVN on the approach.
Yeah.
Shock is going to shut down Brute Monster. Yeah, double OT looks like it's
Feed
on
me
the
that
cards.
double overtime, baby. Come on. First Counter-Strike 2 official on Dust 2, and it goes to OT number 2. That was only suitable to happen, and Sinners annihilate Zero Tenacity in the final round of this overtime. 25 apiece for Beestick and Shock. Oscar on 24 kills. And then on the other side, you're looking at Zero Tenacity just not really believing how close of a game that was. They just thought they were picking into a casual, nice and fun Dust 2 matchup. Didn't realize they were getting themselves into an infinite illusion of a game that never ends.
Simka, he's still going to give this one a bash for sure. And if he finds this kill onto Beestick, well then, it is game on, you feel, but walking through that smoke is going to be ill-advised. Beestick holds, locked in, and Sinners survive a small little scare. Lovely approach, though, towards mid. This aggressive position from Neofrag was never being read into. And to double OT we go.
Into double OT we go. It was only suitable for it to go 15 apiece, and you can't really make a difference between those two. They can't decide who's better either. Taking a look at the 1xBet odds, they are slightly favoring Sinners now after being able to come back into it. And this is the map pick of Zero Tenacity, so you gotta feel like it would give Sinners a pretty decent advantage going into Nuke, although I feel like Nuke is going to be as competitive, or it could be as competitive as this map. Of course, there is still enough time until we get there. Still on Dust 2 for at least 4 more rounds. And that's worst case scenario, or best for one of those teams. Oscar looking for that opening fight against Brute Monster, spots him out. A bullet exchange that Oscar is living on 1 HP.
Somehow still standing. AJT needs the support Neofrag to arrive. There's 5 players here. Oh, AJT lines up 2 of them. That's absolutely perfect. But 2 in return. And Zero Tenacity now can just accelerate into this A bomb site. But they don't really believe that with those aggressive positions towards long, that they have enough time or have the space really to move forward. Expecting maybe one more. AVN is going to catch 1 player and 1 player only in T-spawn.
Yeah, he didn't see the second one, and this is big, right? Now Beastie can reposition straight up in towards the lower tunnels, and even if they want to go back in towards B and they spot him out, they're not going to be ready for a shock. This is a great maneuver. Beestick is going to go around the world in towards CT spawn. Right now, you just need Beestick to get into a fight and expose the fact that he's fallen back.
Oh, Oscar scene. Still very doable right now for Zero Tenacity. They're going to get this bomb plant down, and once again, this double up, not really noticed yet. They know that Shock might have it, but no idea where he's going to be coming from. Brute Monster scoped in the reposition. Both ops over towards long, and 2 ops are better than 1. Brute Monster falls to Joffo, making steps over towards shore. Beestick seems locked in right now to his whereabouts, and nothing he can do. The scope's just too powerful in that round for Sinners. That's why those double ops are so viable on this map, and Sinners will pull themselves into the lead here on their CT side. 16-15. Intriguing battle that we see now over towards long, and Zero Tenacity, if they just realised the position that they had themselves in, that was such a doable round, but just expecting just a little bit more to be behind that long play.
Yeah, also, it's so crazy that Oscar gets tagged down minus 99 in the first fight of the round, and he still ends up getting 2 kills on the back of staying alive after that initial encounter with Brute Monster, right? It's just the small things making the difference. 1 HP away, and that could have been a completely different round. But look at Neofrag. He's going to press charges in towards the tunnels and gets the first one out of there. Now the question is, can he get out of dodge without being refragged? And the answer is yes. He's able to recover. This is a big legal steal from Neofrag. Also, it just clocked that we've been calling IT AJT throughout the entire time. Again.
Just rolls off the tongue better, man. I can't lie.
It kind of does. But you know what? It's great. It's great too. Nemanja trying to find a way back into the round, though, especially after losing that presence in towards long. This is a pretty one-dimensional take now from Zero Tenacity. They need someone to go absolutely nuclear, and Nemanja finds the first one, but he still needs to deal with the AVP of Oscar, and he can confirm no one's crossing in towards the bomb side for now, but any moment now, he's gonna get tested. Flash doesn't blind him for long enough, and Oscar won't miss that shot. AVN any moment now should be going down. Never mind, actually. He's got a bit of a timing. They see each other with Beestick, but Nemanja still waiting with the bomb in towards short, and AVN will rejoin his teammate, and back in towards the A-bomb side they go, and back in towards the AVP of Oscar they go.
Yeah, but that's easily swatted away, and it is going to be towards long. Trying to lock it in, trying to make sure that they don't cross safely, but doesn't want to give away his life for free, so he will have to forfeit the bomb plant, unfortunately, but not the round. Still gonna see if they can maybe pry an opening. Nemanja picked up this AWP, and he's done a nice job on the secondary op. Fires up a shot. They're going for a boost here. Does Nemanja read into it? Oh, yes, he does. He is so clued in right now, finding that kill. AVN falls, though. Shock! Jumping no scope. The winged AWP, and Sinners have 17.
Tell me we're back on Dust 2 without telling me we're back on Dust 2, baby. The flying up from CT onto the A-bomb side is back. And that was shocking scenes in towards the A-bomb side. What a play from Shock. Please tell me we've got a replay of it. I'm just waiting for that hope. Great work by Zero Tenacity to make it so winnable, but look at that once again. Take a look at that. First the kill onto the CT player, and look at that from Shock. Bang! Sit down. Well, there's your first proper Dust 2 highlight and your first Dust 2 official in CS2. Courtesy of Shock.
Didn't realize the W in AWP, but we move.
Actually, perfect shout.
Shock puts 2 players in their place and 1 more. Lovely opening. Fantastic entries. Joffo not all the way out. Shock cannot overlook this angle though, which he has. He's given that opening right back up. And in a world of trouble, but taken out of this world extremely quickly by Nemanja, getting his team back into this round and giving Zero Tenacity at least a chance. You feel they need at least one round in this first half of double overtime. If they do not get this and give Sinners 18, it is such an uphill battle. Possibly their map pick falls into their opponent's hands, but still in a fantastic position. A 4 versus 3, long control gathered, but not much else.
Yeah, now they can pause, right? I mean, they don't have a lot else, but Brute Monster can just get posted on the angle in towards the bomb side. You can deploy some utos, see if the CTs react in any way, and Simka's position is still really vital. He can potentially punish Oscar on that aggressive play, and even if he doesn't, even if he just makes his way in towards lowers, he's going to be late on that short flank. And that could be key.
Oh, B6 in a great position though, playing around this smoke. He could do so much damage, but he's burnt in the Molotov, giving himself up a little bit here. It doesn't matter. He still kills 2. And 25 seconds, Simka now trying to go for this flank and catch Oscar out, which he has done. Neofrag hasn't made a step, hasn't made a sound. And now is the only Sinners player left in this round to try and do something, but on the approach, tries to swing, and Simka instant with that headshot. Zero Tenacity will at least have one moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, you feel like they deserved it after what Chalk did to them in the previous round, right? At least getting one round, it was a big one from Simka. Still quite dangerous after Beastie gets that double kill in towards the long side, but Simka coming in from the back lines on that late flank, able to make it work and get it over the finishing line. 17-16, we go into the second half of OT number 2. And this time it's Sinners going into the first half, or after the first half, with 2 rounds on their CT side. It was the same, but roles reversed in OT number 1, ladies and gents. And Zero Tenacity couldn't capitalize on the opportunity to just be after 2 rounds to get it over the line on the T side. Let's see if the Czech will do one better. Oscar, he's got that B spawn, and you can tell that he's going to attempt that opening kill. And if he's able to get it, they might be able to just pounce on that B bomb side straight up.
He does get 1, but Nemanja's refrag is just perfect. Keeps the hold on that B bomb site. Tight for now. But it could buckle if Sinners want to put more bodies towards that part later on. Still just exploring for now. Need to make sure that they remember the bomb this time. That was nearly their demise, remember, in one of the rounds prior. Only for Oscar saving the day. A minute left on the clock. And still, you can see Sinners, they're just looking to see if they're going to get a fight here, but it doesn't look likely.
Yeah, it's going into a B play though, and Nemanja's getting aggressive. They might get a fight, but it's the AVP walking forward, and Nemanja's just going to get posted on the angle. He's got vision in towards middle, courtesy of Simki. He doesn't really need to move forward. He can just get that 1 kill and fall back, and the U2 will indicate what's going on. He's going to push forward. He's going for the kill here.
Yeah, he's going to hear, but he's not going to get away with his life. That's a big issue. B-Stick going to try and go out and take space. Simka is here. He's going to be trying to take this fight. Doesn't actually connect on a bullet and takes a lot of damage himself. The HE eventually catches him. Shot caught in the cross by Oscar's AWP, or by Brute Monster's AWP, excuse me.
Bomb yet to cross.
Yeah, this is difficult, but the flash, that is just too good. Breathe a sigh of relief. They will be able to get this bomb down. But still, you need to hold on. And I mean, Zero Tenacity are coming quick at this retake. They're already here. They're already at the doors. They're already through. And the no-scope to make sure that Zero Tenacity tie this game up. Brute Monster. He landed the tag initially. More than the tag this time, though. And he didn't even need a scope to do it.
Do you want to have the conversation about the audacity to go for the non-scope in a situation like that? This is the freest kill you're gonna get with an AVP. The rifle's turned with your back, with his back against you. He's just killed your teammate. You're in a 1 versus 1. You have an AVP. If you want to take this one as seriously as possible, you just zoom in, you confirm the kill, and you get it, right? I mean, if he lands an insane 180 and just instantly headshots you, that's not on you. He goes for the non-scope. This is such a risky play. and he makes it work. And look at that, they're gonna send it. The first B rush of the game, and Neofrag mows down AVN. Oak misses, and this time around, one no-scope won't be enough. Nemanja gets that one onto Neofrag, but the bomb site still falls, and the B bomb site on Dust 2 notoriously one of the hardest ones to retake, especially in a man disadvantage.
We've had to wait till round 35 to see our first B rush, but it's here, and it's glorious for Sinners. How good is the retake gonna be though? Zero Tenacity able to pull it off when it was a fair fight, but they're at a disadvantage now, and the extra man on the lurk, shock out mid, and he might just shock Sinners in the back. Brute Monster tries to clear him out, but it is not an easy task. Shock is a different level right now. He is him on Dust 2, 31 and 19, and Sinners have a chance to close this game out and snatch this one away.
Yeah, you just peek into him and you're going down. Shock just nailing every single one of those shots. You have 3 players on over 30 kills right now if you're Sinners. Look at that from Neofrag 2. That spray transfer was filthy. Even though it doesn't end up netting him the second kill, it's just looking like they're locked in. And the fact that in round number 35, you call a B-rush for the first time. Zero Tenacity were just not ready for anything like that. You just throw a massive Hail Mary play into the mix, and it works out perfectly. A spanner into the works, and Sinners finally get a map point on Dust.
Yeah, you'd love an entry here. You'd love an opening kill to go your way. Neofrag taking a little bit of a risk jumping across, trying to spot out anyone, but that is perfect. Neofrag, the final bullet. Yeah, no idea, but gets that kill, and he's done a great job dropping Nemanja. Simke playing over the top of the smoke. Is Neofrag going to see him? No. So that early opening, fortunate from Neofrag, but you feel like justice has been served with that kill.
That's still dangerous though. You still get a 1-for-1, and this is big. This is going to separate the defensive lines of the CTs. Simke and Brute Monster, or not, rather Simke and AVN actually in towards that B bomb side, and then Brute Monster and Sijofo in towards A. On 2 opposing parts of the map, Brute ready to fall back and support Sijofo if needed. 1 kill. And a drop down pit would be ideal, but he actually decides to play this one tucked against the wall. He needs the opener to arrive. 1 kill is his, but the refrag is going to be instant. And Brute Monster, shot's gonna get baited out. Beastic takes him down. It's a 2v2, and this could be Sinners closing things out.
Simke trying to just expose some tees through that smoke with the HE, but doesn't go his way. Beastie can get into a fantastic position right here towards the car, and Zero Tenacity are not going to be expecting this. Oh, the timing. No. Beastie's looked away, and I don't know if he's been spotted or not. No, he hasn't. He might catch both of them in the back. He needs to turn around though. Now he realizes it, finds the first. This is just a straight up 1v1, but Beastie is going to win it. Nearly gets caught by the cruel mistress of timing, but Sinners punish Zero Tenacity for taking a risk on Dust 2.
36 and 20 showing from DIGL2. What more can you wish from your captain? First time he's played Dust 2 in such a long time. First time for both those teams playing Dust 2 and Counter-Strike 2. And what a game we got. It was our first map of the day, and we get a double overtime on the newly introduced into the map pool Dust 2. And you know what? The game delivered. It might have not been the change that everybody wanted. Of course, really questionable. We're removing overpass and adding Dust 2, but this specific map did deliver on all cylinders. And you know what, going forward, one thing matters for the Sinners. They were able to come in strong, and they were able to, well, submit their comeback, I guess. They made it work in regulation. It was just such a long time ago that it feels surreal saying a comeback, but they're able to take it over the finishing line. And with New coming up after the break, it is the map pick of the check, and they're in a great position to do all their start into the Res Regional Series 3 Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sending this one into a short little break, and we're going to be right back with map 2 in a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back, folks, to the RES Regional Series Europe 3rd edition. We are ready to kick things off with the second map of our first game of day number 2 of the group stage here at the RES. And map number 1, Jack, it didn't disappoint. It was the first Dust 2 official ever in Counter-Strike 2, and it was a double overtime affair. Sinners being able to get it over the line slightly on the back of having 3 players that did make it over 30 bomb. But the real hero of the game was the Captain Beastie, who was able to clutch it up in a 1 versus 2 in the final round of overtime number 2 to close it out in a 1917 fashion. With that being said, though, we are moving into the map pick of Sinners now, and going into Nuke, even though it is the map pick of the Czech, things haven't been looking great for them recently on it. And on the opposite end, things have not been looking too dire for Zero Tenacity when it comes down to Nuke, have they?
No, I mean, look, it's been a good map for both of them. But, you know, it really depends, you know, what kind of performance we're going to see from either side. Like, we know that Zero Tenacity have been struggling for a little bit of consistency. The same with Sinners. That map was a really closely contested map. I'm expecting no different to be for Nuke to be. Of course, Zero Tenacity are going to have the choice of sides because it's Sinners map pick. So they'll start CT. And if they're able to start the better, you know, then I could see Zero Tenacity running away with this and then forcing a decider. But that being said, I want to put a little bit of respect on Sinner's T side because I know what they can do on this map. I know that their T side is usually very well prepared. It's just if the gunfights go right for them. And we know sometimes it doesn't matter how good your T side is prepared. If the gunfights don't go your way, well, then that's a big problem. This round, starting us off, though, is going to be a little bit of a slow play, and it looks like it's going to be a pop towards this A bomb site in just a moment. They might try and use that vent dive smoke to get down, maybe, as the bomb sits ready and waiting in the door.
Yeah, it's just debate rotations by the looks of things. Flash will go high, Neofrag trying to get up, Nemanja inside of the vent, and that's exactly what they were hoping for, and Oscar shuts him down through it. Opening kill going in their favor. We'll double up and double down in every single fight and just going in favor of the Sinners. What a triple kill from I for the pistol round. It's 3 for the man. Youngest kid on the block. The only one that wasn't part of Sinners in that 2021 Dust 2 matchup that we did bring up at the start of the game against Budapest 5. But he joins in Nuke on fire.
Doesn't get much better than that. I mean, doesn't get much cleaner than that either. T-pistol, absolutely perfect from Sinners. And Zero Tenacity, this is interesting that they will go for a force in this round. Something that Sinners might not expect. And Oscar's going to get close. They're thinking about this. Now, they have seen a door smoke, so that's maybe why they've kind of slowed it down a little bit here. Maybe realizing they're up against a few upgraded pistols, don't want to walk into maybe a stack. A lot of things to really consider in a round like this.
Yeah, now you know they forced up, right? Which is pretty unorthodox when it comes down, especially to a map that is so CT-sided, so heavily CT-sided, people risking giving away more rounds to the T side. So you know Zero Tenacity are going to be confident with it, but as you pointed out, you've already spotted a couple nades. The thing is, you might need to change your plan a little bit, but thankfully for them, they do have a lot of rifles in the mix. Unthankfully for them, or sadly for them, they have only 1 smoke and a couple flashes to work with. So it could be a little bit troublesome. And ramp does seem like a logical option here.
It seems like a logical option, but it could just be that they're walking into a ramp stack. That is not the case this time around, though. And I will find that opening. Sinners will just sprint down towards B. Simka is the only player rotating down for now. Glass is being taken, double under control of the T's, and even with that kill, it should be still pretty comfortable for Sinners. And I wouldn't expect the rest of Zero Tenacity to even give this one a thought. You have to bring these weapons forward, albeit pretty weak ones, but You're going to have to try and replay that next round. This one, unfortunately, hasn't gone your way. And that force, not really going to as planned. But sometimes that happens, and especially on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it was Zero Tenacity played the round in a pretty. I don't have anything against that, right? Because they had 3 players, including the scout and towards Heaven, ready to pounce on a potential mid play or outside play from Sinners, right? If they're trying to prioritize long range fights against the pistols, against the low buy, they had a couple people that were in position for that. The double smoking towards lobby made the Sinners wait, and as you pointed out, it indicates the fact that there has been a force brought in. And then the reason that the thought process is probably, okay, they could have stuck ramp, but they forced everything that they have going into this round. So we've given them 30, 40 seconds. They haven't made a move anywhere. So if they have decided to stack ramp and just hold with 4 people there for 40 seconds without anything happening around the map, that means that they're ready to give it away, right? They're ready to just stack on ramp, and if we go there, they have a chance. If not, they lose the round. So you're probably just putting your money on the fact that even if it was a ramp stack initially on the back of the 2 smokes, they would have moved after not seeing anything for such a long time. It was a pretty calculated way for the Sinners to play that round. Now, though, Zero Tenacity still have a couple of pistols, still a scout into round number 3, and this time the ramp stack is factual in a way. Double boost for 2 pistols. USP taking first point of contact. Diego ready to play on the contact of his fallen teammate. And you still have Brute Monster with the scout to support. So the ramp stack is in play here. But the Sinners might not be faring their chances towards that same position this time around. Or they might be.
Yeah, I mean, I like this from Zero Tenacity. Just hoping that Sinners are going to do the exact same round again after a little bit of pressure. But the issue with it this time is you're going to see Brute Monster deep with a scout. If you see him, I think they might cancel. Nades are going to be thrown here.
Yep.
There's the tag. Basic is going to be sent in anyway. Now you realize it. You've only sent 1 player, so that's completely fine. Now you need to react out towards Simka, towards Top Hut. Needed that kill, yeah, but it doesn't go his way. Unfortunately not. Bomb is going to be planted. Brute Monster is going to fall. And Zero Tenacity, looks like they're going to come up short in this round once again. I think it's going to be a 3-0 start. But at least Zero Tenacity will have a buyback in that next round. So Joffo, well, Oscar is toying with him a little bit. But going back to that, I mean, I love that approach there from Sinners. Just letting one person go in, especially when they see the scout shock. I mean, he just doesn't swing. He just doesn't give him the chance. He does give away a weapon, though. Is that an AK? No, a Khalil. Could be worse. And he won't even get to save it.
No, it is a good round from the Sinners. As you pointed out, they're just playing it really safe. They realized that the last round was an investment and Zero Tenacity might have wanted to make it work, but now this one was an eco with a couple safe guns, so a stack was a lot more likely. And then you send in the Mac-10 first on a scouting mission. If he doesn't see anything, you can just commit to the round play. If he does see the scout deep and then a USP on top, you can make an educated guess that there could be more players towards that part of the map. First buy round coming up for the Zero Tenacity side, though. An AVP for Brute Monster had a couple really good rounds on Dust 2. We'll be hoping for a similar performance here, but Sinners on the other side with a first buy round. That's a bit of a bonus too for the Czech side. That could put them in a great position to run away with that T side here, or at least run away with a great score on it. Already 3-0 up. You pick up that first buy round, you're going to be looking at a 4-0 score, potentially 5 if you get all the kills. And things are going to start looking really scary for the CTs from that point onwards.
Brute Monster with that AWP, he's going to be able to stop one on the cross. The Nemanja M4 stops the second. There's one player down, but that is it. Shock with the refrag, though, will just keep Brute Monster's interest posted towards outside. Problem is with Basic in this position, he does have the bomb, he is down, but he doesn't want to get into a fight with anyone, because if he falls, the round is just over.
Yeah, I's position is key here. If he catches the player that's playing in towards the right hand side and towards Brolin, being Simke, this could open up the round, and he's thinking about walking out now. 35 seconds, eventually someone from Sinners will have to make a move, and it might have to be Brute Monster. Spotting the bomb now, goes for the rephase, misses the first shot and would be too risky, but I somehow gets that kill. And now this is a big refrag from AVN, but he needs more. He needs to stay alive. 20 seconds, he's all alone. He needs to wait for the rotation. They can go down the vent. They've realized it. They know exactly where both players are. And even though AVN gets that kill, Beastic is going to get that bomb planted. And actually, wait a second. He's trying to be one step ahead. He was trying to bait out the rotation, but it doesn't come through. Intelligently enough, Molotov on top of the bomb side. And surely, Beastic doesn't get away with this one. Not even the bomb plan confirmed. Sijofo gets that kill, but this was really intelligent from AVN not to just send himself down the vent there.
Yeah, I mean, from Beastic's point of view, like, I can understand why he's kind of turned back there, but he's played himself completely in the round. If he runs down and gets a bomb plant there, he probably gets off the site safely, maybe. And he has a 1 versus 1 versus Sijafo. Maybe. If AVN doesn't come sprinting down the vent after him. Might have a few more chances to win that one, but it was always going to be difficult in that 1 versus 2, especially when Shock goes down. I'd straight down the vent and 0 players to contest him going at all. Probably because AVN and Nemanja were both double stacked towards main side. Maybe a little bit slow on the approach. As Sinners are going to line up the outside smokes this time around. They're going to be needed if Brute Monster is going to be playing a position like that. Nemanja as well is not going to give you a moment's rest. And I like this adjustment here from Zero Tenacity. They're going to push in and take this control. Oscar's going to be completely blindsided by the SMG. And it's a late lobby crunch that is just going to cut Sinners apart. Zero Tenacity, they've got the rifles up, Ted, and they mean business.
Yeah, no response whatsoever. I mean, it was even the SMGs to do the majority of the damage, right? It was just a really well timed, really well communicated push. Oscar off the angle, not really anticipating that timing in towards the hut. The moment that he goes down, the ramp push comes in. Ramp player tries to turn around and help out. I might be going down to Nemanja any moment now. Shadow spotted. Peek coming in from Nemanja anytime now. When I is able to evade him for a little bit. Does he realize it? Yeah, he does. Nemanja, it was a long prow, but he hunts down his prey. So Neofrag is going to be the only one to survive here. 5 alive for Zero Tenacity. This is a big round. Financially, confidence-wise, you get a second on the CT side. Cinder's already with 3, but now you get 2 in a row. The previous one might have been a bit scrappy and all over the place, but this is as comfortable as it gets here on the defense.
Very comfortable right now. 4-0 Tenacity, and they kind of needed to be on their CT side, right? Especially after losing in the opening 3 rounds. They need to get just a few ones under their belt to get their confidence going. Let's not forget they're a map down in this series. We're usually dominant. We're very dominant throughout the group stage of second edition of Res. Ooh. Sinners are putting it up to them though here early on.
Yeah, against the Half-Bite, this is not a fight that you want to be taking if you're Brute Monster against the Scout. You spot him out, you just reposition to a more passive angle. That is a lot safer. The boost is still dangerous though. Brute Monster is not holding for it as of right now, and the AK is going to spot him out. Now he's heard the bullet, so he gets away with one. Could have been a dead man, and right now he's getting more and more uncomfortable towards outside. Spotting the Scout, then the AK. At least you've been able to find that opening kill courtesy of Sijofo. That's going to open up the map a little bit more for you, so taking a breath. Things are starting to feel a bit better around number 6. And it will be a lot better towards the end of it too. AVN shuts down Neofrag. Simke with another one onto Oscar. Back-to-back clean rounds here for the CT side. Strengthening up the money, strengthening up their positions in the game. Jack looking Looking like a pretty decent team right now. And the only issue with this is that Sinners was able to get those 3 rounds really early on. So from that point on, if you're the Sinners, you're just looking at 1 or 2 cheeky rounds, even a set piece, a Hail Mary play, just something to throw as a spanner into the works, something to get away with. And you're looking at 4, potentially 5 rounds on the T side, which could already be good enough. So Zero Tenacity looking good on the CT side, but they need to keep it up.
Yeah, they do. And oh, that's a good way to start it, I suppose. Xenofrag very much in trouble right now. Oh, that peak is just going to give it away. Now, they're walking down silently towards Secret here. AJT is going to be spotted. Shijofo already up close. And, well, AJT, or excuse me. I'm going to keep doing that. My brain cannot process that one, unfortunately.
We keep on acting as if he's a US rapper, by the way. AJT. It sounds like Lil TJ. Ooh.
The rest of the team is okay. Shock.
Right.
Maybe turning this round upside down a little bit here. Sajafo is already rotated down. Oh, Gunbar might have been seen there. The flashes are going to be good. There's the molly landed in. B6 going to get out safely, but that molly is going to make things troublesome. He even nailed himself in that situation. Nemanja in the vent takes... What? Takes 27 damage from that spray. How has
He
Shock
just dropped
not
down,
over
made
more?
the step, and climbed back up.
Yeah, I just gone. He's just, oh yeah, sorry. You've tickled me with your AK bullets, and Shock probably can't believe that he didn't find that kill. But Zero Tenacity will come away with that round. They make a good go of it, Sinners, but from the early goings of that round, it was all going horribly, horribly wrong.
Yeah, it was going horribly wrong. And you know what? Zero Tenacity have done a really good job at limiting the options of the Sinners early round and just trying to take that space in towards outside. Neofrag has a couple times tried to be a little bit quicker now. It's been completely denied for him as a possibility. Yuto has been great, opening kills going in favor of the CTs most of the time. And whenever they've lost outside control, there's been an immediate reaction coming in from the RAM player most of the times. So we're seeing some good communication, good coordination on the defensive side of things. But the Sinners, we did mention the set pieces being a bit of an issue for teams to deal with when they're playing up against them. And a set piece coming in towards that A-bomb site split. Nemanja is really important to deal with 2 players in towards outside. First one spotted, second one killed, and they still are aware of Neofrag's position.
Yeah, they switch it up though. They try and go towards the ramp. They run right into the AWP and the AK. It's Joffo. And Neofrag, a difficult customer to deal with towards outside, has actually landed a lot of damage himself and himself alone. But it's not enough to really just kind of pull that round out of the fire for Sinners. And speaking about it, Zero Tenacity have the flames with them now. 5 CT rounds in a row. And Zero Tenacity are probably one of the worst teams that you want to let get going in this event. I'd say that they are pretty momentum heavy. Once they get going and once they get into kind of their groove, they are very difficult to stop. So I feel Sinners are going to struggle to get back into this game unless the entries start coming from somewhere. They need to get a grip on outside, but it just feels like they're just being so restricted right now. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Target acquired. Target eliminated. Second target eliminated. All right, Brute Monster, that's a good double kill. That's a good way to deny outside presence. And as you pointed out, it feels like the momentum is starting to gather up here for the CT side. Shock, though, does open some space in towards the ramp. And this is a good change. You get Shock into an aggressive position, but look at Brute Monster. He's all over the place right now, all around. The map timing favors Oscar for the first one. Might need to double up and double down, but he does it. Easy does it from the Oper on the rifle. A-bomb site opened up, and Nemanja is running all the way around Secret right now. Bomb can go down. Oscar's low on HP, but Ide is still alive, still kicking, and smoking towards Mate might actually set up Oscar for one more kill. But that was, if Nemanja was thinking about going through main, he's going around the world instead, all the way through T-spawn. This is so awkward.
Yeah, the flank is coming around towards heaven though. Nemanja seeing nothing towards lobby right now. I is going to be making his way slowly up. Oscar is just going to try and delay for main. He's the only bit of presence that's been seen right now. And surely they're considering the possibility. Smoke down, defuse being stuck. Brute Monster might just snatch it away. And he has. Has outplayed himself there. And he... Oh... That's just a round to forget if you're right. Oh no.
Right.
I mean, I understand why he's going for that play. Like, they're probably not expecting it, but all that relies on Oscar not dying instantly. And Oscar's 9 HP, so it's barely even his fault.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate. He did still have the... Ooh. Alrighty. We can get back to that later on. It was a nice run boost, but what I was trying to say, he still had the chance to actually get the second kill. He just started spraying a little bit early on, right? He wasn't necessarily sure where the bomb was planted, and he was the one planting it. I mean, the CT could have been standing on the right-hand side too, but yeah. Once you forget, still, a lot of damage done. Bomb plants, so another buy coming up for the Sinners, and this one starts off really nicely. B-stick. Just showing the stop sign to Nemanja in towards outside, and this is an opening kill that Sinners were after for a long time now. Bonus damage done on AVN, it's unconfirmed, but it's still a good start here for the T's.
Sinners are still freezing. They're waiting for a little bit of aggression to come their way. They knew it was going to happen, but it's all good knowing that's going to happen. You need to be winning the fight, and I unfortunately does fall. Does a little bit of damage in return. This is still just not a comfortable position right now for Sinners. Bomb is above ground. You've got Neofrag searching below, and you've got Zero Tenacity just dropping util. You feel Neofrag has to now make a sound and try and come up behind Sajafo, or it's on the ramp players just to get this kill. There's the dink. Sajafo's going to try and fall away, and Neofrag's going to try and catch him as he rotates down, but he hasn't been pulled all the way back. Neofrag's seen nothing, so the T's are going to be ready for him to be on the ramp, and eventually when he comes, he's going to fall. Oscar needs to get down and plant this bomb. Will just about have enough time. Sinners, they leave it late, but they now have a 2 versus 2 to possibly win the round. Brute Monster, a fantastic pick. And Neofrag, the man that got down secret, he killed the ramp player already. Now just has to deal with 2 more coming his way, but surely they know where he is. Now they do. That jiggle is perfect. Brute Monster just trying to cause enough distraction for Simka to get closer, but Simka, he's fumbled the opportunity, and Brute Monster is going to try and run Neofrag down. He tries to just scamper away, drops the Molotov. Brute Monster,
he's mollied himself.
Yeah, this is a big problem. Brute Monster's just going to get on it and stick it here. Neofrag has to run on through. Oh, 1 HP, and Brute Monster hits the headshot. Is there enough time?
No,
there is not. Neofrag gets him off it. I mean, a whisker away, Ted. I don't even want to describe how close that one was. He was 1 HP away from death, a singular tick, and that round was done. And sometimes,
not even a singular tick, it's just 1/10 of a tick.
Sometimes, man, you just need a little bit of good fortune, and I mean, that is it in a nutshell there for Sinners.
Calculated to perfection for Neofrag.
I don't know about that.
Running through the flames, 1 HP to spare. You know what's the thing though? I mean, even if he goes down in the Molotov, I feel like Brute Monster was already off the bomb. He was already looking for the kill. Even if Neofrag dies in the flames, Brute Monster was already off it. Now the question is, what if he had enough time to stick it without having to actually kill him physically with the deke, even if he was off the bomb? It would have been extremely close, but yeah, as you said, Sinners just needed a little bit of good fortune, and they got it. The way that Neofrag was actually put in a position to get the first kill in the 1 versus 2, it felt like he was going to go for the swing and not anticipating the second player's position. Still able to reset pretty nicely. 6-4. Now this is looking like a T side that you can work with, even if you end up falling flat until the end of that first half, but the CTs are looking great here. Regardless of that previous round, things are looking solid. Neofrag should be going down any moment now. Nemanja with a great angle to work with, and Neofrag didn't see it coming. I feel like it hurts to be the side player, by the way. You kind of have to spot with a nade and just look at that thing on your screen the entire round.
He doesn't have to look at it for very long. He's instantly dropped by knees, or B-stick, excuse me. Oscar. Finding that entry, tapping the bomb. Brute Monster in the heavens. Now dealt with, but Oscar always in so much trouble. How has he managed to just scamper away through the hut? And he's going to just instantly hightail it all the way towards ramp. Nemanja is going to be rotating down. Sajafo is going to sit up in the heavens. And Oscar, he's got a 1 versus 1 here. Breaks the glass. Continues to run. Oh, silently now. Oh, but he's dropped. And
Not
Nemanja
intentional.
started that. Yeah.
And now surely you know where both those CTs are coming from though, right? Because Nemanja is not engaging. He heard you dropping on the side. You didn't get double peak. Surely now you realize they're coming in from different positions, but you need to get that kill. And look at how safe Nemanja is playing this one. Cross not going to be allowed. Surely, actually, Oscar might have had a chance, but he fails the jump. And that sets up Nemanja for a great kill there, getting the instant headshot. So 7 rounds on the board for Zero Tenacity. Back to winning ways. We go for the CTs, picking up 7 out of the last 8. And if you're Cinders right now, you're feeling lucky that you were able to get that pistol round and the conversions early on. That's the only reason you're still competitive on your own map pick on the T side.
Two pieces of failed movement in that round, unfortunately, are going to punish Oscar. The first one, not so much. The second one was just a little bit too much. These things happen. Sinners, though, would love to get 5. I mean, it's still an okay half if they finish on 4, but 5 would be perfect. Nate opened the door. AVN is going to just try and lock this one in. Manages to stop the player behind, but not the first player, who gets a whole lot closer. Luckily, he's got teammates who are just going to try and lock this one in. Shock through a Molotov. Dinks are good, but side player is just better. A solid half from Zero Tenacity, all things considered. And that's an A4 lead that they are going to bring forward. They have done their job, but they just need to rely now on their T side. If they get this pistol, they can maybe just close this one out. But there might be a little bit of doubt creeping into their mind, of course, as well. Knowing how good Sinners are usually on this map, on that CT side, that you've got Oscar to deal with as well. It just really comes down to how much space they're going to be given, because Zero Tenacity did a really good job of kind of constricting, I would say, Sinners. Sinners need to do exactly the same here.
Yeah, I guess limiting the options is a big thing on CT side of Nuke. Limiting the options of the Ts, that is, of course. And Sinners have been struggling on Nuke as of recent. We did mention that they've lost their last 5 games on Nuke, and the majority of those games, because there was 2 maps that were a little bit closer. I feel like the ESL Challenger 13-16 against the 9 Pandas is one not to take too close to your heart. I mean, it's a good map that you've played. It's just unfortunate that you ended up falling short in overtime. Straight after that, though, losing to Unity, 3D Max, and the Instant Academy and Habu ones did hurt a little bit more. I feel like those were the 2 most recent ones. The main issue with that was that they were winning a decent amount of rounds on the T side, around, let's say, 5, 4, 6, something like that, but they were never able to get a good start on the CT side. Most of the time losing the pistol rounds, most of the time, even if winning the pistol round, then dropping maybe the second or the third round in the half. So a good start here is the big task, and Shock opens things up pretty nicely. Joe Beretta's up close and personal, getting the opening kill. A play. Gonna come in any moment now with the top of HUD Molotov being lined up by Brute Monster, but Sinners at least have a 5v4.
Yeah, and Shock's going to get ahead of the play there. That's lovely. He's found another, and there's no weight behind this right now. That's the big problem. You're going to try and pop out and take down these pistols, and actually they have some success. You get it down into a 3 versus 3, you have the sight, and you might be a little bit more comfortable, and especially if you're continuing to do damage like that to Neofrag, but still, this is awkward. Yeah, they can go B, but Sajafo hasn't made his way down. Door opened and then instantly closed, and I believe was in a position to spot that. Zero Tenacity are trying to just bait out these fights right
kill.
now, but Neofrag just executes one. Beastie from the heavens takes down a second, and Nemanja tries to swing up the vent. He's going to get up safely, but blinds himself with his own flashbang, and it just falls apart. But I want to give full credit to Sinners there, and full credit to Shock. It was him, really, to stop the brunt of that. If Zero Tenacity just goes straight into an A-pop there, even with the players, just how the fights initially went, Sinners were losing that round.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Shock gets a double kill like that was a 5 versus 3, and they're still able to make it out winnable and that close in the end. It all comes down to Neofrag getting that kill cleanly onto Brute Monster, and of course, Sijofo being low on HP towards the back of the side, which again was the player tagged down by Shock. So a big pissed around from him. We have had that conversation of Neofrag being back in the team, which now limits, I guess, some of the possibilities and some of the freedom that Shock was initially getting. As they were trying to make him the big star rifle of the team. But you know what? Neofrag being back in the team is not really limiting Shock that much anymore. I feel like he's actually comfortable with having Neofrag to be the main space taker of the team, and this is one of the points that I wanted to make, because we did mention the fact that ESO Challenger has been really good for Sinners, right? You're looking at what, 5 consecutive wins there against pretty decent teams too. You're just to throw in some of the names, you're looking at teams like 3D Max, 9 Pandas, the Rebels, Aurora, X Proud as well, because that was some time ago. You're looking at the discrepancy between the ratings of the players and just their overall individual performance outside of Challenger and inside of Challenger. Outside of Challenger, you have Oscar and Neofrag on the 1.11 rating so far this year as your 2 highest rated players. In Challenger League, Shock in those games is sitting on 1.16, and this is one of the big differences, right? The fact that Shock is able to activate Ide as well on the T sides in Challenger League, just bringing in an incredible performance on those lurks, something that we haven't been able to see so far, and we didn't see in the first half here on Nuke. But those are the 2 players that actually hold the majority of the impact, because Neofrag and Oscar having good performances is kind of like a given for the Sinners, but the big difference comes in when Shock and Ide are finding that good form.
Yeah, just go back to the original point. I don't think bringing Neofrag back into any team is going to be a bad thing. I know you might have to sacrifice the roles a little bit, but having a player like that, yeah, I don't think Shock is going to be too disappointed having his old mate back in the
I wouldn't
server,
even say it's
for
sacrificing,
sure.
because I don't think Shock's ever been a player that requires all the space and roles and freedom that Neo does to operate.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say they're different players.
Oh, well,
Oh.
Oscar, he's made the step there. That's a perfect Molotov,
Perfect
though.
timing.
Yeah, like, and he's burned them up, and he realizes, okay, yeah, maybe they were trying to pop ramp there, because I've heard them burn. I'm just going to drop my util. Hope Molly's going to go in as well. The real difference maker could be Nemanja. If he creeps up towards heaven, if he kills the ramp player, Oscar's not expecting this, doesn't realize that this one is open. Nemanja is going to take his time here.
15 seconds.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time. So even if you find this kill and you run down over towards B, you've already got a player down here for Sinners. Ite is going to try and get down the vent. Shock is going to try and get down safely.
Oh.
I mean, if B-Stick is able to find these kills and drop the bomb, that might be the round, but unable to do so, still, Ite tries to get a whole lot closer, not expecting Sijofo to peek from the mini-ramp. It's absolute chaos in the bomb below. And it's Zero Tenacity out on top. Nemanja, once again, man, his impact has to just be studied for this Zero Tenacity team.
I mean, it kind of feels like he's an IGL that has constructed the game around the fact that he's going to have good games, right? He's just putting himself in those positions where he's given his own ability the chance to actually be developed and unveiled to its full potential, right? He's given himself all those possibilities to catch timings, coming from behind, create space if he wants to, and he's making it work, man. Nemanja is doing God's work right now for that Zero Tenacity lineup. The Sinners need a response back, but Beastie going down like that to Nemanja himself early on is not the answer. Neither is Neofrag going down 1-for-1 towards outside. They're just being torn apart.
Yeah, this is such an impressive round from Zero Tenacity. Sinners have no chance now after losing those fights, even if I was to find that kill. Oscar stuck in the vent. Just has to pray that Zero Tenacity don't come looking for him. And luckily for him, there probably won't be too many players interested in hunting him down, because Zero Tenacity's money isn't in a fantastic financial position itself, but once you kind of know where he is, a switch kind of goes off in your mind. You just want to go find him, and you've got him. No op, no money. Sinners look to be in trouble on their own map pick. Zero Tenacity, when they've needed to pick up rounds on this T side, didn't start so great. Last two have been perfectly ideal.
Yeah, it kind of feels like in this round, after losing that opening fight, they were just glued in on the idea to find something massive in response, right? Neofrag trying to be a hero towards outside, breaking the smoke for himself, getting into that fight, especially considering that you already have the ult down the B bomb side. I feel like this is something that when you commit to the play, it could sell the bait really nicely, right? Because it's a play that looks a little bit desperate when you do it all alone and there's so many people on the other side. But the fact that you have the ult down secret, the moment that Neofrag goes down, then Nemanja feels like he's got a lot of space to work with, and he can try and walk out towards the A bomb side because he's already killed one there. You've taken rid of the outside players, so you can go out A. If you spot two people, then they just commit to the B play. If you spot one and you get the kill, then they can come back A, which ended up happening in the end of the day. And Oscar was just stuck on the lower bomb side extremity. So at times it feels like it's a bit disjointed from Sinners on some of those reactions on the CT side. Some of the ifs, buts, and maybes. And Zero Tenacity have been doing a great job at capitalizing on that. Of course, not overlooking the impact of Nemanja on the T side. He's doing way more work than one player should be able to do on that offense. And Sijofo's been having a great game too. Currently on 15 and 6. He's been hitting some nice shots. And if everything goes as expected, we should be looking at an 11-6 lead here for Zero Tenacity on that T side.
Lobby crunch happening for Sinners, and Simka has 0 help. So
I thought you were going to say Tenacity.
no,
Caught you off guard with this one, didn't
I mean, not just 0 help. Over towards Lobby just gets run down by
you've
pistols.
got
It's not a
zero
place that you want to
tenacity
be.
towards Lobby, right? No
Yeah,
grip on the position.
Yeah, that's true. That is, well, now, yeah. That's why he wanted to get away from those pistols, because even though that kill doesn't go the way of Beastic, it was still a little bit worrisome, especially for the Opper. Nemanja should be able to deal with these with ease, though. AK just swats away at them like flies. And Shock. Oh, it is all about timing here, and this could work out perfectly for him.
Knife him. Knife him.
Yeah.
Knife him. Oh, yeah. Think about it. Ah. Disappointed. Didn't have his back fully exposed, though, and he didn't know he was low on HP, I guess. But a knife here would have been class. You would have had the money to drop over an AVP, by the way. So that was a big decision from Shock. I mean, I was having fun with just wanting to see a knife kill, but if he gets the knife there, then he can drop over an AWP to Oscar. Now he's going to be downgraded to an M4 with little to no util to work with either. So that would have been a good kill. A much better kill than the one that he actually got.
Nemanja down the vent. And Sinners can't stop him. And it looks like he's going to just come straight up secret. Which isn't really too big of a problem. He was thinking about just looking to make sure that it was clear. Eye is above the site. Nemanja just making sure everything's okay, everything's in check. Sinners have rotated accordingly. They have, of course, one player down. Shock is still going to be covering ramp as well. And Zero Tenacity, they're going to wait out this util, but I think it is just going to be the ramp play in just a moment. So Shock needs to be very, very cautious. Molly goes down. It's going to delay them a little bit. They're not going to smoke it and go through. They're going to just wait this one out. Can allow more rotations to come in. Great flashbang, delay them even further. Shock still hasn't moved the muscle right now. Needs to win the first fight.
Big.
Does. Drops down into the fire and needs to be aware Nemanja is already down, but isn't.
He was aware, but now it's Hyde all alone towards the back of the side. They're not aware. Hyde needs more than one kill here, though. One and done is not going to be enough, and he whiffs the first chance, and he doesn't get a single one. This is just falling apart right now. Simki shuts him down straight up, and Nemanja is in a great position. He's going to peek right ahead of the Yuto, gets one more, and that should be enough to seal the deal. Neofrak and Beastic need to go for this one. They have a kit, they have the 2 rifles, no Yuto to work with, and 3 Ts to find.
Not even a save on the cards for Beastic. You're not even going to look into this round if you're Neofrag. This is 12-6, and this is looking like it's going to be Mirage all over. A third map. Looking like it's going to happen. Sinners, their money situation should be getting 2,900 into their bank accounts, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. You are right. Correct. Indeed. Take a look at that, though. Shock plays it perfectly. The thing is, in that situation, you have Eye down towards the B bomb side, and you have Shock towards the ramp because you're aware of Nemanja's potential presence, right? It feels like they just forget about it. In that position, I guess you can make the point that there's nowhere where Shock could go, essentially, right? So he gets the first kill, he gets mollied out. He probably needs to stay around and try and fight a little bit more. He probably is alright with just repositioning down towards the ramp and then picking up another fight and trying to go maximum damage. Should have known that was a possibility, and I not being able to get away with a single kill was the big issue there. Truly. So Zero Tenacity coming in strong, coming in powerful on the map pick of the Sinners, and now the Checker thankful that they were able to convert out Dust 2 in map number 1. Ever since joining Nuke, there has been one team and one team only to look like they have picked into the map, and unfortunately for Sinners, that hasn't been them. A 13-6 response looks highly likely now as the numbers thin up with each and every second, each and every fight. An XM close range, and Oscar gets that kill onto Nemanja. But you still need your teammates in towards the lobby extremities to hold on. And Beastic has made a decision. He's committed to that aggressive angle. But they've lost Ide, and he's going to start moving forward, which leads him right into his own demise. Hope waiting. Oscar either goes huge or goes home. It's probably going to be the latter of the two. He hasn't really been spotted out, though. This is interesting. They have no idea he's towards the side.
Drops the bomb.
No way,
Surely
right?
he's just going to be cleared out here, though. He's lost Shock now. It is just him, Oscar, the only player that stands in Zero Tenacity's way. And from tying this series up, and Oscar is trying to do it all here. Oh, he's so evasive with this XM. Still alive, still kicking. Needs to get a reload off, though. Needs more shells in the magazine. Jumping right through the smoke, and this time Brute Monster will find him. He'll connect, and a 13-6 is where a Nuke finishes. Really good performance there from Zero Tenacity for sure. I was expecting, you know, just a little bit more from Sinners on that map, but as you said, Ted, going into that game, they've been struggling for form on Nuke. It's not been the Nuke of old that we're so used to seeing Sinners on, and Zero Tenacity are going to be able to take full advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the Sinners just felt really uncomfortable going into the series up against a team like Zero Tenacity, right? You know, it's a team that plays all 7 maps, so they can remove whatever they want, and then you don't really feel like you have a clear punish against them. And even though you're able to steal away their map pick, if you want to go for a Nuke pick, you see it's a bit of a risk that they're running because it's a map that Zero Tenacity don't play too much. Well, apparently they were a little bit more prepared from you. So going into a third and final map, it is Mirage. It is another map that both those teams occasionally play, but most of the time it is a pocket pick, and this is exactly what it comes down to, a pocket pick as the third and final map of the series to see which one of those two teams will proceed into the Group C winners matchup. We'll catch you after the break.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click.
1xBet.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, folks, to the RES Regional Series 3 European Edition. Map number 3 of our first series of the day is ready. On the edge of starting off, Mirage coming up, Sinners taking on Zero Tenacity. It's been a long series, Jack. Double overtime on the first map. It was the Dust 2, then Nuke, the map pick of the Sinners, just being completely, I guess, opposed to what we expected, just a one-sided affair in favor of Zero Tenacity. And now with that being said, we are moving into Mirage. Third and final map, it is the classic. We see a Dust 2 and a Mirage in the same veto. What can go wrong?
A lot for Sinners, I think, to be honest. I really do fancy Zero Tenacity's chances to take this one. I'm just really interested to see the battle that we're going to get between Oscar and Brute Monster.
Sure.
You know, Mirage, even though it hasn't been great for Zero Tenacity, it just feels like a map that they can just get a grip on early and just run away with if Sinners aren't careful, especially if the knife round goes their way. And Sinners, look, they put up a great fight on Dust 2. Nuke, they were absolutely no match for Zero Tenacity, and to be honest, I'm expecting more of the same, because I'm seeing Zero Tenacity kind of get into that really dangerous groove that we've seen them pretty much for the entirety of the RES 2, and if they just stay there, if they stay consistent, especially with Nemanja just opening up that space over towards middle like you can do on the T side and even on the CT side as well, it just makes Mirage just so difficult to play.
Yeah, it does, right? One big discrepancy that we've seen so far in the series, I guess, is the one between Nemanja and Neofrag, right? You kind of mentioned Nemanja had a great showing, especially on the T side of Nuke. We were highlighting the fact that he was constantly creating space. He was constantly getting himself in great positions. And on the CT side too, and towards outside, I mean, he had a really good showing, but I feel like the entire team just worked really nicely together. But even if you want to go back on Dust 2 and the T side, I think that the T side of Mirage is going to provide a lot more chances for Nemanja to get involved once again. And this is something that Neofrag hasn't really been able to do that much, right? Especially from a player like him. You're expecting to see that firepower. He had his stint with OG. Things didn't work out necessarily. Then we all remember what happened with ITB. He had his quote-unquote redemption arc with E-Claw to show that he can still put up a pretty decent fight in the server and pack a punch, and now he's back with the Sinners, but we haven't really been seeing those star-like performances from him. And, you know, he is still one of the highest-rated players of the team alongside Oscar, but we haven't seen both of them unleash their full potential so far. We saw a really good game from Shock. We've seen a couple good moments from I guess Beastic had a great showing on map number 1, but going into that Mirage, you need Neofrag, and as you pointed out, you need Oscar to be able to neutralize Brute Monster, you feel like.
Yeah, I just keep thinking back. I can't really recall which Zero Tenacity game exactly it was. I actually think maybe it was Bait. Now that I'm kind of putting more thought into it, I just remember Nemanja, like on that CT side, really just dominating, just taking out that mid lurk every single time, early, late, mid round, it didn't really matter. And I just think the form that he's in right now, he's just going to be so difficult to play with, and you're going to see it on the T side as well. He doesn't even need really that much support to get a lot of space over towards middle, and then you'll see the splits begin to happen over towards each bomb site, and he really just is an orchestrator over on this map, and he's going to be orchestrating the fake here, trying to give the illusion that this is going to be a B play, and it has pulled the rotations and the attention away from the A side for the moment, but Neofrag is now going to spot out the bomb, but it is going to cost him a massive chunk of his health.
Yeah, it is. They need to scale up into our CT though. They've spotted some of the CTs, but getting no kills and just getting the bomb plan won't be enough, especially if the retake is good enough, and that's a great opening from B-Stick.
First kill found, still a few more on the table. Should you be able to get them? You need to get them, but Simka shuts down the CT element, and now it is just everybody flying through jungle and over the top of stairs, but the T's begin to cut them apart. It started so well, but that was it. It started and ended just with one. Zero Tenacity will start with one on their T side.
And that was a really well held on to bomb side. I'm actually honestly surprised that they were able to make it look so clean on the back of not getting any upfront control, right? They had no CT control, no jungle, no stairs, and it's a 4 versus 5. The fact that Neofrag and I'd fall down though, that was absolutely massive. And I really thought the CTs would probably approach that with more people coming out of CT spawn. That was the fight that is the big difference maker in my eyes. It just makes it extremely uncomfortable for the last couple of players to go into the retake after the fact, but as we expected, Zero Tenacity are the favorites according to 1xBet as well. Of course, if you want to take advantage of those odds, make sure you click the banner below the stream and you head over to 1xBet. Use our code 1XRESEU. I was just looking at it. Are the digits on the Zeus reversed? They looked reversed.
I didn't catch that.
They were mirrored. It was 100%, but yeah, it was mirrored, I'm pretty sure.
Was Oscar holding it in his left hand?
No. That's the interesting part of it. See?
Oh yeah, they are, yeah. Probably a visual glitch after maybe he swapped left hand to right hand.
Probably.
That's what I would imagine. So I probably would think that he swapped left hand to right hand and it just got stuck or something. Yeah, I don't know. That is weird, but no, you're not seeing things.
No, yeah, I was surprised that I caught that too, because it was like instantly I was locked onto the 100. I was like, that's not supposed to be there. It's not supposed. Well, it's supposed to be there, but not like that. That's when you can tell that we are focused on the game, laser focused, not missing a detail.
Not really too many details to go and miss here in this round. This looks like a straight up B pop, and it looks to me, Ted, that you've got one person here. You've got a fourth. Well, I say a fourth, a second rotating over. Number 4, that's going to be Oscar. Trying to lock into a position, but the smokes are perfect. Brute Monster needs to clear out B-Stick towards the back of the site, who's doing a fantastic job of staying alive, and the damage is being done. The rotations are arriving. This is a great hold, which looked initially so weak, and B-Stick is still up extremely close, and he needed to be dealt with, and eventually is. Hold on a second. Zero Tenacity are not out of this fight just yet. They're not out of this round. Nemanja just goes aggressive.
They know.
And they're looking for Shock. They have no idea where he is. They're going to plan for market. They've taken that control, and yet they should be aware. It's either Shore or it's Apps. It's one of the two.
Yeah, he's not coming in from kitchen now. It's so late for that position, and AVN is just locked in on the apartments. He's going to get that kill surely on Shock. P comes in, not ready for the angle. AVN confirms it. It's a 3 versus 5 courtesy of a triple kill from AVN. And how are Sinners able to steal that one away? B-Stick does God's work there. How does he stay alive? How does he find a double kill? And they still end up falling short.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a tough pill to swallow.
Man, B-Stick does everything there, man. Like,
he does
look
more
at this
than
again.
everything.
Oh, man, it's so good from him. And especially with Oscar being smoked off, Oscar can't really offer him that much support. Now, Oscar does land the tag in there, but it's Zero Tenacity just finding the frags, taking the fights, realizing, all right, if we like stick the bomb plant here and sit in our positions, the round probably isn't going to go our way. We need to get aggressive and find these gunfights, and Sinners just give them to them. Of course, they have the numbers advantage. They want to try and put the round to bed. They think they've done enough.
Yeah.
Zero Tenacity are just going to take full advantage. That's 3 in a row. Sinners, money reset, and it was a little bit of a bonus round there for Zero Tenacity. There was a lot of Mac 10s in play there.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was 2 SMGs in play, but even if there's only one, right? Even if it was only one, because I'm unsure. The fact that they straight up trigger a B rush on the back of, you know, winning the pistol in the second, that tells you we're trying to go for a shutdown call. This is a bonus for us. If it doesn't work out, we have the money to justify another one. It's no big deal, but it ends up working out perfectly in 3 versus 5. And now look at the state of the economy. Sinners do have an ace stack in play, but it's just the pistols. They need someone to go absolutely huge, and the flashes are perfect. They're just getting mauled down in towards that A bomb side. Not a single kill, not a single fight won. Look at all those blue X's on the minimap. They're all in towards the A bomb side, and not a single one of them being able to crown a kill. This is the dream start for Zero Tenacity on Mirage, and another buy round. And if you're Zero Tenacity right now, it could be worth it to try another gimmicky play at the start of it. And taking a look at the spawns of Brute Monster and the player in front of him with the rifle, that could be a boost for the AVP to try and grant an early opening in towards the ramp.
Definitely could be.
It was. Didn't get the kill though.
No, it didn't net anything. Nobody went that way. Nobody tried to cross from the stairs side. So Sinners were more focused on middle. Zero Tenacity have no interest in it right now. This is going to be the A play. Nemanja is going to be sent lurking at Molly. Is going to burn down B stick. Nemanja should realize that he was close. He should have heard him tick. Still a little bit scared about his position, but the jiggles are actually fine. He takes a lot of damage, but he does stay alive, which is going to keep at least Sinners entertained for the moment. But here comes the A play. Shock needs to be careful on that jump spot once again. Brute Monster is waiting to just take him down as Sinners move into position to try and fend off this attack. The smokes aren't really going to be up. Shock playing around one of his own. Lots of damage, but he hasn't netted a kill and hasn't really managed to stop the brunt of this attack. But still, you can't feel comfortable right now if you're Zero Tenacity at all. You don't have the smokes up. The CTs have got clear line of sight from jungle. You need to go take that control away from them.
Yeah, you need to find a kill right now. You need to get at least one or get jungle control. This is so uncomfortable for the T's. 25 seconds. Bomb could get planted in towards default, I guess. But you need to Juffle to get a kill, and it's not going to happen. Oscar shuts him down. This is a 3 versus 5. It's a completely done round here for the T's. If they get away with this one, this is going to be heartbreaking for the Sinners right now. Much better position to make it work. Nemanja finds another one. Brute Monster not quick enough on the trigger. And it's Nemanja in a 1 versus 3. And he's getting flanked from the ramp any moment now. Doesn't even need it. It's Oscar to confirm it from the stairs. Sinners needed that round. They converted, and it was theirs for the taking.
Yeah, they needed that, man. They needed that one badly.
That's one of those rounds that if you're... Sorry to interrupt you there, but you've been in certain situations, even when you were a coach back in the time. Those are the types of rounds that if you lose, you know the game is not going your way, right? It's a round that just falls into place perfectly. If you somehow end up finding a way to lose this, that's how you feel after it, right? You feel like you had to actually come up with a solution not to win the round.
Yeah, I mean, in a round like that, if you're on the receiving end of it, it's very, very tough. Like a 3v5 or a 2v5 after you're already losing every single round. It just kind of feels... Now, it is early on in the game in Sinners, so maybe this doesn't come into effect, but it does kind of feel like nothing is going to go right for you.
Exactly.
And, like you're just kind of in your own head then about it, and it's very kind of difficult to come back from. But that is probably would affect probably more younger teams, I would say. Not really Sinners. I wouldn't really expect them to be that much affected by it, although there might be a little seed of doubt. But these guys have obviously got incredible faith in themselves. So yeah, I do agree with your point, but luckily for Sinners, it doesn't come to that. They pick up the round, can now get a little bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's the points that they're extremely experienced, and as you pointed out, it's early in that third map, but it surely is something that could upset you on the back of a long series, and your map pick not really working out. This is working out though. Neofrag claims an early opening, and it's a nice little change. He will stick around, however, and potentially allow himself to get refrag. Needs to be really careful with this one. They're not gonna let him get out of there, and this is a big pickup. Nemanja with another. Nemanja doubles up.
With 2 of his own. And this is still a doable round for Zero Tenacity, though. Oscar, needs to be so careful. He's going to give away his life for free. Sajafo collects that kill, and even if Beastic tries to walk his way in there, AVN was going to lock off that rotate. AVN can split this right down the middle. He's going to spot out I. He's going to just drop him. He knows Beastic has rotated away over towards B. And now Beastic knows that the bomb's not coming here. I've been mollied off, and I've only got an SMG right now. There's weapons to be acquired, but he needs to get his hands on them, and he needs to find out where these T's are. All you need to do right now, if you're Zero Tenacity, is play a crossfire, play with each other, off each other, and this round should be fine. But Beastic moves in. No kit. Has to go quickly.
They know.
Clearing out the angles. Yeah, Shirley knows that he could be coming from the site now. So Jaffo's going to be seeing Beastic. He's going to run down and look for a fight. Sees both of them, nearly claims two. But Jaffo able to hold on. 41 HP. Maybe a different weapon in play there. He might have had a better chance. He might have been a little bit more comfortable in that scenario. But still, it's Zero Tenacity. 5-1 up.
It felt a little bit silly there for a second. Obviously, what Oscar is thinking right there is they've lost control over towards the A-bomb side. One player is nowhere to be spotted. He thinks that this player from middle is falling back to get the bomb, and he's sprinting in towards A, right? He's not thinking there's going to be one more on the back of that A side presence, because he was the one to spot the player in towards A, cross towards either CT or Jungle. And you're not expecting one more to be down connector. Not in a million years. You thought he had left such a long time ago to collect the C4 and head in towards that A-bomb side. Zero Tenacity just slowing things down towards the middle portion of the round, not really being in a rush to collect that bomb and make it to the bomb side itself is what ends up winning them the round there. What ends up causing so much confusion even in the lines of Sinners. At least they have some money going forward into this one. Oscar once again is going to put himself on an AVP. You have the two rifles for AJT and Neofrag, the two MP9s for Beastic and Shock. But you are desperately after some rounds here on the CT side of things. Nemanja looks extremely comfortable. Zero Tenacity in the 2vx situations looks extremely dangerous right now. And the series could be running out of your control here. There has been some good results for the Sinners recently on this map. Losing it only to Dynamo Eclod and Parry Vision in their last 7 games. Getting 5 wins. Playing it quite a lot as well so far in April. And then on the other side, you have a Zero Tenacity side that shouldn't be feeling too comfortable when it comes down to Mirage, right? They got completely shut down the last couple times they played it. Of course, we do remember that 13-1 victory over Nexus in the playoffs in the quarterfinal stage of the previous RES, which was a spectacular one, but this is the only win that they were able to get in their last 4 games. You're looking at a 1-13 loss to Luminar, the one that you did mention that happened yesterday. You're looking at a 6-13 loss to the Guild Eagles on the 24th, and then on the 19th, which was a group stage game, again in the RES Regional Series 2 Europe, they lost at 9-13 to Parry Vision. So, in all fairness, you are looking at a team that should be nowhere near that confident when it comes down to Mirage, but that has been playing exceptionally well so far.
Kind of feeds in as well to the point that we're making about, you know, the Sinner side, that they are struggling for a little bit of form, that even though Zero Tenacity, you know, has been an ideal of times, or the idealist of times, I still think they're going to be riding that high off the RES too, because it's probably
sure.
I know they haven't won many games in other events. You know, they went on a 3-loss streak, losing to Namiga and then losing 2 more after. They bounced back and beat Illuminar, but just how impressive they were in this event, I think they're just going to go into this one and just be like extremely full of confidence, think that they can take down anyone, want to do a little bit better than just getting into the semi-finals last time round. You know, they can count themselves a little bit unlucky that they came up against an Amiga side that just pretty much dominated the entire competition. I think they only dropped 2 maps in the whole event, and you know, one of them in the playoffs, one of them in the group stage versus Sangle and Mouse NXT. So, you know, Zero Tenacity, they will just feed off, and especially Nemanja with that 1.46 rating he had on that last event. Like, I think that's just going to carry them through, especially the group stage. Maybe we can have a little bit of a consideration and a talk later on about the playoffs, but certainly I think that group stage form is just going to come into full effect.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and you got to have something in mind. You go into the playoffs, you look at the caliber of teams that Zero Tenacity had to play against. It is normal for Nemanja to slow it down a little bit, and he still did a good job against Nexus, as far as I remember, right? I mean, you look at the game against Nexus, he was still, I think, alongside Simke, they both ended on something around 1.8 rating in that game against Nexus in the quarterfinals. It was really the match against Nemiga where his individual form dropped a little bit, but can you really blame it? And he was still one of the best players. He was still, I think, the best player purely statistically on the team. So it is only natural that when you're such a wild player that's constantly looking for gaps, you have your gimmicks, you love doing your prep for certain matchups and looking for the gaps in the defenses of the enemy team and what you can potentially get away with. It's only natural that you're going to get less and fewer chances when you're facing off against better and better teams, right? Like Nemiga, who are pretty in form, or if you were to play, let's say, in the playoffs against a team like Bleed that made it into the finals back-to-back. So when you're up against those teams, it's going to be a little bit harder for you to find those gaps. But then when you're playing against teams that you've been given like 1 or 2 days of notice you're going to be facing off against, you have some time to do your prep, look at the gaps that you can potentially try and explore and punish. And teams that fundamentally might have a couple, I guess, deficiencies that you feel like you can exploit and try and abuse. It has been a recurring team. Nemanja is an interesting player to have a lot of conversations about, right? It is the fact that he hasn't really been playing on other teams and he hasn't really been successful with other teams than Zero Tenacity. And the fact that the discrepancy between him and his teammates look to be a pretty big one. With that being said, though, vast discrepancy in the scoreboard too. Zero Tenacity, we're back to the action, but they still have a 5-1 lead. Senders on another bye. Well, after at least the second round here. But it has to be a starting point. They need to build up on top of that.
He's just going to sit here close, but how long is he going to feel comfortable in this position right now? Surely he's realizing that, you know, they're not seeing anything towards the sites. There could be a mid-play happening in just a moment, so he is just going to stick around a little bit. He's going to see the util come over now. Might try and get ahead of the play. If he does that, Brute Monster will take him down. Nemanja will go down first, though. And I might just be happy enough with that kill. Might just now back away to safety. It's a good start in this round for Sinners, but they still need a little bit more.
Yeah, this is dangerous, though. Beastic, oh, spots out Simkin. This is key. He's going to call for a help, but look at AVN look for a gap in towards the A-bomb side. This is still dangerous, and he's going to get spotted. This is so awkward for the CTs right now. What exactly is going on? From the perspective of Zero Tenacity is the question, but now you've seen the bomb. Now you know exactly what's going on.
Oh, it's a B play. We know exactly what's about to happen here. Oscar not going to be seen just yet, and when he is seen, it is too late. Drops him clean from Sinners. So important. I can't stress how important a clean round for Sinners at this stage of the game is. Boost to the economy. Even if you lose this next round, you're still going to have enough money to have a buy. You're going to have enough util as well. Important stuff. And it all really started from that aggression towards middle from height. And just fair play to him. Even sticking around with zero support up there. That was great. Simka, unfortunately, has disconnected, so we might be gone into a little bit of a pause for just a moment. But yeah,
back to the podcast.
In that position, man, just it really just opens up a lot for Sinners. But especially when they just don't see anything on either side, that's a really dangerous place to be, and he knows it.
Yeah. By the way, as we're in another technical timeout, this time I have prepared with some interesting topics to talk about. You want to hear me out? I have fun facts. Okay, so I have, for today, I've prepared 10 jaw-dropping facts about sharks.
Okay.
And like the
not
joke
the team.
was
Not the team?
No. The sharks, like the animal.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. So, first one I'd say isn't jaw dropping, so I'm gonna skip it. Second one, coconuts are more dangerous than sharks. Hear me out. I know this could be
I think I know this one.
So, what the article says, and I'm not going to disclose. I believe it is trusted. It is trusted information approved by the authorities, by legal authorities. So, pop culture has trained us to fear sharks, but in reality, apparently pop culture's fault is for us to be fearing sharks. By the way, that's the starting point of it all. So, sharks are less dangerous than a falling coconut. That's right. Falling coconuts kill 30 times more humans annually than sharks. It sounds nutty, but it's true.
I mean, it makes sense. It's the same way, like in Ireland when I was growing up, we always used to hear cows are more dangerous than.
No, it sounds nutty. The it sounds nutty part just caught me off guard. Sorry. Yeah. So I have another one which is quite crazy. We can elaborate on that. So sharks can lose more than 30,000 teeth in a lifetime.
I think they have like 300 teeth, isn't it? Some of them.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what the specific number is. They have a lot, but they can lose up to 30,000 in their lifetime.
But they do live to like a ridiculous age as well. So.
Yeah.
A lot of them like can like live like like 60 odd years, like maybe even more.
Sure. Yeah. What else? So. Oh yeah, that's an interesting one. Sharks don't actually have vocal cords, so they can't speak. In case you haven't figured it out.
How'd you deduct that one there?
I mean, I've seen some movies. That's all I'm gonna say. And I've heard them even sing, not only speak. And if we have to go by what we have as scientific information, Baby Shark doesn't look like he can't speak.
But he can't.
Yeah. No, they can't. No. Pretty much no. Okay, so I have one last one, which is actually quite cool. Depending on the species, sharks can give birth in 3 different ways, and that's precarious. Yeah, that's interesting.
What can I ask a question? Why sharks? Like, what came across like your mind yesterday or the day before, and you're like,
I don't know, man.
What?
Sharks are just cool. I just decided. You know what?
I wanted to get a notion, like, and just be like, let me just.
You know how I did it. So sometimes when we have those long technical timeouts, obviously there's some things that people would want to listen. But we can't talk about the game for such a long time, especially when it's third map. We could be saying things, but it's things that you guys already know, right? So we got to keep it fun. So how I do it, Jack, the magic is in the fact of just choosing one thing and then opening up Google and typing in fun fact about that specific one thing. That's what I did here. And then the first link that pops up is 10 jaw-dropping facts about sharks. And you just pick the best ones.
I mean, I can understand that. I mean, I get your point. Can get a little bit tedious when we're in these tactical pauses.
Yeah, I have one more animal prepared, but I think that's a lot more random.
Right.
It's 10 facts about... Well, no, I think it's 8 facts, and they're not jaw-dropping. They're just, like, normal facts. It's 8 facts to celebrate International Beaver Day, which is apparently the 5th of April.
Okay. Tell me your beaver facts.
All right, so number 1. Did you know that a beaver's teeth are actually orange?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and now you do. And you know what? One more thing that you know is that this game is live. So, ladies and gents, we're back into the swing of things. You get your 7 facts about beavers later on. Well, the remaining 7 facts about beavers later on. We are back to the swing of things. Sinners winning their second round convincingly, for those of you that are just joining in on the CT side right before the technical pause and looking to build upon that. But yeah. Quality technical timeout talk time.
I'm blown away, Ted, to be honest. I don't know how I'm going to concentrate on the rest of this series without knowing the other 7 facts about beavers. But I'll try and soldier on here. Zero Tenacity are going to try and split right up up connector. This could be ideal for them, but they need to get past Neofrag in this position, and usually you're good for just one here, but Nemanja, he's going to drop shock. The Tech 9 goes before the flashbang, and that's just causing enough havoc and wreaking enough chaos. Collects a kill. They're going to try and swing across to take him down, but they don't think about short as a position. They forget about him for a moment. He's going to take down the rest of them on the site, and Sujafo needs to now make his way back. This somehow has turned into a winnable round. Oscar holding with that AWP. He's not going to miss. And I don't know, a little bit forgetful there, to be honest, from Zero Tenacity. Just forgetting that I was somewhere close. Maybe expecting him to go towards ramp and not peeking again. But still, just reloading out in the open like that, giving him an opportunity to not only claim the first, but the second as well. That's a big problem for Zero Tenacity. They cannot afford to get sloppy.
Yeah, and it felt like too many people crossed in towards the inside part of jungle, right? Because you get that kill, but then everyone needs to cross out of the open. You didn't have a smoke for top connector, and you're just exposed to so many different angles. So now it's down to the eco and a nice little palace rush. That shock will gobble up and gobble down. Oh, that would have been a great ace, but shame on you. He's going to steal it away. A 4K for shock. 4 rounds on the board for the Sinners. Now winning 3 in a row. 4 out of the last 5, looking a lot more comfortable. There's the replay. Nice little satisfying triple. And then the quad as well as he turns around.
Back underway, Zero Tenacity. Let's not forget, this was a 5-1 lead that they had. This is 3 rounds in a row now for Sinners, looking to make it 4 if they can. Neofrag wants to get out of mid as quickly as possible. There's that pressure, comes from underneath them. Zero Tenacity usually want to get Nemanja into a position that he can do some damage on this T side, but right now he does need the assistance of Sujafo. He is afraid that Sinners still might be occupying middle. Smoke towards window. Might be a little bit more comfortable to move now, especially with the mid players getting in on the action. So it's just going to be a late mid, take control. And Sinners are happy enough to give this up, but they have the util if they do want to fight for it, and they've got a lot of presence around that mid area.
Yeah, and Knights felt that right now. He doesn't want to give them the fight here. Wants to rather play it a bit more passively, deploy the smoke, but in the meantime, Neofrag's been dealt with, and now Shock needs to get more than one, and he does get more than one. This is big from Shock. He can get out of there, but he is on a timer. Nemanja coming in from behind. Ticket peak might be the savior of him, but Shock should be a dead man regardless, and now this is so much more uncomfortable for the CTs. Torn apart. Just jiggling around, but Oscar shuts down Nemanja, and that's going to open up even more space.
Oscar goes for the peek, finds him through the smoke, spotted a glimpse of Simka, and now Sujafo has to put the pressure right now onto Oscar. Bomb's just going to be planted, he's just going to stick it. They need the money bonus there if they want to have anything going in the next round, so he just risks it. Doesn't get anything more out of it, unfortunately. And Sinners will level this one up. That was looking so good. Nemanja, to be honest, I was expecting a whole lot more from him there. He gets himself into a fantastic position. They know where Shock is. They are able to deal with him. But here, he goes a little bit too early. Shoots. Oscar, able to react in time and able to win that round. And Zero Tenacity, maybe feeling the pressure now that Sinners are beginning to build up their own momentum to come back into this one. It's 5-5 right now. But you have to take your hat off to Sinners. They haven't given up in this series, even 5-1 down. They're battling back here, and that's a problem.
Yeah, it's the second tactical timeout for Zero Tenacity too. You can clearly see that things are. It's not like they're not working out. I mean, they're not in the finishing portions of the round, but you're getting to a really good point towards the middle, let's say third quarter of the round. And then suddenly, just something goes against you massively. The previous round was looking like that up until the triple kill from Might. Now it's a 3 versus 3, and then Oscar rather from Take It Part and just goes huge with a double kill with the AVP. So rounds have been looking good, at least at the start for Zero Tenacity, and this one will be no different. Brute Monster shuts down Neofrag, getting a bit overconfident, going for that top middle push on his lonesome, and now that's opened up a lot of space. The mine is going to get boosted in towards window once again. I feel like that sound cue has given it away though. I'm not sure if Oscar was close enough to hear it. I think he has. Yeah, he's locked in.
Yeah,
he knows.
should be aware. He should be aware, especially because Nemanja was boosted last round as well. You will just be keeping a close eye on it anyway. But this should be absolutely no surprise to Oscar. And especially with that step. Nemanja continues to give away sound cues, so Oscar is just going to be locked into this position, and yeah, that was only going to go one way, unfortunately for Nemanja. As this A play now has to happen without him, and AVN is doing a good job of collecting that kill. Joffo caught looking the wrong way, over towards jungle, up, wayward this time. Zero Tenacity might just be able to get a bomb plant here, but it's going to cost them a lot of their HP, and it might just cost them the round now. Beastic being in this position, lining two of them up. It's 3 from Beastic, nobody else needed. Oscar there just to distract, as Sinners will put 6 on the board, and Zero Tenacity for the first time on Mirage, they are going to be behind, and Sinners begin to cook on this CT side, but the half's nearly over.
Yeah, disadvantage for Zero Tenacity, and this is massive for Sinners. What a recovery that has been, especially after the 4-1 start, or actually the 5-1 start, the 4-0 start that Zero Tenacity were after. We were thinking that this could have just slipped out right through the fingertips of Sinners. It could have been a really one-sided map for Zero Tenacity had they kept it going. And this one is going to be significantly quicker. It's just a rush in towards the A-bomb side. 3 people coming out of Palace.
So quick and just so explosive, and Sinners just aren't ready, even with the aggressive position towards the ramp from Shock. All he can find is 1 kill. And it's the only kill that Sinners can boast about right now. That HE lands right on Nemanja's head, but Zero Tenacity, surely the pulse plants are going to be enough to take this round over the line here. Beastic and Oscar thrown in the clutch once again, but this one infinitely more difficult. Molly's over, they've got plenty of util that they can just chuck out, but they still need to find the frags as they move into position. Beastic's going to be cut down, and the flames were only up for a singular round, Ted. Now they're extinguished, sides are going to swap, and Zero Tenacity have a point to prove going over onto their CT side.
It hasn't been the cleanest games of Mirage that you'll see all day or all week, ladies and gentlemen, but you know what has been extremely entertaining. Zero Tenacity being able to level things up towards the end makes it as even as it could be. A technical pause graphic just appearing on your screen real quick to scare you off a little bit, but now it's off, so it's just a slight scare in the dark. As we're going into the second pistol round now, this one is quite important. We did mention that Sinners have been having a difficult time converting pistol round victories recently, and Nuke was a good example. They were able to get away with the CT side one, but still, you all remember how many heroics that required from Shock, and it was still a pretty close one. So Sinners go back to their bread and butter, going for a tactical timeout straight before the pistol round. You recognize how important this one is, and this is not something that we're seeing for the first time from those guys. It has been a recurring theme with Tom Keeson calling for tactical timeouts before the starts of important pistol rounds, especially in the second half. And you look at the 1xBet odds, they're as even as they could be. 1.87 for respectively both teams. Sinners need this pistol round. They want that momentum to be on their side going into the second half. In the final half of this game too. You're after a good start.
Ramp pop from the tees. Zero tenacity. Fire a few warning shots, but the brunt of this fight hasn't happened just yet. It's coming though. 4 players are making their way through CT right now. Double nade over. They're going to clear a firebox with that. Even if it doesn't net them a kill, they still know that it's clear, so they can swing on the site maybe safely. B-stick though. I mean, how safe can you be when he's here? Nemanja needs to find his headshot. That is so messy, but it's fine. So, because Sejafo has collected 2. Yet to be discovered just yet, but he's missed his chance to take down Nemanja for free. Sejafo's just going to stick this. He has a kit. They have to get him off the bomb, and they're not going to be able to do it. Shock is going to come up short. Not going to come good in the clutch this time around. He will find the kill, but it's not enough. You get the bomb planted. There's going to be a reinvestment, sure. Zero tenacity. They'll buy up. But the important round, the important moments, Zero tenacity seem to have all of them.
How do they convert this round? Beastie goes huge. He should be getting a double kill out of this position. Sejafo with a big double in return. And then it gets so scrappy for Nemanja, but he's still able to confirm it. Untouchable while on the defuse too. And it's a force buy coming up for the T side. Look at the amount of rifles. This is going to be a straight up mid fight.
It was looking like it was going to be a straight up mid fight, but then everybody fell away. Sinners are going to be respected over towards middle. Zero tenacity will give up all that space. Nemanja will give up his life. Oh, he could really do some damage here, especially with the short presence now making their way up. Simka has rotated away from the apartments, wants to get close to this short position. Brute Monster needs to be so cautious because Ait is already out pretty much. Oh, this is dangerous, especially when he swings open and sees him there. He's still killed 2. Brute Monster's got 3, and now Oscar with the scout has to swap over to the AK to deal with him. He has done exactly that, but AVN has been given a small chance. But the longer he takes to get on over with the position of Shock, Oscar should know that apartments is a massive possibility. He might throw in a jump spot every now and then just to see, and yeah, there it is, confirmation. Now they know exactly where he's coming from. AVN tries to go wild with it, but Oscar reins in that round with a double as Sinners respond instantly.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to go wild with it. This call was perfect for the Sinners. It was really well executed. Zero tenacity deciding that they didn't want to give the rifles the fight. An incredible reaction from Shock. But look at that from Brute Monster. I mean, he recovered a round from the depths, from the grave. He dug it out with that triple kill. If he gets one more there, that would have been ludicrous. Oscar finally puts him to sleep. And at the end of the day, it wasn't an easy 1 versus 2 for AVN to attempt. Brute Monster with a massive play, but it still doesn't save them. Sinners respond back. And now Zero tenacity to be on the financial back foot. On Mirage, looking for salvation, looking for some kind of a response. Sinners might have not been able to take that initiative early on the back of a pistol round victory, but it is the force buy to work out for them. Neofrag blocking himself up against the wall and towards top middle, nearly cost him his life. He's still fine though.
Execute goes over. Pistols have been a problem for Sinners in the past. Don't want to overlook this round completely, especially with the stack in the way, but they're just being dealt with around every corner. That is perfect from Sinners. Nemanja is even going to be spammed down through that smoke, so he is not even going to try another sneaky play. And Sinners begin to build up a big amount of bank. They build their way back into this game. And that was the force buy. So this one, in theory, Ted, should be a whole lot easier.
I mean, I don't know how it gets easier than that. That was one of the cleanest anti-force conversions that we've seen all day. And yeah, as you pointed out, you're expecting something similar probably. Oscar gonna go for an early peek. Doesn't get a kill, but it's USP spotted, so yeah. You know it's going to be an eco. You see one. He's probably not going for a reface here. You don't want to risk giving away a rifle for nothing. But if you're Sinners, you're just focusing on keeping 5 alive once again. You have 5 rifles too, so not losing anybody would be key in order to look after that cash bonus. But it's now starting to look good for the Czech side. Certain players rocking it up. Shock and B-Stick once again going huge. You gotta feel like Neofrag still has been having a long day. I mean, I did say they were going huge. Didn't say anything about Oscar. He loses a straight up 1v1 against the USP. We've all been there.
We have. Whether you want to admit it on a broadcast or not. This is still a little bit scary right now. Nemanja, oh, he's got his hands on a Galil. This is a 2 versus 2, but B-Stick, luckily, long range is going to be able to put him down. Brute Monster doesn't have armor, so aim punch is going to be a factor, but if he hits 2 1-taps, I'm just saying. Moves into position. Creeping forward. Shock hasn't seen him.
Suppose good for him.
Yeah, the smoke actually helps him so much. He can just creep on Shock right now, but the timing is not, unfortunately. And I said that round should be, in theory, easier. When it came down to practicality, I think you were right. It didn't get much easier than the round before it. Zero Tenacity, what's the point of buying the upgraded pistols if you're that good with the USPs?
Yeah, it's good damage that you're doing. I mean, just keeping them on their toes, pretty much, right? Not letting Sinners relax and feel like they're getting free rounds on the board. Even when there's just USPs on the other side, you're still making them feel the pressure a bit, which is good for you mentally, especially after such a draining series and such a long game. You're just tiring Sinners right now. But the T is looking for a straight up call off of spawn right now. Just some early presence being shown in towards mid. Neofrag is going to be sent on a solo mission, but the entire team is rerouting in towards the back of that A bomb side. Alongside with the bomb too. Neofrag hasn't been seen. He might try and catch a bit of a timing here, but he needs his teammates in towards A to create a diversion.
Diversion is going to be created, but attention not dragged. Not from Nemanja anyway. He knows about all the tricky business that mid players can go for, and he's probably still looking for B-Stick here. So turning around, hoping that maybe they can deal with him before they go over towards A, but B-Stick making a nuisance of himself. Great kill to find. Here comes Sajafo though. Up, has to tuck himself away into the corner. B-Stick will find no more, neither will Oscar. That's just a great hold from Zero Tenacity and great awareness from your connector player, not to get drawn into the fight of trying to, you know, help out your A player when he's in so much trouble, but it's because of the position towards triple. He didn't really need it, not instantly.
Yeah, it's the fact that they already had one player in towards triple that didn't feel too much pressure, right? Because you're spotting the nades, but you're not really seeing anything on the back of it. Especially after you spot Neofrag early on, then you see the A play, but it's not really a commitment. You are anticipating a second player. Beast gets his skill coming out of under, but it doesn't really change too much. Zero Tenacity, not really budging in that previous round. Really looking fairly comfortable here on the defensive side of things. Not quite ready for the boost on top of the smoke though. It's a lovely way for Oscar to pick up an opening play with, or an opening kill with that type of a gimmicky play.
It's a nice idea. You get that opening kill. Now you can go back and just straight up execute over towards this A bomb site. There's nobody home right now. And when you don't see anybody on the site here, you should be aware that there's a possibility he could be pushed in towards Palace. So this shouldn't be too much of a shock, but still, you need to find the kills right now. Sajafo, he's going to find a perfect timing to peek onto Neofrag. This is getting dangerous right now for Sinners, especially because AVN is denied the bomb plant, continues to go forward, and Zero Tenacity, they just continue to hit from all angles at all different moments, playing off each other nearly in a perfect rhythm. As with 35 seconds, Oscar's trapped towards the ramp. There's no bomb down. It was looking so good for Sinners, and now he has to save. I mean, the money just isn't there really for the T side at all.
You felt like you got given so much space and so much real estate to work with, but you were given nothing in reality, right? They just scale up the bomb side, but they couldn't find comfort. Not in towards CT, not in towards Palace, and not in towards Jungle for sure. Oscar might even go down after time. Dodges the flash, misses the shot. This is a complete disaster. Oscar's got $250 going into the next round. This is painful for the Sinners now. What started at such a good foundation on the T side is now falling apart, just dwindling into oblivion. And take a look at that once again. Nemanja gets that first kill onto the AVP. Sijofel just strikes onto Ide, who's trying to look for some comfort in towards jungle, and then they just feel safe to go for the swing from CT. Sinners never get comfortable to get that bomb plant, to feel like they were under control. Zero Tenacity just looking like a totally different beast now.
Yeah, they are. Pistols just to deal with towards top middle. Nemanja's head gets rung like a bell. But other than that, the rest of the round is pretty clean. 10-9, Zero Tenacity. Looking like a tough customer to deal with. Now, 3 in a row. Oscar still, his money is completely shattered from dying after tying that round. Look, he's got a Tech 9, that's it.
Yeah, and it's been a long day for. I mean, Oscar's having an alright performance, but when you consider the fact that you combine Oscar and Neofrag's skills into map number 3, and you're getting less than both Beastic and Shock half individually, you would require a little bit more, and it hasn't been working out, and it's not going to be working out better for Neofrag. He's a dead man. DH is gonna just take him down. It's another flying nade with the wings coming out of AVN. It's been a long day in the server for Neofrag. 4-17 right now, and Sinners need him, but he hasn't really been able to provide too much on that T side so far and towards middle. It's been really difficult.
And he usually can be the difference maker for this Sinners side, and it's incredible to see that they are, you know, bringing this so close even without his impact at all on this map.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity have been doing a great job to neutralize him towards middle too.
Yeah, but still, I mean, we're looking at a 10-9 score. And Neofrag's 4-17. So credit to Beastic and Shock, who have been absolutely spectacular all series long. But they need a little bit more. And I hate to be greedy, Ted, but they need to just have that little bit more, especially with Oscar going down. Simka, that's beautiful.
No.
3 from him, and that might be the final nail in the coffin of Sinners.
That is disgusting. You just peek one by one, 3 people into the same angle, and Simka wins every single one of them with an instant headshot. I mean, we're gonna see a replay of that. Neofrag was never getting out of here alive. So much Uto going in towards it, but look at that from Simka, the second kill. He just spots him out for a part of the second, for a glimpse, and it's enough for him. 11-9, no bomb plan for Sinners, no money. Back to the half buy, back to the upgraded pistols and the Uto. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. The majority of the nades in the hands of I. He's already lining up the top connector smoke in there. Actually, they decide to proceed without it. It will be on the fly. A deep jungle smoke, flash over stairs. You're hoping to catch somebody off guard, but Nemanja is just so ready.
Once you stop the first 2, it just becomes so easy for your teammates to clean up the rest, and that's exactly what we've seen. Sinners need 3 rounds in a row. They need to stop Zero Tenacity, who turn it on at the most important moment. They're picking it up, they're not letting go, and 1 round is all they need to close out this series and go into that winners matchup in Group C. What have you got, Sinners? Looks like they're gonna go and maybe try and battle for mid control with Neofrag, hope to find some success. But as we know, easier said than done. I believe that's not the first time that we've seen Zero Tenacity fail that. Not in this game, but I want to say they failed it in the last RES as well. Because I think you had a little bit of a laugh and a joke about it, if you remember correctly.
Yeah, you know what? They're winning. That's all I'm going to say. It happens every now and then. But yeah, it might be one worth practicing. I mean, it's not too difficult of a play, but it could go against you every now and then. And Neofrag, sadly for him, is a dead man once again. Question is, how many kills does he get before becoming a dead man officially? Answer, probably no kills, because he's just gonna get spammed through the smoke. He's already low because of the Uto, and is just leaving hell for Neofrag right now. He's somehow staying alive, and that's allowed 8 to get into a good position to get the refrag at least, but Nemanja still hunts him down.
Yeah, Molly's burning Sajafo. He still needs to be careful. You're out on the A bomb site, at least. You've got that control. You're going to push deep into CT as well with B-Stick. Oh, but Simka, man, that is disgusting. No bomb plan here. Not for free. You can't plant it behind triple because Simka is just going to do things like that. He's going to continue to try and spam, and he's tagged up B-Stick once again, but doesn't continue to spray. Wants to be a little bit careful. Spots out eye and gathers that information, and now he falls to a spam of the short player, keeping this one just within reach for Sinners. They still need to hold on. The flank is really everything. AVN finds one. Shock is going to peek out now from Sandwich. Needs to hit this headshot onto Sajafo, but he's taking a lot of damage. Sajafo's moving in close. Brute Monster misses a vital pick. Bomb isn't planted right now. He needs to line up the spray perfectly, and he's off it. He was wayward, and Sinners wayward with the series because of it. 13-9. Zero Tenacity are going to take it, Ted. Man, that was an incredible series. Sinners managing to be the first team to win Dust 2 in CS2, but get reverse swept.
Yeah, they got, and we expected maybe a little bit more Nuke, Mirage. I guess there was a lot of moments where Sinners just looked a little bit discombobulated, and man, look, it hasn't been easy for the Sinners recently. I guess you look at the most recent form and you feel like they either need some time of the officials to figure out what's been going wrong, because it's a lot of games that they've lost now. It's 1 out of the last 8 that they've been able to win, so this is 7 out of 8 losses on HLTV, and 4 of them, so pretty much nearly half of those games you've lost without picking up a map too. That was one of the closer series, that was one of the closer calls, but Zero Tenacity still did look like the better team in the server in general, and after a double OT loss on map number 1, they're still able to bounce back and win it fairly comfortably. With that being said though, Zero Tenacity, they make it into the winners matchup, and they will be playing up against the winner of that second game of Group C. With that being said, we are a little bit behind schedule because of how tight that game was, so we're going to send it into a short little break as quickly as possible, Jack, and we're going to be right back in just a couple minutes with our second game of the day, an opening game of Group D, and you want to make sure you don't miss out on it because it's going to be a CS derby between the sides of Nemiga, the reigning champions of the RES, taking on making their debut lineup of 1 win. So yeah, it's going to be a banger. Make sure you don't miss it out.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A short little break, and we are back into the action once again, going through the pre-game for game number 2. Ted, our game 1 was a pretty long one. It was pretty dragged out, but we got to see our first Dust 2, of many, I assume. And we're looking forward to this matchup now because we've got the reigning champions coming in. We've got another team making their debut. It's going to be Nemiga taking on OneWin, and on paper, it looks like one of the most exciting games we're going to see today.
Yeah, it looks like I'd say it's the game of the opening round, and I don't want to overlook the other matchups because we have, especially in that Group D, the Mouse NXT Dynamo Ecloud is going to be an extremely exciting game too. But you have the reigning champions, an Amiga team that was able to take down Bleed, Zero Tenacity, Mouse NXT Sango, and the Alliance in the previous edition of the Res. Didn't drop a single series and has won 8 out of their last 10 best of 3s on HOTV, playing up against the OneWin side that got formed as a team just 22 days ago. A team that has won 6 out of their last 8 best of 3s, dropping series only to teams like Aurora, right? And teams like Nemiga, about a head-to-head we're going to mention later on, but it's going to be a really exciting one. We have a lot of firepower. We have some reunions, I guess, in the form of Jo facing off against the organization that he spent such a long time with so far in his career. So yeah, it's going to be a banger matchup for sure.
We'll go through the lineups, Ted, and of course we're going to be focusing on, I believe, the champions first. We're going to look through that Nemiga. Won the event, didn't have the highest rated players, but they did have some players that were up there, and across 12 maps for Xanter and Flamus to keep a 1.26 and a 1.25 rating across the whole entire event. I mean, you have to kind of take your hat off to that, don't you? I mean, very, very impressive. They're on a lot of people's, I would say, watch lists, because Nemiga are kind of taking this scene by storm. They've kind of come out of pretty much nowhere. They've changed up the lineup completely, and beating Bleed in the final of the last one is a massive scalp to take. I think they can really push on for this event, and possibly challenge for the title again, but 2 times in a row, man, is very, very difficult to do.
It is difficult to do, especially when your first and opening matchup of the group faces you up against such a dangerous team as the one of OneWin, right? We're going to take a look at this lineup too, and this is one of the teams that you look at initially and you're thinking, well, this is extremely random, right? You see Buster, who is last time he was part of Cloud9, obviously a VP and a Vanguard prodigy. You see Nealon, who's been around and about, I guess, with EG and Gamer Legion, 2 projects that didn't work out for him. You see Rugen from Arcred, which is extremely exciting, at least for me. I think he's a great player with a lot of potential and a phenomenal player in terms of the firepower. You see Ladek from Aurora, right? A guy that me and you personally have always loved watching, and has a lot of firepower and potential too. And then you see Jo coming in from the Estonian scene after, of course, he spent his entire career playing on CAS projects, but then he took a step back. He played with Sing for a little bit. Things didn't work out, and now he's back on playing on another CAS project. So the team in general looks extremely awkward when you look at it first sight, right? But then you start to analyze some of the pieces, and you're like, okay, you know what? But there could be some reasons for this team not to work out in the long run, but there could be a lot of reasons for that team to work out in a pretty decent way. And I feel like some of the results we've been getting from them early on have shown that the potential is there, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the team develops as time goes on, because obviously they've been together for just 22 days, so you can't really judge how successful or unsuccessful the project is after such a or on the back of such a small amount of time.
Yeah, definitely. You can't be too quick to judge, especially these teams. Looking towards the Veto, though, and I'm going to be very quick to judge this one. I mean,
sure,
Nemiga, they are going to probably, if they let us 2 into this one, I fully expect OneWin to pick into it. OneWin, of course, with just Buster and Neil in there, it just is screaming at me that they will pick into Dust 2. But Nemiga, overpass being their permavan, they're not going to take any chances, which I like. They're just going to get rid of that one straight away. So we're going to see an Ancient pick out of Nemiga, a Mirage pick out of One Win, and then we're going to finish up on an Anubis. So that's an intriguing veto for sure. Especially a One Win kind of picking into that Mirage. Nemiga have been pretty dominant on that one.
Sure.
You know, maybe not wanting to challenge them on Vertigo.
I guess so. I feel like this is the case here, right? Because you look at the maps that Nemiga actually trusted with their map picks in the rest season 2. Out of the 5 games that they played, we saw 4 picks into Ancient and 1 into Vertigo. So I don't think you want to allow a map that was the second one that Nemiga actually trusted to pick into in the previous tournament and being so successful on it too, because they won every single one of their map picks, by the way. They were the only team to do that in the previous iteration of the tournament. But I don't think you want to allow Vertigo to be squeezed in as a third and final map. I think that just makes it look like Nemiga actually had 2 picks going into that veto. But yeah, as you pointed out, Ancient makes a whole lot of sense. It's been the best map for the Nemiga lineup. No reason to have a discussion there. It's going to be interesting to see how One Win do on it against them, because they have a couple players that have always felt comfortable with Ancient. I mean, obviously Latic is going to be the obvious choice, and Rugen too. Both those players on their previous teams, respectively Aurora and Arcred, did play a whole lot of Ancient, and both were extremely successful individually wise. Consistency was a bit of an issue on Latic's part, but it's going to be intriguing to see how he does there. Then you look at the Mirage. Again, One Win Mirage. It doesn't matter what iteration we're looking at. It has always been a stample for good performance from this organization, and with this lineup, it has been fairly comfortable too. And yeah, I mean, it's looking like a pretty interesting series. If we go to a third and final map, I would actually say that I think there is a chance for One Way to run away with it. But one thing that is worth mentioning, Jack, those teams already have played against each other once, and it was a 2-0 win for Nemiga. I feel like with Ancient being the first map, and so to speak, being the map that can set up the tone, set up the tempo for this entire game, One Win could be in a really difficult spot early on, unless they're able to, you know, have a firm grip of that Ancient and at least put up a fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 13-5 that they did face off when they last faced off against each other, but that was, you know, a little while ago, and it was kind of early into the life of the team as well. Sure. So, you know, that's something that you kind of need to consider. I think we had a similar story in our similar storyline with Bait, if you remember, at the last RES, and, you know, they ended up losing to Zero Tenacity, but then they came back and, you know, they bounced back, or maybe it wasn't Zero Tenacity, maybe I'm getting confused.
It was Zero Tenacity.
Oh, was it? Yeah, no, because all the Counter-Strike is just kind of, you know, amalgamating into one, which is definitely never good. But yeah, I think, to be honest, for me anyway, looking at this veto, Mirage seems like a win condition here for One Win. I think they're not going to win in 2. I think Mirage needs to go their way, but I see just a massive possibility that Nemiga, if they get going on Ancient, I think they'll take this in a quick 2-0.
It could be looking like that. I mean, you look at, as you pointed out, Nemiga has just been one of the revelations of 2024 so far, and with Counter-Strike 2. The fact that they were able to qualify for IM Chengdu, I feel like caught a lot of people off guard, because they had already been playing some decent CS. They were already getting some good results online before that close qualifier, but no one really looked at them as a massive threat. A team that will be winning those tournaments, will be qualifying for big events, but then those guys qualify for Chengdu, and post Chengdu, they've looked better and better. The only name that a lot of people knew before the start of 2024 probably was Lear, and that's because he's been a part of that organization for such a long time. You bring in Flamus, he's been genius. You bring in Can, he's been doing a great work with that AVP, the young Kazakhstanian. Risky Bob and Xanther, just the cherry on top. And Nemiga looking like a really powerful team now heading into that, well, second consecutive run for them in the RES, after winning the first one just a couple days ago after beating Bleed in a 2-0 fashion in the grand final. Pistol Round already kicking us off, Nemiga on the T side, and they've already been able to make their way in towards red, something that Rugen needs to be extremely careful about as the round goes on.
Yeah, the run right on through. It looks to be a little bit of an ace split going on here. Risky Bob, great shot onto Rugen. I believe he's the only one close, Ted, though, so this could be a little bit of a problem for the CTs, especially with Lear in this position. He's going to be under pressure now. Makes it look easy for the first. The second was a little bit more difficult. J-O takes him down, but the trades are going well for Nemiga. Oh, Xanther, that's beautiful. As easy as you like, down to just kneeling.
Wow. What a start that is. Nealon, a 1 versus 4. Let's see what you got. I mean, he's got a smoke. We all saw that, but yeah, he's decided to try and save his piece of util. Unfortunately, this is everything I believe he's going to be carrying through into the next round, and they're hunting him down. They don't want to let him hold on to this. So from the pistol round, we're seeing a lot of conviction here from the Miga, and Count will shut him down on the PT-50. It's a great team effort pistol round from the Miga. Just everybody coming into play, finding their impact. Some nasty shots too. Oh no. Did he refund that? That's all I want to know. Is the P90 still in there?
I hope so.
Is that a B-rush with a P90 in charge? I think he's refunded it. All right.
Yeah, he did. He bought
it's
a
a
Mac
Mac
10.
10.
Mac
Sure.
10.
Makes much more sense. Yeah, don't you worry about the hub. Don't you worry about the minimap at all. We're on it. Gonna be fixed as soon as possible. Our team is working day and night to come out with a solution. That's what companies say usually when there's an issue, right? We're working day and night.
True.
We're on it.
We've got the best people on it.
Yeah, we've got the best people on it.
But literally, we do have the best people on it.
And we're not resting until you guys at home are going to be able to see the minimap. Well, same for us, pretty much. But yeah.
Well, what we can see and we can make out is this going to be a second round for Namiga here. 1 win. Have collected at least a Mac 10 on Buster. That is the only frag that they found so far in the round. And Namiga have their sights set on saving. That was just full USP, so even though we can't see the money, there will be a buy in this next round. So if I'm Buster with this Mac 10, I'm probably getting a little bit aggressive with it. Maybe try and upgrade onto a rifle if I can. You might want to maybe even keep the Mac 10. I don't know. I don't know what Buster's intentions are. Maybe just wants to continue to hang on. They have found another kill. They've taken an AK away. That should have been recovered though in time, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue. But now we can just see wonderful camera angles to see what the buy is looking like, and the overhead view passes the eye test, Ted.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's quite cool. Ooh, look at that. All right, now they're just showing off with all the angles that they have, right? Can we just look at an entire round from that perspective? Just
You
third
miss a lot of
eye.
action.
Look at
Oh.
it. Look at it. Beautiful. And it's going up slightly. Yeah, of course we can go throughout the entire round. We have professionals working in production. Look at this. Yeah, they are showing us the entire arsenal right now, by the way. It's all the camera angles that we have. I don't know about you, but I've already counted 7 or 8. Oh, there's another one. This is on the complete opposing part of the map, though, and from the one that we need. So we can get back to middle in the B-bomb side, potentially. Yeah, there you have it. Flamus thinking about doing a little bit poking and prodding in towards the B-bomb side, and he might get a fight up against Buster, but he just deletes him straight after. And yeah, that CT side is experiencing some issues early on. Bomb's gonna get planted. We are back with the minimap, ladies and gents, and it is a 2 versus 3 retake, but Neil is in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be forced into a fight. He wins it, but that's because Xanter didn't shoot a bullet, and this is a big issue right now. Lear's got himself into a really good spot. Neil didn't really expect him to be as close as that, and he just falls. Lear waiting to go for a peek, maybe. Here comes the jiggle, here comes the peek, and yeah, Lear was always going to trade that one out. Can falls, but Namiga do not care. They will win the round, and that is a 3-0 start for your reigning champions right now. One win. Need to win one, but it's been a little bit difficult. 1xbet currently favouring Namiga. Of course, if you want to take advantage of the odds, you can head on over, click the banner down below the stream, and sign up using our code 1XRESEU. Get up to 130% on your initial deposit. It's a great value if you haven't done it already. Make sure to be gambling responsibly though, and you're of legal gambling age, of course. Namiga now back with the guns up. Pistols in hand for 1 win, ready and waiting. And beautiful scenic views on Ancient.
Yeah, we're keeping it up, by the way. It doesn't matter that we have the minimap and the HUD just functioning properly. Well, I really had to say that, didn't I?
You really had to say it. Come on,
I couldn't
Ken.
just shut up and keep
You
it to
couldn't
myself. I'm
just
sorry.
Be
All right,
quiet.
we're
God
back.
Damn it.
We're back. You know what? If
this is
someone
why-
didn't do that intentionally, that was the most perfect timing in my whole life.
Hey, don't be jinxing things. Nealon is.
Oh, he's so dead.
Oh, no, it's okay now.
They can just ignore him though, and they are going into the stack.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a problem, especially if Jo comes away with some success out of this CC, but he's been instantly spotted. And a stack up them bodies, no problem for an Amiga.
Yeah. It didn't feel like the T's were trapped in towards the A-bomb side with the CTs. It felt like the CTs were trapped in towards the A-bomb side with the T's there for a second. And Nealon might be going down any moment now too. Flame has already spotted him out. Ooh, it's a nice shot from Nealon. Racking up a couple clean exit frags, but unfortunately for him, it's not really going to do all that much for the team itself. They have been struggling, even though we've just seen one buy round from them. All right, Nealon. Doing some damage. Might be able to get his hands on one of those guns later on. And you know what? That's going to be a good upgrade. And it's not going to be just an exit frag. And I feel like now that Nemiga have lost 2 people, they don't really want to risk losing another. So Nealon should be able to get his hands on at least 1 AK. Buster staying alive. He's hoping to get 2 rifles out of this. Nealon has to sprint for it. And hey, he's been able to get 1.
Yeah, he couldn't get there in time to help out Buster and like chuck one back, unfortunately, which would have been an ideal scenario. Nealon though, looking sharp, which is what 1 win need somebody to just have a little bit of individual brilliance sometimes to get you into a game. You know, I'm not talking anything crazy, just a nice multi-kill, 2, 3. I mean, if you get 4 or 5.
We're talking about 4 kills, by the way, not 4 multi-kills. Yeah, we're not being that greedy.
No,
Yeah.
no. We get a little 2-piece, 3-piece, maybe even a 4-piece. Then you're in business. Then it makes this game a whole lot more easier. 1 win want to crunch on this ramp right now. They want to get in the faces of Nemiga. Jo trying to creep around the smoke. Xanter is going to be on the other side of it. Jo is going to be the first player dead. Oh, but the spam from Buster. The refrag, good enough in that scenario. If 1 win want to get aggressive here once again, this could really go in their favor. But Buster's now trapped because of the Molotov. Step's been heard. Lear with that trade on back. And the 1-for-1s will continue to make this round competitive. But 1 win need this round way more than the Mega do.
You're still looking for flamers though, right? Because you spotted out the nades coming in from T-spawn from Khan. Lear gets that refrag. You know there's 2 in front of that B-bomb side, but you're still unaware of the whereabouts of that final player on the T side. So you can see on the minimap Rujin just turning around nervously in towards middle and towards a main. He knows he could be on a timer, but this is a good decision from 1 win. You know 2 of those players were in towards the B-bomb side. The Opus here too. You can just stick to that 2-man setup with the AVP of Ladek posted on the angle in towards Cave 2. It's not looking too bad right now, especially with the time running low. They just need Ladek to confirm that first kill.
Yeah, he just drops the smoke. Just going to hold it. Steps being heard. Hits that first shot. Nealon is just going to stand tall. Can get across safely, though. Oh, the flick misses.
He's got time.
Yeah, he can get this bomb plant down. The HG is going to chip away at his health. He's going to be ran down by the pistol, and he's going to be forced in towards the cave, and he's just caught in a crossfire of bullets just spamming left and right, and he was never getting out of that one alive, unfortunately. 1 win will pick up their first round. And a little bit of a change up of approach. It was still close. Definitely not going to be feeling too confident moving forward, but you know, sometimes it does just take 1.
I think it's the read that you had towards the mid part of the round that turns up being the right one. That's going to make you really proud of yourself, right? Also, a little bit of fortune there that Ladek gets the kill through the smoke. I was going to say that smoke actually for the Oper, it's a well-timed smoke, but it does create a chance for the CTs to just run out and for them to isolate Ladek. And make sure that he has nothing to do with this round up until Nealon was already dead. But thankfully for him, he gets that kill through the smoke. Nealon gets another one into the player jumping in towards the cubby. It was a nice valiant effort by Khan. At least he gets the bomb plant, so guaranteeing the money here for Nemiga. But a lot of expensive rounds. Money starting to dwindle now for the T side. First tactical timeout coming up. Of course, they have Box in the coaching slot. A player that, well, a coach now, but a player that I'm pretty sure you all remember from his time on the Websters. He did play on Nemiga for 3 years alongside Jo. And of course, you say Jo, there is a lot of history there with Nemiga. Had 2 stints with them, one from October 2018 till November 2022, and one more later on for a couple months in 2023. But he spent a lot of time on the organization. We're going to have a chat about this later on, though, as Nemiga switch things up completely with the pace, and Xanter catches Nealon off guard.
Oh, Buster just overwhelmed there. Xanter runs right through that smoke, and once again, he's going to find yet another kill. Latik not going to be seen, but he's going to be heard, and he's going to be heard moving away from that smoke as well. And that's what OneWin should do. They should walk away from this one. I think they have been bested, especially with that molly. Roygen is going to be forced back. I wasn't even thinking about going for this. I mean, Jo is pretty much trapped, but as soon as he falls, woman, yeah, you get out of there. You need to save these weapons. This one's gone. Nemiga, they've just called a perfect round. Pop up towards B. Not even a pop, it's just a straight up rush. You run them down, you gun them down, and a OneWin cannot stop them. At least the only saving grace, and it's not all bad news, is that Latik has saved that AWP. Nobody's going to be able to take him down, but you want to continue to stay competitive. You want to stay in this game for as long as you can, especially because of what happened the last time you played Nemiga on Ancient. But this is not how you do it at all. 5-1
no,
down.
absolutely not. Yeah, Xanter is just great at opening up space, man. And he's a name that we haven't really brought up too much. And I feel like this was because he was on Encilio back then. Obviously, he's still only 20 years of age, so he's fairly young. But he's been a part of Trident, where he didn't really play any official maps. Of course, this is the ex-team of the 9 Pandas, for those of you that maybe don't remember. But Xanter is a player that spent 2 years on Encilio playing really fundamentally correct Counter-Strike, and he's a great aimer as well. One of the main differences in the previous res and some of the other tournaments for Nemiga was the fact that he was allowed to go in first a lot more, and that was giving them a lot of success. So apparently still giving him the space to go in first, create the space, initiate the opening fights. Being the pure aimer he is, of course, he is jiggling that role with Flamus on that team, both of them being players with high tendencies of aggressive plays in their arsenal. And this one was a great example. Flamus getting the first kill, falling back straight after, and OneWin might be looking to re-aggress in towards the cave.
Yeah, they will re-aggress. They'll find a kill as well. Won't get their hands on the rifle though, which was probably best case scenario. I mean, best case scenario is probably they kill just more than just one. Xanter getting ahead of that smoke, and Nealon caught throwing that util as they try and claim that rifle, and Jo is going to be the one sent forward to try and grab it. Lear has now realised that the rifle is picked up, so maybe doesn't want to contest it just yet. Nemiga, they've 30 seconds. They can't go over middle. They have to commit in towards B. OneWin can win this round. This is completely doable. They'll drop over the weapons. They need Latik to hit the shots, though. They need Latik to stop the initial play up the ramp, and with 15 seconds, you are running low on time, and he's caught in transition. Flamus, well, he's been spotted, but Latik continues to connect. Now Lear from the back line, creating a little bit of space for Xanter to put that bomb down. He's just going to be rushed, though. Needs to get the gun up, jumping AK, but back turn to the op. And that seals the round for OneWin. That's a great response from them to keep their heads above water. They are just about afloat in this map.
Yeah, you were probably not ready for OneWin not to rotate anybody out of that B bomb site, right? There's 3 people in towards cave suddenly, and it's a position that you cleared out early on initially. You're not going to be ready for so many. Even if there's one more to pick up the gun, then you spot Latik with the AVP and you realize what you've gotten yourself into. But what a round that was from Latik. A triple kill from the young Alper, stepping it up when the team needed it most. No money for OneWin to work in that previous round, but they still managed to get that round on the board. 1xBet still heavily favoring Nemiga for the win here. But it is nice to see that one win can pack a punch on some of those rounds. And it's nice to see Ladek hitting some great form with that op on the CT side. Something they will be in desperate need of. Especially considering Khan will be on the rifle for the majority of the rounds in the first half. So you get that advantage as the economy for Nemiga hasn't really been great. You need to be the difference maker here on the CT side.
Make control going to be taken this time around. One when they're happy enough to give it to them. There's no other option. Very deep line from the defense, though.
It is, yeah. Oh, posted in towards the A-bomb side. And Nemiga, it is a good, I guess, it is a good decision not to readjust in towards an A play. You're evading that AVP, but Buster, after shutting down Xanter, might have done enough to actually make them consider that A-bomb side. Never mind. They just gave it a go. They just gave it a thought, and back to B we go. But Nealon's going to come in, clutch, and support Buster in towards the cave. The thing is, they've completely vacated the bomb site.
You're not going to be able to stop them on the approach, and you need to worry about Risky Bob, but you should be aware that he could be walking in at you. Crossfire is not going to be able to deal with. Oh, can spot the silencer, but it's too little too late. Ryujin's killed 2. And Lear, he's got nowhere to go. He's trapped on the bomb site. He's low HP, and he's just going to be gunned down by one win. That's going to be a third round now for the CTs, and this one is getting very competitive. Now, we can see Nemiga. They are struggling to deal with, especially that cave presence that one win are bringing to the table. Nemiga might want to try and switch it up here.
Yeah, they might try and switch it up, and, you know, I'm still thinking... That play from Ryujin is absolute wilderness, by the way. He gets away with a double kill. That's a 3 versus 5. If you go down for nothing, which is a complete possibility as you're swinging through the smoke, it's a 3 versus 4, and they know there's 2 in towards cave. Nemiga could have actually bounced back into the round. It was really well timed, though. I mean, the spam was coming in from cave. They were just processing the information that there's 2 in cave instead of just 1. So it was the perfect timing to go for something like that, but it is still risky. I guess it still worked, though. And now they're down to the pistols. I say down. Xanter is up 1 kill on the Deke. And it's still dangerous if Diop misses a couple more.
Especially with this going on right now.
They didn't catch it.
Yeah, nobody's looking for Ladek. He's going to go back and caught completely by surprise. It's just Ryujin. He needs to go huge here. He went pretty big over towards B. Now he is completely alone, and it is only a few pistols he's up against, but still, this AWP of Flamus could be very dangerous. Ryujin finds one. He's now been spotted out. Flamus is just cutting them apart, trying to rotate in, but still, Ryujin, a difficult man to figure out and just kind of weave out of that position. Buster tries to beat that Molotov burning up, and the more damage being done, he is just gonna cook alive in that fire. And the Nemiga do switch it up on the pistol. They barely invest anything at all, Ted, and they punish one win.
That's such a head scratcher too if you're one win. You feel like you were finally doing enough to stay competitive in this game. I mean, look at the amount of retakes that you had to commit to. All 3 rounds that you've won were retakes. Every single time Nemiga have been able to plant the bomb, and you're still able to reset the T-side economy. You're finally up against Pistos. Almost no Uto. I don't think there was a single piece of Uto, actually. I think it was just Pistos. Some players might have been on armors, but it wasn't a full-on half-buy with Diego's Tech 9's Uto and armor, and you just end up falling flat like that. That's a big reset to your own economy. It's a big reset to your mental. You're after a clean round, and well, it was clean, but it was a clean cut for Nemiga, sadly. That could be Nemiga back in the driver's seat, and surely is, especially if they're able to get 2 in a row now. This could still be a pretty successful T-side for Nemiga, and I like the tactical timeout, by the way. One win did go for 1, considering that the money is going to be low, and this is a really important round, but Nemiga showing recognition of the fact that this round is pretty much the decider of how that first half goes on from here on out. If you reset the CT side money here in round number 10, this could be a really harsh reset. And they could eventually never recover from it.
A lot of thought being put in for sure.
Yeah. By the way, just giving us some time, I was starting to say, to name Jo, obviously, because we mentioned he was a part of Nemiga for such a long time. He spent 1,633 days with that Nemiga jersey. In total.
It's quite a while.
It is quite a while.
Over the 2 stints.
Yep. Counted those. And did the maths. It is correct. You know the websites that show you how much time has passed between 2 dates in time?
Yeah.
That's what we used.
Easy.
Scientific tools.
They're there to be used, alright. Oh, and mid is there to be abused by the CTs. They walk in, find a perfect timing. Lear is now going to be spotted out as well. Oh, such an important round. Nemiga could have shattered 1win's confidence here, but instead, they are in full swing right now. Swing in towards Cave. Actually, Buster goes down, and there's not going to be a trade here. Xanter is not going to respect this at all. In hindsight, probably should have. Laddick shuts him down. Jo now on the flank, and Nemiga just cut to pieces in that round. All from a little bit of mid-round, mid-aggression that Nemiga were just never ready for.
Yeah, it was a little bit confusing there, right? Because Flame was... He turns around because there was some spam coming in from Cave, but he had teammates towards Shelf. So I think he was just looking at people and maybe communicating with what was the idea of the round. And then he just gives away his life for free. His teammate trying to go for the swing to kind of recompel for it, but it never worked out there. A bit awkward. But it is one that 1win will capitalize on, and it was extremely key for them to be able to bounce back on top of losing that round against the Pistols. Now, we say that. Nemiga is down to the Pistols once again. Surely, lightning doesn't strike twice. Not in the same place, right?
I don't know. You'd hope not if you're a 1win fan, but I can't be certain. Oh, I can't be certain. Okay, I can be a little bit more certain.
Yeah, you could. You know what? You know what we can do right now? I've actually trained that. I've practiced. So when I snap my fingers, the view of the server becomes cinematic. So we get that Hawkeye. You ready for it? We've practiced that move, and I think this is the perfect round for it. We're gonna get a cinematic view of that B-bomb site. Are you ready for it, Jack? I'm waiting for you to say yes. All right, you know what? Screw that. Yeah, that was, I thought I had that plan. Well, yeah, there it goes. It was just a little bit late. Yeah, it worked out, ladies and gents. Everything's all right. We did it. We did it. It's a lovely view. Unfortunately for Nemiga, it's not going to be a lovely outcome of the round, though. A pretty clean anti-eco here for 1win. A 5-6 on the board. And you know what? We did get the cinematics. What I'm really disappointed... Did they kill him after time? They killed him after time. Oh no. Oh no. He wanted it. He wanted to die. They just didn't let him. Can we see that? Do we have a replay of that? No, okay, we don't.
Aggression. Buster. Opening frag with ease, and he's going to back up out of this. Jo. 1 for 1, which does keep Nemiga in the round. This aggression though from 1-1 could be everything here. Peek over towards Shelf. Flamus is going to try and creep out. Roigen is extremely low. Neelan, if he goes down, that's a big problem. Roigen still manages to find that kill. Neelan has to do his job as well. They're going to lock in a 6th round before we swap sides. And we've got a difficult half of Counter-Strike coming up for both teams, you feel. But more so for an Amiga, because they were expecting 1-win to be a little bit weaker, I feel, in this first half, but they came back. Amiga stunned a little bit. They will need to bounce back.
Yeah, they will need to bounce back. It's been a much more competitive series than probably what we expected, especially when it comes down to this first map. Of course, now after the switch, it could be a little bit harder for an Amiga on the T side. A lot easier to run out of ideas if things are not going your way on the T side of Enshin. Once again, cinematic views to check out that quick play in towards the B-bomb side from 1-win, but Nemiga, 4-man lean in towards that part of the map. This could be perfect.
Pistol up close and it cuts down 2 with ease. Oh, Risky Bob needs to get out of there. He's completely flashed. And still, 1-win. If they're able to find the entries onto this B side, this could be perfect. Risky Bob spot over towards Cave, but Neelan can do nothing about it. Laddick has to now back away. And Flamus, very important he doesn't go down here. He's picking up these fights. He continues to take them, and now the CTs are just going to rush. They're just going to run the rest of the T's down. It was only a singular man, and Laddick did not stand a chance. No bomb plant there for the side of 1-win. So nothing even to boast about. There shouldn't be an investment coming back into this one. And Amiga are in the driver's seat once again. And this is a perfect time, really, to put your foot on the gas.
Yeah, it is. It's a great start to the second half. Now you've picked up the pistol round here in the second half too, and you could be looking a lot more competitive. You can start showing us that this is your map pick, and this is one of your best maps in the pool, just controlling that pace in the second half on the CT side. You are looking at a map that Nemiga picked 4 times in the previous edition of Res and won all 4 of them. Bleed, Mouse NXT, Sangel, the Alliance, all 4 teams that actually play Enshin and play it quite well. And not single one of them being able to even reach double digits against Nemiga. So 1-win, already doing a good job, but you gotta feel like it's not gonna be too much more that they will be able to offer. Bomb plan not really gonna be granted in this round, and it's count with a nice little triple kill on the M4. To guarantee 8 rounds on the board for an Amiga. First buy coming up for 1-win in the next one though, and this is where the big boy rounds start. This is where you're gonna get your chances. Nemiga notoriously a team that wins the majority of their rounds on the T side actually, so if 1-win are able to post up a competitive T side here, there could be something more to that game. We have seen some good things from the team in general, by the way, and this is a good point that you can make for 1-win. It's not been 1 or 2 people just stepping it up and carrying their way through those 6 rounds. It has been a team effort. You look at the kill distribution, it's been pretty evened up, which is always a good thing.
I mean, the steps are being heard. They know it's going to be a B play here, Amiga. They just need to try and stop it. And Santa, loses that gunfight. Lear, the flash doesn't pop in time. Roigen's going to find 2. This is perfect from 1-win. Talk about being competitive. This is a non-competitive round. Unless Flamus goes absolutely huge right now, but they're spamming into him. He collects the frag onto Neelan, but he's just going to have to collect his things and exit, vacate the premises. He's being evicted from Cave. And himself and Khan will have to bring these guns forward. That's a perfect response, really, from 1-win after a disappointing start to the second half. But once they get the guns up, once they get the rifles out, different story.
Yeah, it's a great response too. It's a really ballsy call to go for a straight up B play too, but I feel like it was a good moment of realization. They knew that they had no presence in towards middle. They knew that their plan had been discovered already. I'm pretty sure the Molotov doesn't go deep enough to catch those players, so they will be fine. It's a little bit scary, but everything's all right. There's the replay, though. Great work on the entry from Rugen. A bit of an unorthodox entry path, by the way. You can tell that he wanted to fight for that long control. Most of the time, you'd see that first player to just go in towards the left-hand side and towards the pillar. There's a pretty specific line that you're probably supposed to follow most of the time. Rugen just goes straight in towards the stairs, exposes himself to both angles, but gets away with both kills. Surely they don't rush B again, right?
Why not? Worked so well last time. But Xanter's up close this time. However, there is only 2 players B side, so one in cave. Xanter sitting in the smoke, Roisin. Oh, doesn't realise it. SMG. Oh, Flash just catches him, unfortunately. For Xanter, Lear can do nothing with the 5-7 up close. Risky Bob gone unnoticed here. Swats out Buster. That's the first fight that goes his way. Smoke is now up, and Lag is just going to pre-fire him, spray him down through it. Risky Bob couldn't catch a glimpse. Now, Namiga need to try and catch one win where they are sleeping. Nealon continuing to throw util. And Flamus knows he's going to be locked in there, so maximum 2 players are going to be on the site. Can should be aware of this as well. Flamus moves into position. Laddick holding now from the pillar. Lots of steps being made. Laddick not going to be aware. He's going to fall. They look for the second. They've got him. They know Nealon was towards the ramp. It comes down to this fight right now. If can win it, Flamus gets off it. Ready for the swing. How about the kit? Plenty of time. Flamus hits the shot, and it's an Amiga round for sure. Excellent play from Flamus there. Coming from middle, realising he doesn't need to go and take that fight with Nealon. He knows guaranteed there's one player there, and the nades that he's throwing, surely there's players close on site. Deals with them. Namiga around that, arguably they should not be winning, they come away with.
Yeah, what a retake that is later on. Risky Bob getting 1 kill. Refrags were absolutely perfect. The 2 versus 3 timing for Laddick is absolutely unfortunate. Flamus manages to get the first one, doubles up and doubles down. The moment that he loses his teammate, he's straight up off the plant and just spraying in towards the ramp. He expected the second peak. He was already low on HP. He knows that there's only one way he wins the round, and that's with an instant headshot. And it's the same thing that he got in the previous round and the same thing that he opens up this round with.
Can has given up the A-bomb site though, losing that engagement. Risky Bob is spotted out too, knows they're already deep on the site. It's a good warning sign, at least for anyone rotating him towards CT, but it just means that this is going to be very difficult to get back into. Spam is going to be good, Jo is going to be holding, and Flamus falls. Risky Bob wanted to be a whole lot closer with that SMG, but because they lost that fight, because they're being smoked off, Namiga might consider this round a done one.
Yeah, you gotta call it off, and you know what? Fair enough to 1-1. They've been playing a pretty high-paced game. Fast tempo so far on the T side. They want to make sure they're not letting Namiga get too comfortable on the CT side, and this is a tough task, especially when you see how aggressive Flamus is being in towards middle, how rapidly they're taking all that space, but still being able to come up with solutions and at least making it competitive. Even if you end up losing around here and there, that T side has been extremely competitive. You look at the previous round, it's pretty much 1, 2, or 3 HP clutch from Flamus in a 1 versus 1 that goes down to the wire in terms of the time. You win the first buy round, you win the third buy round too. It hasn't been an easy and flawless defense for Namiga. Not in the slightest. 1xBet still favoring Namiga as this is their map pick to run away with it, but I feel like Namiga recognizing the danger. They can realize, even though they're still in the lead, this is not a clean cut of a game. This is their 3rd and final tactical timeout for this map. One when they're making him sweat, and they're making him sweat real hard.
Definitely worrisome for an Amiga for sure. This is not as clean as the last time. Not at all. This is a one that have definitely learned from their mistakes. They've definitely improved since the last time that they played them. But Amiga still not in a position where you need to be overly concerned just yet. They lose this round, their money will be a little bit just under the mark on what they can buy. But that's a fantastic opening. It's going to be the HE of Xanter to drop Buster. Once again, Buster is going to be a player that's giving away an opening. Roisin gets nothing out towards mid. That's a perfect HE. Nearly lands right on top of the head of Risky Bob. But it's not enough to undo the 2 picks that have already been found for Namiga. And Namiga might just get a little bit more here, especially with Nealon going in for a risky peak like that. Jo, shot versus Can. Timing is everything here for Santer. He's going to stay behind that smoke. He's mollied off, can't go back. All of a sudden, one winner back in the round.
Great awareness by AJO there. Sees the smoke, recognizes that Xantro loves playing behind it. Molotov on the left-hand side to cut off the way back and spam on the right. And now that's a lot of pressure on Lear. Risky Bob is going to get smoked off, but... Did I miss something?
Oh, I don't know.
I think that was... Yeah, that was probably not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a server glitch, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't miss anything. Yeah. We're on it.
Oh, man, that's
we have our best people on it.
Yeah, that's just something that unfortunately cannot be avoided. I really do feel, I believe, I don't know how this is going to be rectified.
I don't know if you can rectify it.
I don't think you can put that back into a 3 versus 3. I think you just have to replay the round, right?
Yeah, probably. No, you can't replay it because, yeah, you can't just recreate the exact same scenario. There was already some extra damage being done, a certain amount of util. You know what? If we have the advanced technology to actually do it, like, reset us to the exact same second with the exact same amount of players and the exact same players being alive, I don't think that's a possibility, though. So, yeah.
No.
We are going to get a reset of the round. At least it was a 3 versus 3, and it was looking competitive. It's not like it was. It's not like it was a 5v1, and then that happened, right?
Right. I don't know. It was a 3 versus 3. Lear was in a good spot. I think,
but he was alone on the site.
He was alone on the site, and yeah, I mean, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been like a 2v1. You know what I mean? Or
exactly.
like a 3v1. Yeah,
all I'm gonna say is that could have
but
easily been a round for an Amiga and a round for one win, even though he was isolated and alone.
Yeah, I agree. But still, I mean, look, it's tough. It's so tough. It's nothing that can be done about it. Unfortunately, it's just it is just one of those things.
No, unless someone's got a time machine in their closet, now would be the right time to actually come out with it, so we can try and prevent that from happening.
Because we are still working to get everything going once again.
Yeah, you know what? I felt really awkward there for a second. I was like, did I miss something? It just got reset right in front of my eyes. But
well, I knew that like once the round was being reset, I was like, well, this is not meant to happen.
For a second there, you know, my initial reaction is, okay, did the time run out? And I didn't realize, but then I was like, it didn't feel like it.
Yeah, no. I was looking at it and I was like, that didn't mean like that wasn't meant to happen, not at all. And then I was like, no, with Buster died instantly. As
you know
well,
what?
So
we
it's
keep
not like
it
wasn't live.
One step in front of the other. Well, one foot in front of the other is the saying that I was looking for. You know, it doesn't matter what's happened in the past. All that happens is what's happening right now. That's all that matters. That's what you count on. That's what you value. And what's happening right now is round number 18.
No.
That's not happening.
Is it? No.
Or it's not happening. And that would be the first time round 18 has failed us. It's a cursed number. You know what time it might be?
Are we getting more beaver facts?
Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna try and give you a more interesting one, because there's a couple that are like beavers are one of the few animals that modify their habitat and stuff like that, but you already know that, right? Because they built. So beavers slap their tails on the water to indicate danger. So if you see a beaver slapping his tail, he's not happy to see you. He thinks you're dangerous.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Another one. Beavers. Can you try and guess for how long beavers can stay underwater? Actually,
Probably. Well, I don't know. Actually, I wonder, is it long? Well, I assume it has. I assume it has to be long because
it is long. It's not gonna be like 10 seconds. No, it is long. It is long.
30 minutes.
It's not 30. Well, yeah, that's literally what I was about to say. It's not 30. No, it's between 6 and 8 minutes. But that's a whole lot of time. I mean, they need oxygen. 6 to 8 minutes, man, for a beaver. For a little fella.
30 minutes would be gas, though.
Imagine if you could hold your air underwater for 6 to 8 minutes, how you would be feeling. Just put that into perspective.
I mean, I could probably hold my breath underwater for pretty long.
6 to 8 minutes is
not
too
6
long.
to 8, not 6 to 8
No.
minutes. I think I'd be floating by the end of it, but or it's just swallowing these copious amounts of water. Anyway, we're back into this round, and looks like we're gonna play a little bit of a different scenario, and it's gonna be an A-walk here from One Win. Flamers tries to get that molly down, tries to stop them on the approach, but it's gonna be Risky Bob to do the job himself. Mows down a quick double and just keeps a grip on that A-bomb site. It's gonna be Nemiga with the slender advantage right now, but it is only small. Especially if One Win go quickly through T-spawn over towards B. They actually do have a bigger advantage. It should be a 3 versus 2 on the site, but we know the Counter-Strike doesn't always play out like that, especially when you're attacking the CTs. Flash into cave, you get that control. Xanter just playing for the information over towards the B ramp, and he might have the perfect time to drop a HE.
Yep, spotted one. He can just bounce that HE off or throw it on top, and that's going to be a big one. Lands on top of Buster. Xanter just needs the first skill, and then his teammate from the cave can join in, and that's exactly what happens. It's a great 1-2 punch. Bait and switch working out to perfection. And Nealon, a 1 versus 4 with 30 seconds on the clock. This one should be a done deal, and it will be a done deal indeed. Khan shuts him down. Double digits for an Amiga. They keep 3 alive. It's a big buy round to win. No bomb plan for One Win. Meaning, a couple of those players, well, I say a couple, JO won't have enough money to justify a full investment. So even if they want to go for the buy, he will have to be downgraded to a Mac 10 or a pistol, and I believe this will be the case.
I can't stress how important that double was from Risky Bob. Just stopping those 2 players. If he goes down there, that's a 1-win round for sure. And of course, it's unfortunate circumstances that we had to play out that round, but as you pointed out, it was a fair fight. That over towards mid was not, though. Xanter gets a double over towards B as well. And One Win. It looks like they have come out the worse, unfortunately. And not just the last round, but this one as well. This is going to be 11-8. The investment is coming in from One Win, so they've got pretty much nothing, I would say, to play around with. I don't know if it's going to be 1900 or 2400 loss bonus, but it is definitely not ideal. Not at all.
It's the fashion with what you're losing the round to. The fact that you just get pushed out of there. A lot of the hyper aggression from the Amiga early on, that One Win was doing such a good job at countering the first couple rounds on the T side. It just works out perfectly. You're left with Jao and Ladik, at least trying to inflict some further damage. Xanter could be caught off guard. Still though, spotted out, smoke will go down. Xanter able to get out of dodge, and this is really important. Lear commits to the spray. Still able to get that kill onto Ladik, and it should be Jao following suit any moment now. First kill is good, but Lear through the smoke will decapitate him for his double in the round. It's 11 on the board for an Amiga. Another plantless round for One Win, and by that I mean not that they have no plants and no greenery in their rooms. I mean that they couldn't plant the C4, which unfortunately means that there's not going to be a lot of green in their bank accounts. So it does go down to the green after all. And they don't have much of it.
Yeah, you've got one more chance to just keep this game alive, really. And that's gonna be not this one, for sure. I'd be very, very surprised if we see a bomb plant out of this from 1-1. Just the sheer amount of numbers that are here right now for Nemiga. Xanter is up close, but as soon as he feels any pressure at all, that smoke's going to be dropped down. HE chipping away at health, and they've got one more flash. This needs to be the best flash of all time.
Oh, there it goes, and it doesn't catch them quite. Xanter mows down 3. So yeah, it was an alright flash. Not the best of all time though, and timing wasn't really in their favor. So a clean round for Nemiga. Welcome into the meat grinder. They say to 1 win. As they just blend them over in towards that B bomb site. There's the replay. Great sequence by Xanter, once again showcasing that raw aim potential. Of course, a lot easier when there's just pistols jumping on the other side, but still makes it look easy and satisfying. Top of the board now for his team, 18. Top of the server too for Xanter, even though the distribution in both those teams has been pretty evened up. But Nemiga finally get their way up to map point on their own map pick. 4 chances to close it out in regulation, and the first time they'll have to deal with an A execution. Donut, CT smokes being lined up already, and as of right now, Nemiga don't really have anybody in towards that A bomb side.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a donut player that can rotate back. They've got Flamus who can maybe even go on a fast flank if he's feeling a little bit adventurous. Yeah, this could be huge right now. And look at the amount of bodies they have here already. I don't see a way in right now for 1 win. Look at the damage being done. Huge HE is going to land on top of them once again. They're going to be trapped, but they have to commit. They can't go back, and they have to just go right on forward. The smoke's going to make things difficult. The nade is just going to expose Risky Bob, who sees so many people right now. Here comes the donut swing. Yeah, the smokes were only up for a limited amount of time, and now they're gone. And 1 win cannot get this bomb plant down safely, but they have the advantage. They just need to wait for Nemiga to overstep the mark, but I don't know if they will.
No reason to, right? I mean, you can potentially start jiggling on a random timing just to make sure they're not going back, but Shadow spotted. Xanter has the information. The swing from Donut comes in, and Flamus with a monstrosity of a triple kill, and Khan with the final one to grant Nemiga their wish of a map big victory going into their opening series of the 3rd edition of the RES.
Yeah, man, like, it wasn't as clean as we were probably expecting, but still, like, it finished pretty clean. Of course, you know, there's the round in there that came down to a 3v3, and unfortunately there was a little bit of a mishap with the server. But you know, these things happen in Counter-Strike, unfortunately. 1 win came out, you know, the worse after it, but still they made a good go of the rounds after. I think Nemiga were always going to close that one out, though. They just looked like the better team for me on Ancient, although 1 win, obviously it is being shown that they are improving on that map, but they just they let 1 win, or Nemiga, excuse me, get a little bit too comfortable on that CT side. The T rounds just weren't really working. They weren't really finding the entries up onto the bomb sites. They weren't finding the bomb plants either, and that really is what cost them. They just didn't have the money to put together big rounds towards the end, but they need to put a big comeback now on the board's head, as we are looking forward to map 2. It is going to be Mirage, 1 win's map pick, and well, they need to come up with something there, or they're going to be dropping down into the lower bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll send it to a short little break, and we'll be right back with map number 2.
The world is changing quickly. To clear. Copy. Safe to clear. Copy. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push, One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back, folks, to the RES Regional Series 3 European Edition. We are kicking things off with the second map of the CAS Derby Group D opening matchup between the reigning champions of Nemiga and the debuting one-win lineup that has been looking extremely strong, but Nemiga were still able to get their map pick of Ancient in a 13-8 fashion. Mirage is coming up next, though, Jack, and if we know one thing that is for sure, that is when you have two really decent CAS teams playing on Mirage against each other, it's always going to be a battle, isn't it?
I think it's going to be a banger, mate. I really think we're going to get a really intriguing game. Look, one would need to come with everything they have here. They need to rely on the insane plays that we know that the likes of Jo, the likes of Laddick can make to really kind of push this one close. It's still going to be a really uphill battle, though, for against Nemiga. Obviously, reigning champions for a reason. Pretty dominant on this map when we have seen them play it. It is just going to be so tough. It might just be one that's, you know, women are getting close to, but it might be just a little bit too early in this team's life that we can really say that, you know, oh, they should be going ahead and winning this. They should be, you know, bringing them the distance in all three maps. And I think that's what we've seen kind of from the Nemiga on map one, that even though it was competitive up to a certain point, once it kind of got to that kind of later stage, the so-called, you know, championship rounds, if you will, Nemiga just were able to pull themselves through that, show really what they are made of. And to be honest, I think we're going to see a different class here from Nemiga on map 2.
I mean, we could be. They still ended up winning the first map in a 13-8 fashion. And one thing that I wanted to bring up was the fact that I think at least individually, one win did give us what we wanted to see from them. Or at least for myself, I feel content with the level that we saw from the individuals. I feel like obviously on the team level, you're not going to be up to the same standard as Nemiga on their best map. But you look at the individuals. Laddick had a couple really good rounds. He was constantly trying to move around and find a good spot for himself, especially on the CT side with that AVPT side was a bit different, but I guess we expected that. Rugen had a couple really good rounds with multi-kills on both CT and T side, a couple nice openings. That double entry into the B bomb side rings a bell, and that was a really important round too for them. So I feel like all things considered, we saw a couple good things from JL2. Nealon had his good moments, especially towards the start. Firepower wise, this one-win team is looking really legitimate to me. And going into that Mirage, there's a couple names that you want to be looking at. You want to be looking at Rugen. You want to be looking at Laddick. On a team level, I completely agree with you. Fundamentally, it's going to be really hard to actually expect one win to be a better team than Nemiga, right? But then you look at the firepower, and it is a Mirage. It is a map that fundamentally, and I'm sorry for using that word so many times, but fundamentally, a lot of teams know how to play Mirage. Like the basics. The map has been in the pool for such a long time, and all those players are coming in from CAS teams that notoriously have been really good on Mirage always. All those teams and players know the basics of a good Mirage. So going into it, I actually expect it to be quite competitive. I think even if Nemiga take it up a notch, I really want to see one win bring the fight to them pretty much the same way that they did in the first half on map number 1, because this is proving grounds for one win right now. You're not going to be overly disappointed if you lose that series, but in the same time, you feel like you could be putting up a fight, and eventually you want to reach that level where you can be competitive with teams like Nemiga, teams like Aurora, who are at the top shelf of the CAS scene right now, outside of Tier 1, of course.
Yeah, I think it kind of comes down to it as well. Obviously, Nemiga are going to get the choice of sides. They're going to get a start on the CT side. And if you just let Nemiga get going in this first half, it could be very difficult. So you need your heavy hitters to be firing early if you're 1-1. You need that instant start. Looks like it is going to be an A play off the pistol. And we need to see just a 1-win where the individuals do shine bright and on true, or else they could be staring down already a lower bracket game and one away from elimination, as it's going to be a 3-player stack over towards B. Nobody playing for middle, and Buster has already started off the pistol. Great, he's dropped Flamus. A dangerous man to take out of the server early on. Lear is going to follow suit. Didn't stand a chance and can. Cleared towards Underbalk, not before he claims one, but this should be enough for OneWin to hang on.
Yep, Flash gonna go too high. Actually does blind Risky Bob, and it's alright for Laddick to get that kill as easy as it gets. Leaving Xanter in a 1 versus 4. Seen already. Had a couple big rounds aim-wise on that previous map. Of course, finished that game top of the board, I believe. So you're looking at Xanter right now. You want to see some good shots. It's really difficult, though, when you're getting peeked from 3 different directions, from 4 different people. And it ends up being a pissed around victory here for OneWin. A perfect start here for, I guess, the homecoming team. When you talk about Mirage, 1xBet still heavily favoring Nemiga for the victory. 131 up to 3.23 for OneWin. Of course, if you want to take advantage of those odds, you can click the banner below the stream and head over to 1xBet. Use our code 1XRESEU. You're going to get up to 130% bonus on your first deposit. But as we said, Mirage is a map that Nemiga are fairly successful on, but one of the maps that they don't play that much. They've played it 5 times so far this year, and they did end up losing it only once. That was an advanced game against Nexus back in March. They've just played it twice so far in April, and it was pretty convincing. A 13-2 over Secret and a 13-3 over Still Helmet, a DIM Chengdu. Of course, Still Helmet, for those of you that are unaware, is a Chinese team that you would most of the time put your money on Nemiga to beat.
Probably 9 times out of 10.
I'd say 19 out of 20. But you know what? I think wasn't there was a player with an insane name on oh yeah, it was oh, what was it? I think it was 18-year-old 18YM.
Yeah, I think it was 18. You were saying it was like 18-year male or something, and he's like 31.
Yeah, 18-year-old male, and he's 29.
Yeah, 29, yeah.
Yeah, my hero.
Neil gonna be swinging out towards top middle, sees nothing. Takes a lot of control. This is a deep stance to be taking towards the B apartments in the first going round, especially Xanter with not really all that much support. I mean, Risky Bob can get back to him if needed, but Risky Bob is busy out finding kills onto Nealon, and that might just spring this B attack into play. Risky Bob wants to try and get that Molotov down. It's actually a smoke, and well, they can just breeze past it. The flash is going to be good. Risky Bob's going to be mollied out of position. Oh, ran out of bullets, and that is not the ideal circumstance right now, because the B bomb site is under so much pressure and it's just going to crumble away. Flamus might try and catch the timing and push past the smoke. Lear is going to try and do exactly the same thing, and OneWin are just going to be holding. They're just going to be waiting. They know there's only one player left. Lear is going to spot out a lot of players. You can see that Roigen doesn't even want to peek, but because of the damage done to Lear, even though the 2 kills might pique his interest, he has to let cooler heads prevail. Retreat from the bomb site. OneWin have bested them this time around once again. This is going to be 3 in a row and the perfect T-start.
Yeah, I mean, you've already equalized the maximum amount of rounds that Nemiga did actually allow their opponents to get in their last 2 games. As we pointed out, it was 3 against Steel Helmet, and it felt like it was supposed to be a bit of an easier round. I feel like Xanter would be feeling a bit hard done. He had a good position to get at least 1 kill. As you pointed out, it is a little bit risky to be playing up close in person. The smoke was actually a little bit too deep, so it made it possible for Rugen to jump through and still have a pretty competitive fight going into it. Double opening kill by the MAC-10. Great openers by Rugen. And regardless of the good damage that Lear was able to do, the IGL being tagged down extremely low going into that 1 versus 2, so couldn't really afford to justify it. Early doors, great tempo by OneWin, we must say. Once again, an early reset onto the money of Nemiga. You could be looking at a 4-0 start, which most certainly would put you in a position where you feel like you have that game under a lock and key, or well, not under a lock and key, but just under control. And this is a feeling that you never did get on map number 1. You felt like it was competitive, but you never felt like the team that's dominating what's happening in the server, that's dictating the pace. Now you could get that feeling. Gotta be careful with Flamus' position though. This is a free opening kill and a rifle.
Yeah. So now you need to make a decision. Do you want to accelerate into B and into the stack that you don't know is there, or what do you want to do? So you're going to send Roygen at least on the approach. Xanter has found a wonderful dig shot, tries to go for the spectacular, but
sure,
never going to happen, unfortunately. I mean, if it did, that would have been ridiculous.
I mean, we just saw a jump shot op on Dust earlier today, so
yeah, that's true.
This one might be a little bit harder to connect, but anything's possible.
Oh, Khan nearly walks right into Nealon. Luckily, he's able to backpedal out of there as well. But 35 seconds is not a lot of time for OneWin to really maneuver around here. They have to make up their mind. They have to get the bomb into a position that they can actually have a chance at the round, and that is going to be up short. But you're running into a rifle on Lear. You're running into Khan, first of all, who's going to try and just take away the distraction. You're not aware of this position. Nealon hits a nice no-scope, has to collect this bomb, but he can't do it. And Jo is going to be too far away. Even if he finds these kills, it's not going to be worth it. And Lear is just going to shut him down. A 3k from him, around at Namiga, should not have been winning, but they're able to snatch it away. And that's kind of the problem that we've seen so far in this game, is that OneWin on rounds that they should be converting easily, especially against the pistols, they come up short.
Yeah, and that's a great play on Flamus, right? This is what starts us off so nicely, and it kind of forces them to commit to the B play even if they didn't want to, and commit to some uncomfortable fights in towards middle with just one pistol too. It doesn't give away too much. That was a good shot by Nealon, but it doesn't change the entire dynamic of the round in total. It's a really painful first one to lose on Mirage right now for OneWin. Great way for Namiga to get onto the board, and Lear is going to try and carry on that momentum.
I'm going to try and do exactly that. He's just not stopping for anybody. Wanted maybe one more kill before he backs away, but once again, there's no point risking it. You've got the advantage, you've done your job. And OneWin now have to recalibrate what they want to do for the rest of this round.
Big nade. It's going to force them back. If they were close, they were tagged down heavily, and a deep Molotov too. This is so uncomfortable for OneWin right now. You were pushed out of middle, you tried to at least retake it from under, and you were forced out of position with a double molly. So if you want to take the middle control, now you need to do it on 55 seconds. And that's not going to give you too many answers, I guess, to your questions. You have no presence in towards the ramp and towards Palace. B, you've been pushed back from. You'll probably try and boost that Mac 10 inside of window, but if it doesn't find too much, you're still stuck in a pretty precarious situation. You still need the rifles to open things up for you.
Buster only gets one. Xanter's still standing. He is buying time for the rotations to come in. They're actually being cut off by Jo, though, who finds that kill, but it doesn't matter. Lear on the site. Oh, not able to collect it. And Xanter is just going to be run down and gunned down. Roygen getting the job done. And that's just a perfect little split. True murder hole that Jo was able to pull off, but now he's put Roygen into a 1 versus 1. He has to really do it all here. He's already collected 2 frags close on the site, waiting to go for a peek, waiting for the window jump through, and it comes his way. The round goes his way, and OneWin back to winning ways.
Yeah, that was a big one for OneWin. It felt like they were a bit circled and forced to go for that B play later on. A great opening by Buster though. This is the one that they needed, making sure that Xanter doesn't get away with a multi-kill either. Lear gets shut down on the rotation. Rugen once again with a key multi-kill going into that B bomb side. We saw the same when they decided to go for that B pop a couple rounds ago. Rugen getting a double entry with the Mac 10 once again, now opening up the bomb side. This time a double from the AK. We've seen some great work from the Uzbeki talent. Not a lot of players from Uzbekistan, the pro scene. Rugen being one of the very few that are able to pack a pretty decent punch too. It is scary. It is scary how much potential there is in the CIS region. Countries that you're probably not anticipating. And you're not used to seeing just producing crazy talents. Especially in terms of the firepower. Those guys are really, really dangerous. But yeah, OneWin in general a pretty interesting mix. You have one Estonian, 2 Kazakhstani, and 1 Russian and 1 Uzbekistan player.
The execute just being set up here, but this op is in a great position. Again, it's going to come down to dealing with the first man. You deal with the first man, job becomes a whole lot easier. But Roizen has been on fire in these last few rounds, and there's going to be a double peak. And he misses. Oh, this is not ideal. Need to get that smoke down to try and stay alive. Try and get out of there. But Buster, his spam is going to be perfect. Xanter now under pressure as the apartment's presence now being felt. Lear has stopped them at least from coming out for now. And Jo is in a position once again to catch off these rotates. That HE discovers nothing. And Lear needs to be so cautious. Flamus is going to walk in completely unawares, shut down by Jo. And now that you can just go, hey, you can just run up connector. Nothing Risky Bob can really do. He has the op in his hands, but Jo is already so close to scope in. He misses his chance.
Yeah, that's the one that he needed. You get that one kill, you're going to have an evened up chance. And now they're going to boost up. It was actually a run boost to deal with the Oper. And he spots them in the act in the middle of it. But he still goes down. Not a single kill going in favor of Risky Bob. That was interesting there. That was probably one of the most precarious fights that he's ever been in, especially with an AVP. And now it's all about holding on if you're Xanter and Lear. A great repositioning from OneWin. Jo with the late positioning towards connector. Now you're going to be under a whole lot of pressure. You got to try and hold on to those guns, boys. You have no money left in the bank account. So losing any one of those two rifles would be a big issue. OneWin. Still giving it a bit of a weight though. Nealon was thinking about going for the play, but I actually respect that. I think OneWin realized that their money isn't as solid as to really be able to justify losing and risking the lives of a couple players. So you keep 4 alive, you get that round on the board. There's the replay of that wild clearance of the AVP of Risky Bob. So yeah, you keep 4 alive. You get 5 on the board here on the T side, and Nemiga once again are the ones that need to come up with solutions, because this Mirage CT side so far has been, well, quite short of success.
Don't think you're expecting the op in this position. Jo is just going to jiggle it anyway. That molly. That'll be good. Actually, no, it's not. Now he has to go out and clear it out the old-fashioned way. But he is just waiting to see if the peak is going to come to him. It's not. Oh, this is so unfortunate on the timing. You might realize the op is there now. He's going to just chuck a HE. Kneeling out mid, drops Flamus and Can trying to exit through middle. And now OneWin are going to spring into attack once again. Risky Bob down. He can't hold on with just an SMG. Laird does nothing with his rifle. And Xanter now left to just save. You have to try and get out of this if you're going to be so lucky. I mean, Nealon's towards chair. He can just swing and peek, and that is a clean round from OneWin, from start to finish.
You can't really wish for it to go in a better way. I mean, even though the Molotov fails straight up, OneWin just feel like they are controlling the entire map. Nealon with a huge double kill in towards middle. First kill, Flamus didn't even see him. Khan had no chance to react. Rugen able to recover that spray. It just feels like every single one of them is in the zone right now. Flow state. Every single fight that they get into, they're winning. And a lot of it comes down to the fights right now, but OneWin are just winning all of them. I was going to say the majority, but yeah, you can't really name too many. I felt smoking towards window here for the T's. Thankfully, it's up against the pistols, and a 5-7 won't probably be able to punish you too much. Xanter's got a Deagle. But now would be the right time for the Miga to steal away around with the pistols. You need something to work out for you. It's just been OneWin domination.
It has been just domination. I mean, this has been brilliant from OneWin so far. They've come out, they've executed their game plan perfectly. Nemiga can't handle them at all.
Running away and winning every single fight helps too. Yeah. I mean, I'd say Mirage is a pretty simple map in terms of the main concept of it, but Yeah, One Win have just been winning the majority of the fights, keeping it simple, executing the basics pretty nicely. Xanter's once again all alone up against the B-Pop, and they've just heard him. That should be 7-1.
It should be. But that's not ruled them out just yet. Risky Bob trying to get here in time to help out Xanter. The pressure being felt. 25 seconds. And oh, if there's a few more kills like that, this could be a big problem right now for One Win. They're running into the pistols. They're running into Risky Bob. He's killed 3 of them on his own. And Laddick has no way out of the apartments right now. They know exactly where he is. The HE will not drop the rifle. Risky Bob getting there in time to save the day for Nemiga. And One Win, their kryptonite pistols once again.
Yeah, that's why his nickname is Risky Bob. It's just a complete chance when you're going into his bomb site, no matter what gun he's got. That was absolutely outrageous. How does he get away with 4 kills there? It felt like they were out of space for the play too. Xanter drops from the window unintentionally. Then he had enough time to fall back. Risky Bob deploys that smoke. It felt like after Xanter gets the first kill, it was either going to be a Deagle masterclass or nothing. Then everyone starts dropping, but Risky Bob is somehow staying alive and getting all the kills. Nemiga finally get one more on the board, but now they need to transfer that performance into buy rounds, and this has been evading them so far. That's been the main issue of this Mirage.
Yeah, you need the gun rounds, and Nemiga just can't get them right at all. There's a chance for this one to go a little bit better. 1 for 1 though is always going to favour this T side, Ted, and One Win, they're happy enough just to give this one up. They've heard Risky Bob, I believe, drop off bricks. Buster has for sure, so they know it was a double short setup. A Woman are just going to go back and make the A play here. Nemiga get inquisitive, get curious over towards middle, see nothing, and now they're just going to play from the sights, surely.
Yeah, you haven't spotted anybody. Buster's hearing a little bit, but even if he throws in that initial fake, it shouldn't really drag any rotations. And this is a great reposition. This is a great remaneuver from Flamus into our sandwich that late into the round. This is a really tough angle to be aware of.
Yeah, he can't stay on there for long. He has to keep his eyes on ramp. As soon as that smoke fades, they are actually rotating Risky Bob over as well, so Nemiga are expecting an A play here, and the op in this position, needed to hit that first shot. 20 seconds, One Win running the clock in, but Nealon trying to get it done himself as Risky Bob in position for a clutch. A 1v4 not looking likely. Laddick shuts him down. One Win have another round, and I don't know what's going wrong for Nemiga. Just can't get it right on those gun rounds at all.
I can tell you, I think it's pretty straight up. They just can't confirm the kills right now from positions that they should be. You feel like that setup was good enough. Count is in a great position to deal with Nealon. Then you have the sandwich player. Nealon deletes him too. That was the perfect setup. That was the perfect call for the occasion. They even had a third player rotating back. If you're an Amiga right now, you're just wondering, how are you not picking up rounds? Because that was supposed to be your round. On paper, it was just aligned perfectly for you to pick it up. But One Win just run over you. And this is frustrating right now if you're an Amiga, because you know you're not making the wrong calls on all of the occasions. Sometimes you're getting them right, but it's still not working out. It's still not paying dividends.
Well, it's gotta hurt as well, right, for Nemiga. They were so dominant throughout pretty much the whole entire last event. I mean, they only dropped 2 maps, one in the group stage versus Sangle, one versus Mouse NXT in the playoffs. This is looking like they might drop another map here, unless something drastically changes, unless they start getting the guns into situations that they can find the kills and actually finding them. They have had them in the spots that should have netted them at least a few frags. This is going to be a straight up B-pop right now, and Risky Bob, beautiful from him, stops Roigen and stops the brunt of the play. One Win are going to go back. Risky Bob, it has to be him to do it all, it seems. And he might even find another one on the spam. He has done it.
way.
Risky Bob, that's ridiculous.
No way he's just done that to them. Well, apparently this is what you need to get around on the board. He gets the first kill, turns around and mows down 2 more. And now Flamus is already on the flank. He's got flanks on flanks, but it's risky Bob in towards the B-bomb side and flanking players in towards Mido and TV is so claustrophobic. And Xanter hunts you down from the apartments everywhere you go. Each position, direction that you turn around towards, there is an Amiga player waiting for you. And that was ludicrous from Risky Bob. I mean, this is that type of a play that sometimes just switches things up. If you're 1-1, you don't feel like you did anything wrong here. Look at that. Both Vladik and JL don't really get the chance, don't really get the comfort of seeing a player before going down in this round. It's still really one-sided showing from 1-1. Don't get me wrong, but there could be a way back for an Amiga into that first half. Never mind.
Oh, they're gonna have to do it the hard way. I was just about to say, that's the kind of round that will spur you on, you know. I mean,
Nealon was not the problem in EG.
No, he wasn't. Flamus. Destroyed by Buster. Not the first time we've seen Buster find a kill from that position. Risky Bob once again. Has to be him to do it all. And he's the only one to find a kill so far. But it's just a one and done. And 1 win. Just not letting Namiga get consecutive rounds at all. Making sure that they do not lose 2 in a row. And that might be, well, it will be the same story for the whole entire half. Xanter, even with that kill he's saving, he needs to. This is going to be an 8-3 half though. This CT side has just been completely lackluster from the Amiga, and the way that they're losing these gunfights, Ted, I do really worry for them when we swap over onto the T side, because the T side, you need to have confidence when you're going for the peaks, for the swings and all the likes of it, but how can you be confident when you're just being dominated this badly?
I guess when you have the comfort of you being the initiator of all those fights, it's a little bit different, but it just looks too easy right now for 1-1. And my main issue with this, it could be as one-sided that we don't really get to see a comfortable purchase from the Amiga in the second half, and I feel like this could be the biggest issue. I still believe on the T side this is going to be a little bit closer from their perspective, but you need at least 4 rounds on the CT to keep it competitive, to just feel like you're still present in the server and you have a chance.
Buster takes a heavy nade in the apartments. You've got Risky Bob playing close up towards short. That molly should land right on Jo. Just make sure he can't advance any further in connector. Oh, Laik is peeking at the perfect time here. Kando finds Nealon first. And if you're 1-1, do you want to commit into this B site right now? That was the initial plan. That was the initial idea. But now that you've spotted the op, you kind of second guess it a little bit, maybe allowing him a little bit of time to rotate. Risky Bob, he's going to find 2 players looking the wrong way. 1, 2, as simple as that. Risky Bob, I mean, without him, I fear for Namiga.
Well, thankfully he's present in round number 12 and he gets another double kill, and they were so pressured to make a decision, felt so claustrophobic. Xanter just down Buster walking through the smoke, and Lear will shut down Jo. It's a clean buy round for Namiga finally in the last one of the CT side, at least keeping themselves competitive. And I guess in a way, in touching distance, especially if they get that buy round or that pistol round under their belt. That was a great move by Risky Bob though, recognizing that he's got the space to take. Xanter wasn't getting challenged in towards the B apartments. You still have the AVP. Even if the MP9 pushes forward and goes down, this is still an alright defense. This is still looking good towards the B bomb side. And it was getting uncomfortable towards A with that one player that was left in towards the bomb side all alone because of the aggression they had going in towards the ramp. So Risky Bob needed that maneuver. He commits to it, makes it work. And it's now pistol round time. And 1-1, go for that tactical timeout. This is the pistol round that could set them up for, well, I was going to say set them up for a life pretty much. Set them up for the win here on Mirage. Not quite for a life, but it is the pistol round that could make this one much more competitive than what it's supposed to be like. If you're 1-1, you feel like this is one of the most dominant maps that you've played so far with this roster, especially against such an opposition on a map like Mirage. You want to close it out as quickly as possible. You don't want to overlook the fact that you're playing up against Namiga, and this is a team that could easily bounce back into this And if they start making this one competitive, if they start rocking the server, because you're looking at Flamus and Khan having a combined amount of 5 kills at the end of the first half. This is not happening every day of the week. You don't want to underestimate the situation. You want to close it out as they're down. If you let them get up, you could be in a whole lot of trouble still.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Risky Bob's performance, though, that's those rounds, Nemiga could build off that. This pistol is so important, though. They win this, to be honest, I really feel they can come back and win this game. Like, 100%. Still very tough. Great flash. Flamus is going to find the first. They know Jo is underneath. They need to deal with Royjun as well. This is so difficult. Lear, nice shot with that Glock as Royjun put under pressure. He's lost a lot of teammates and will lose his life now as well. Buster has a few kills to clean up. The first one is easy, but that was the lowest. As he moves forward, advances, spots out Xanter. You don't want to give him that fight for sure. Buster still hasn't taken any damage either, but the P250 in the hands of Khan. Here comes the peak, and Xanter rips his head off. Perfect for Nemiga. That's exactly what they needed. And I really do feel, Ted, just Risky Bob, those kills in those first half, absolutely massive. I think Nemiga can come back and win this map.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a possibility. As we said, T-side is where you get that momentum up. The only question was whether we were going to get to that point where they actually get to dictate the pace, right? Because if they lose the pistol round, then they throw in a wild force buy in there. We could have been looking at 11-4 the first time that they had the guns, and it could have been a long shot at that point. But now you win the pistol, you're in a good position, you're going to be up against the anti-eco, and as we said, Risky Bob's impact is not even the quantity. He's not even the top frag for his team. It's Lear on 12, but Risky Bob's impact, just single-handedly winning them, what, 3 rounds on that CT side out of the 4 that they got? Or you could argue that he single-handedly won them 3 of them, but he had massive impact in 3 of them. 1 of them he did win single-handedly, so it could be enough to act as the catalyst for that T side. And sometimes that's what you need. A player to make everybody else wake up, to win them enough time to wake up in the server and feel like they can dominate once again and play up to their usual standard. That's what we've seen so far.
Awkward engagement for Flamus. He actually wins both of them. Oh, but the bomb is dropped in the middle of the site here. This is tough. You know where both players are, but you just need to kind of flush them out. Nealon's found yet another kill. He's still sat in sandwich, just doing the damage here. And Lear.
Oh my
goodness, what am I witnessing? Lear's just literally landed on top of him, tried to Goomba stomp him out of the round, and I mean it worked, but it definitely wasn't practical at all. Oh no. Yeah.
You've heard the expression clean cut. That was anything but.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Oh.
It's around on the board. They have been struggling for those.
I wonder if we're going to get to see it from Nealon's POV. Oh, never mind. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. No, I mean, the ship was nearly sinking. Well, it was sinking. It nearly sank. They were able to get the buckets out in time, though. 6-8, first buy round for the CTs, and this is the real difference maker here. If Nemiga are able to pick that one up, then you could be looking at a much more competitive game of Mirage, and potentially Nemiga making an attempt, pretty good attempt to close it out in a 2-0 fashion. Still though, 1 win in a good position. A lot of damage done, a pretty bothersome eco to deal with, and now you have the M-Force out.
Jo, oh, that's not a fight that you can be losing, especially with Lear shooting like that. Buster trying to stop Khan from going up con. He's done a good job of it, landing the dink, but they need a little bit more here. One would need a little bit of good fortune to get back into this round because it's looking over and done. And if Nemiga just take this side here, Royjun, I mean, what can you do about that? Even Khan being on low HP, he just hits the instant headshot. And this is what I was worried about. Nemiga seemed to be coming back into this game. And they're hitting shots now. They're doing exactly what Woman did to them. They want a little bit more though. Look at this aggression. They want to take these rifles away.
And this is a good call. I mean, you don't have too much money on your side, but you wanna keep riding the wave right now. You want to show them that you're not gonna let them make those rounds too competitive. You want to be playing only up against pistols, and the next one in the timing is perfect. Flamus drops Neil, and this is big. Buster 1 versus 5, and he should be going down any moment now too. You don't realize it, my friend, but you're just getting surrounded by so many people. Well, maybe now he does realize it, and Lear will take him down. It's a big triple by the IGL, whose impact we've been, well, not neglecting, but the main focus has been falling on Risky Bob. Lear, what a huge round to step it up in. Big double entry, just nailing both those kills and even making sure that they don't hold on to a single gun. This is scary scenes right now for Wano, and it feels like the momentum in this game has shifted completely. And it's growing up for Nemiga right now.
It really does, right? I mean, you can kind of feel it just changing right before our very eyes, but that all kind of falls away if you lose a round like this. I mean, doing a really good job, Nemiga, even keeping the 5 players alive there when they're hunting everybody down. You know, the massive boost to the money. That was the risk as well. If you send too many players to go and try and hunt them, you lose some rifles, you put your own economy in a horrible situation. That doesn't happen.
You know what that shows too? It shows confidence. I think they realize really well, and that's again the same point that we did make. When are you going to see Flamus and Khan combined for 5 kills at the end of the first half of Mirage again? When they've been on the CT side.
Very, very rarely, I would say.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think they realized that they didn't play a bad first half. The game plan wasn't too awful. It was, I guess it was a little bit scrappy at times, but the majority of it fell down to sometimes losing fights, right? And this is how Counter-Strike will be. Every now and then you just get out aimed, but when that's the issue, you know that individually you have good players and you can potentially bounce back into this game, and that's what we're seeing right now from Nemiga, just staying composed, staying cool, and making sure you don't get upset by the pistols. This is really important. It is on the bucket list, and the Zeus in the mix.
Oh no.
But a couple kills. Wait a second, no! Oh no. The ship has sank, officially. Oh, it's underwater.
Yeah, that was the round. Oh, that was the round. And now all that stuff that we were saying about Nemiga, it's completely redundant.
No, you know what? I'm gonna stay behind my words. I still believe they're in a good position, but that was terrifying.
Man, pistols in this game. What is going on with pistols in this series, by the way? It's them
I
again.
think if you were to ask both IGLs at the end of that game, they would just tell you, yeah, our anti-ecos were all over the place.
Yeah, and I would agree. Their anti-ecos are all over the place. It's running into stacks left and right. Just half of the people committing, half of the people not committing. Yes, it's sloppy. Very, very sloppy right now versus the pistols, but we've got rifles. Famous and Buster working together there, trying to figure out how Risky Bob managed to kill 2 people through that spam. They still can't figure it out. Good molly. Burns Latic down. Lear is low HP. And he's going to be the man to be boosted up in towards the window. Or rather, on the ledge. This is still looking like it is going to be maybe a split up towards B. Risky Bob. Impact he's having, immeasurable.
Yeah, that's a big opening. And now you can reset. You can just group up and set everybody in towards that B-bomb side. Now, the CTs are not going to move from there. And Latic's posted on the angle, but if he doesn't find the kill instantly onto the first player, this could be a lot of issues. And Lear's in a good position to cut off rotations too. This is dangerous.
Well, this could be really bad for Latic here. He's been flashed off the angle. Buster has seen nothing. It's created a little bit of space for them to maybe get up short. Lear and Khan combine for kills. Latic still on the site though with that up. And you've got 15 seconds to try and find him. Risky Bob's going to be taken down. Molly's going to land right on top of the Opera here, surely to flush him out of position. You have managed to do it, but you need to get that bomb down now. You know where Roygen is. HE won't be enough to deny. Bullets connect. And Roygen now in this 1 versus 2. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. Roygen won a clutch like this on the opposite side. Xanter not going to hold the angle this time around, but as he tries to jump on through, Roshan, he's going to get out. It's down to just the pistol. He's going to have to go forward with it, and Xanter moving around the map silkily. Roshan never expects it. That is played to perfection, and Nemiga will strike back. They have 8, and now are still within touching distance of 1 win.
That was so patient from Xanter in the 1 versus 1. That was a perfectly played round. We didn't get to see it on the minimap, but Lear was able to strike his 1 kill too. Khan shuts down Buster. Laddick doing his absolute best to stay alive for as long as possible, but Xanter in the 1 versus 1 was just impeccable there. Played it with so much patience, waited for the player to get uncomfortable, waited for Ryujin to make sure that he will have to initiate a move, goes for the peak, baits out the last couple bullets, and then a key reposition in towards the bench position. Ryujin was never going to read into it. It's so easy to lose the track of a player in a situation like that, and now is the time for a tactical timeout. Now you know the CTs have no money left once again. You're going to be up against a half by as straight as that, and you need to make sure that you convert it. The thing is, it's an awkward enough situation for you to consider the possibility of a full investment from 1 win. And that's why they're going for that pause, right? Because Ryujin's got enough money to put himself on an M4, and he still has 2,500. If the CTs wanted to invest into this one, they could have had Laddick on a glass cannon or an M4 with armor. Ryujin could have dropped over a FAMAS. They could have had a good investment. So if you're an Amiga right now, you just want to make sure you keep this one as clean as possible. You have no idea what type of a buy you're going to be up against, but you know it's important to convert.
Laddick waiting for that boost.
Scary. Oh, he landed the second tag as well?
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Or was that a nade?
I think it might have been a nade. I'm not quite sure though. Don't quote me on it.
I think it was the second tag because it tagged him for 88. That surely.
Yeah, sure.
Must have been.
Surely a scout tag. That is not going to be a tag. That one is going to be a frag. Ryujin close, and he was the one that could really do some damage, especially to those low players. But still, the scout is doing its job, Ted. Like 2 players low HP, 1 bullet away from death from a pistol, softens them up. It's an ideal scenario, and Nemiga are still going very slowly about this one. Know what happened last time.
Yeah, and it's still a dangerous one, as you pointed out. I think it must have been 88. Might be a little bit too much for a scout tag. It could have been just a spam and an HE from the M4 towards Con. Still, it is dangerous with 2 players being that low on HP. Even when Xanter gets that kill, you're still walking into a bomb site with 2 pistols. The bomb is still in towards the B apartments though, but this time you can see the layers on the play. This time they're sending a scouting team, I was gonna say. Well, it's just Xanter in towards Jungle to clear out some of those positions and heading towards the B bomb site. This is looking really good right now for an Amiga. You're just walking into Laddick and he's all alone. Something special required. First shot is nice, but he's just getting walked on and Xanter will mow him down. It was a good start from Laddick. Needed some Monesi-esque action towards the back of the B bomb site. But it's not meant to be. Nemiga leveling things up finally. And they know that was just a half buy, so expecting the full investment going into round number 19.
Yeah, so you don't really need to send more people on the hunt here. Your money has already been shattered enough by losing to the pistols just 2 rounds ago. So let's not give them any more than they really need from Nemiga's standpoint. But yeah, you know, you're expecting a full buyback in this one, and this is really where it gets interesting. The business end for sure, 9-9, and I wonder what the loss bonus is going to be saying for a 1 win. Surely it's quite good, so even if they do lose this next round, they should be able to fall back on it. Yeah,
it was
the follow-up tag.
All right.
Yes.
88 damage on a scout tag? That's quite a lot.
Full investment.
Must have been right in the chest.
Yeah, it must have been. That was right in the head anyway. That was a great shot, all things considered, onto Khan. But here's the investment. Max loss bonus for 1 win. Nemiga have a little bit of money to fall back on. You want to get this round in your favor, though.
Grenade. Okay. Cancelled it. Still can't get used to it, by the way. We'll need some time. Is there a way to turn that off, by the way? There should be, right? I mean, if you're a player and you just don't want it to appear on your screen.
I'm not sure. I didn't actually check. Maybe there is a setting.
I mean, you probably wouldn't want to turn it off. You'd rather just learn how to play with it, I guess. But oh, that's a big double nade. Buster takes so much damage, and now they know he's towards the right hand side again. Officially, that flash confirms it. They can just try and jump shot him here, I guess. If you're Lear, it might be worth the go, especially with the Molotov now. Yeah, Buster is a dead man. They're even gonna molly him out of position. Buster, that wasn't enough, my friend. The double nade was not everything you're gonna see this round. Rujin gets one kill, much needed, but look at Flamus walking out of Palace. This could be really dangerous. Ope needs to make sure it stays alive, but Flamus actually wallbangs Rujin.
That's huge. J.O. caught in a rotation from Lear as well. They know that the op is towards CT. There's 25 seconds. You just can clear your way up, plan for connector. You don't even need to face this op if you don't want to. And Flamus, well, he wants to right now. Laddick needs to get out of here with his life. And Lear, he can catch this rotation if he's patient enough. Risky Bob might just try and send it. Laddick has put himself in a sticky situation that he might not get out of.
Look at Lear.
Yeah, look at this. He's already here. Laddick is dead. Nealon is trapped. They're going to have nothing saved here.
Oh, no. That's a disaster. Nealon needs a 4K in order to stay alive. And now is the time to send everybody, right? Now you don't care about money. You just need to get that gun out of the hands of Nealon. That's going to be naked pistols going into the next round, and Khan doesn't miss again. Nealon goes down. This is disaster for one win. This Mirage is falling apart, and it's falling apart courtesy of Nemiga and courtesy of the Heroics. Risky Bob just doing God's work in the first half to make everybody else wake up. And now everyone else is tuning in. Lear having a great game. Flame is starting to wake up on that T side slowly but surely. Khan with a couple nice pickups. Xanther too. Everyone is joining in the action, and one win have their one and final tactical timeout to come up with a solution, but it won't be for this round. It would be for the next. There's no money to go for an investment here.
Yeah, they can't go for the investment here. They can buy pistols. They can maybe bring out an SMG, but you don't want to snooker your money that you're not in a position to buy in the next round. So this is so tough right now for one win. Nemiga, we seen that. I was reacting actually to just Flamus finding that kill through the wood. Like last bullet connects on the frag. And one win. Here's the pistols. Is there going to be a sneaky play? Nealon is going to be boosted up in towards the ladder. It's going to be completely avoided though by the looks of it. They're already out Tetris. Roygen doesn't realise it. He spots out Lear. The swing from the stairs. Xanther just waiting maybe to pounce. He could go for a silent jump maybe and try and catch the player bottom stairs sleeping. But they are showing just so much pressure, and eventually they're going to move behind this. The rotations are coming in. Woman should have the pistols here, but if the rifles just take the right engagements, it should be a pretty clean sweep.
Yeah, and I mean, you have the Yuta, right? You can just smoke off connector, molly in towards the deep extremities of the jungle, and they're just hoping to swing on the fate of the smoke, or even swing through right now and just catch anybody on timing. Nealon denies the blunt from going down through the smoke, but the refrags are coming in. This is messy. It's scrappy. It's dangerous. Yeah. It's really dangerous.
They're not comfortable on the site at all right now. They are terrified. So terrified. Buster, he falls.
That's a relief.
Yeah. Once you find that kill, you kind of settle yourself a little bit. You know where the rest of the players are going to be coming from, but you don't want to give them too many peeks. They don't have a kit. This reposition could be everything for Flamus, but he gives it away with a smoke. Nealon's just trying to try and run down Lear. Oh, but Lear holds on, hits that shot. Roygen might want to try and get away, but he won't be allowed to. And Lear and Nemiga, just about by the skin of their teeth, they hold on.
You know what, Lear has been having a phenomenal game so far, and we haven't been saying his name enough. We emphasized more on Risky Bob's really impactful rounds in the first half, but you gotta look at Lear, right? You gotta look at the oldest standing member of this team. He's been a part of the Nemiga for such a long time. Yeah, you look at the 1 year and 8 months, it's even more than that, right? Because he did leave for, what, 4 months in 2022? He was a part of that Nemiga lineup with J.O. a couple years ago, and he's been around for such a long time, even though he's so young, by the way. He's only 22 years of age, and he's been playing on Nemiga since 2021. This is 3 years of stay with Nemiga, with I guess a short break of a couple months as well in 2022, but he's just coming in huge in this game. Everybody else was struggling in the first half. Everybody else, individually at least, even though they're waking up in a way, is still not close to their standard level. But Lear is just going above and beyond right now for the team. 23 kills, 11 deaths, multi-kill after multi-kill. Even in rounds like those, when they just have the pistols, those rounds are being extremely closer than what they should be for the mega standard. But Lear is there to make sure that nothing goes out of control. If they end up converting that to a no victory, this one would be on Lear.
I mean, you say that it's on Lear, man. I'm putting it all on Risky Bob. If it wasn't for Risky Bob, man,
I'm putting it on both of them because Risky Bob had the impact in the first half, but Lear has been consistently finding those multi-kills throughout the entire game.
I agree. But if it wasn't for Risky Bob, Lear wouldn't have been able to find those multi-kills because the game would have been over. And I firmly believe that. Risky Bob, he slowed down completely from what we've seen in that first half, and Lear kind of stepped it up and took over for him. But Namiga, man, they're just showing why they are the champions of this event. They are just not going down without a fight. Look at how many T rounds we've seen. 7 out of the last 8. One have only picked up 1 CT round. And Amiga now have a chance to get onto a map and series point. Aggression towards middle, Jo in position. He'd love to find this kill onto Risky Bob.
He'd love to. Erusian drops Lear. Finally, you get an opening kill on the CT side. And you get a little bit more room to work with. A bit more room to breathe. Buster on top of that short angle. The only issue here is that you're so heavy in towards middle, and Risky Bob's back to the swing of things. And you were so heavy towards middle that you are sacrificing some presence in towards the A bomb side. Look at Khan walking out of under with that AVP, but Flamus is looking for something in towards A, and this is still dangerous. A big pickup by Rujan, single-handedly getting them through this round as of right now, but you still need to deal with Xantor in towards B, and the T's seem to always be able to find a way back into those rounds.
You've got Neil in short side as well to help out the ladder player. Molly goes in. It's not really going to burn Buster. He's not going to be looking anyway. Nealon is going to be taken down. No. Buster, though, gives himself away. Can if he hits this shot. Oh, there's the bait bomb site. That's surely it, Ted. Laddick, I don't even know if you can go for this. I don't even know. Oh, they're going to take a peek, maybe.
That's such a tough one. It's a 2 versus 3. You feel like you need to go for this because it's a 9-11. It's a 9-11 deficit. Barujan's low on HP. Laddick's on an AVP. Even if he gets the kill and he's ready. Can't hurt him. Completely locked onto the angle, and the nade might even take that Rujan. No, he still gets 1. 3 HP to spare, and he's looking for that. Oh, but the second nade won't evade him. It won't miss him. 12-9. Namiga's on fire, and OneWin are on their knees.
Oh, they're begging for mercy right now. Oh, such a good play here from Roygen, but look at this. And Buster, I mean, the bait setup was kind of, it's worked out because they weren't expecting you. Buster just needed to take his time and confirm at least 1 kill. Jumps the gun. And that's really what breaks OneWin. Aggression out towards middle. Everybody's gonna be here. It's just a straight up mid fight maybe to finish it all. Lear and Risky Bob, 2 players that have been lighting up the kill feed all game, continue to do it again, and it is down to Nealon to save the day. But this one is so far out of reach. This one is looking like game over. They know where he is. Khan is going for the peek onto him, and they've given him a chance. Not a man you want to give an opportunity to, but this position from Xantor, I mean, already being up close. Risky Bob is low, though. Oh, there is just a little bit of doubt. Not now. It's sealed. Namiga not going to drop a map in the group stage so far, Ted, and your reigning champions 2-0 versus OneWin.
Absolutely, that was a great showing, right? It might have not been the cleanest game of Counter-Strike that we saw from Namiga, especially individually wise, but the fact that Engine started so close, they were still able to win it fairly comfortably score-wise in the 13-8 fashion. Mirage was all up against them. A 4-8 first half. And you know what? I'm not over-exaggerating when I say they can be happy with the 4 rounds that they were able to get. And they need to be thanking Risky Bob, because that could have easily been a 1-11, a 2-10 first half. This is how good the T side for 1-win was in that first half on Mirage, but not in the second one. A great recovery. Lear and Risky Bob combining for 41 kills at the end of the map. But I mean, if you want to count the impact, you can call them 50, you can call them 60 kill. Risky Bob and Lear keeping them alive. Risky Bob with 3 massive rounds in the first half to just make sure that Nemigas still have a fighting chance. And then, as you pointed out, Lear just kept it going from that point onwards. The IGL from the first round until the last on map number 2 was constantly delivering multi-kills, and at the end of the day, this is what made the big difference. Nemiga able to take 1 win down, and they start off their second consecutive campaign in the tournament. They're defending of the trophy campaign, I guess, with a win, and it's a clean win.
Yeah, it is. Not squeaky clean like the one
I mean,
like.
clean in terms of the score. You open it up, it says the 2-0 on HLTV,
it
right?
does say
you haven't
2-0.
dropped the map, technically.
Technically, Woman made them work, man. Woman are going to be a tough team if you get them in that lower bracket, and I'm just warning the other teams now, you know, you don't want to lose that game, because Woman will definitely put it up to you. Ted, I believe we've got a little bit of a break before we do head into our third game. We've got around 20 minutes time until Sangil and Paravision does go live. That's going to be our third game of the day, and we've got Mouse NXT taking on Dynamo Eklot, who are making their debut in this event. I believe it's going to be Jane Dweg taking over from myself and yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the opening 2 matchups. You definitely don't want to miss the last 2, and the lads will be taking over. They'll be with you in about 20 minutes time. We'll see you then.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
And welcome back to the Rest Regional Series for Europe number 3. We're into day 2 of our group stage action, which means more opening games to decide who's going to be set up for our winners and eliminations in the next couple of days' time. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg. As per usual, Group C and D have already kicked off with our first couple of results setting in, and now 2 more best of 3s will be played out to close out the day.
And in all honesty, Jay, when I look at the previous couple of Rest tournaments in EU, I've always felt it quite easy to pin the two top teams in the group and say, yeah, they should be making it into the playoffs. Maybe there's a bit of an upset. I actually think in this third iteration, there are some extremely close teams. There's not heavy favorites like previous. So it actually makes it quite difficult to dictate who should be a favorite to make the playoffs.
And considering how much the Mega struggled to close out the series against one win, I feel like there might be a few more surprises in tow here for this one. We're going to move on to our third match, of course, which is still in Group C. Sang will take on Paravision next up on stream. Winner will take on Zero Tenacity, who already dispatched the Sinners from that upper bracket. And very encouraged to see how the competition's going to weigh up against Zero Tenacity. They had a hell of a run here. But so have Sang and Paravision had their own moments in the Rest circuit so far.
There was a very close best of 3 between Paravision and Zero Tenacity in the winners match of the last group stage. So I'm sure that that Jerry and maybe Patsy and that are looking at that game saying, oh, if we beat here, if we get the win against Angle, we get that rematch. We get that opportunity to go straight into the top seed.
And then we'll see whether or not that's going to end up being reality here, because again, Sangle and Paravision will take each other on to see who is going to be in that winners matchup. And I have to say that on paper, I wouldn't have rated Sangle all that high as of late. And I think coming into the last Rest event, we weren't all that high on the Sangle side, but things have started to look up for this team.
And this is a team that since adding Jota and Sammy, they've won 11 best of 3s and lost just 5. They're actually in a decent run of form. Jota caught my eye in the last Rest tournament. He played really well in the group stage and had a really solid performance against Bleed on Ancient to try and recover it and send it to that third map. Sammy on the AWP looks fairly strong. So knowing that you've now got kind of a core 3 of players that we can look at that are going to do a lot of damage, your X-Found, your Jota and your Sammy, I'm quite keen to see the progression continue.
I mean, certainly they have looked good as a unit. I will say that a one caveat, of course, applies to Sammy particularly, and that he's not officially signed to this roster yet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's, again, a dynamic we've sort of been umming and ahhing about how this Sangle side can potentially dynamic their way about it. But, like, look, things are looking very positive for them late, and I feel like that their run in the last Rest event, obviously improving upon the first Rest event as well, indicates to me that there is a very key upward trajectory for these boys. And, I mean, look, from 9th to 12th to top 8, now top 4, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. They're a team that I actually think are playoff bound. I think they're good enough to make the playoffs. Top 4 might depend on the draw. For Sangle, I mean, I was actually trying to keep out with some of the tweets, and I looked at Samy's Twitter, and the first few games that he played, it very much seemed, looking at the wording, that he was just a stand-in. He was just helping the guys out. But I actually think that he could get a permanent fixture, because it's been quite some time that they've been playing with him now.
Well, permanent fixtures across the board here for the Paravision side, the team that we all know and love with all the players that we've seen do great things in the international circuit and beyond here. But I'm always sort of going to look back on that last Rest event, obviously down in the group stages where Paravision ended up. So they're going to try and avoid that here this week.
They have at least made improvements from the first Rest tournament. They literally didn't even win a single map against Monty or Ecstatic. They go into the second one, they beat Harvu. They probably could have made the playoffs. They had a really close game against Zero Tenacity that went into overtime for the third map decider, and then got owned in the CIS Derby versus Bait in the decider matchup. And for Paravision, I don't know where to rate these guys, Jay, because they're currently on a 4-game winning streak, but before that, they'd won 1 out of their past 8 games. And it's like, how's a team won 4 in a row, but then got a lot of losses, and then been eliminated in last places and early exits, and yet in ECL first group stage, they went 5-0? I don't know. I really don't know how that's possible.
It's just sort of just weird, I think is the weird sort of way, is the right sort of way to put it, because I do agree in that I don't know how you sort of rate this Paravision squad. Maybe there is some sort of like a new breath of life in them because of this new streak streak, but that's going to have to be proven with time going on and whether they can convert this streak into results in the tournaments themselves. Because again, they went out in the group stage last time about. They want to try and get themselves involved in a playoff position at the very least. Again, these are the players that are very capable of that, but they're just not finding that as of late. So close attention will be paid now towards the matches from here on out and try to see if they can turn it into a 5-match winning streak against the likes of Sangor. But no doubt in my mind that Sangor are walking into this series as favourites.
Yeah, Paravision are too inconsistent. They're a team that have got some very high highs and beat some very good teams, but also losing to some really poor teams, losing to teams that are way outside of the top 100 on HLTV. So for Paravision, this is a matchup that's going to be tough because they're going up against a team that's a lot more consistent than them.
And we'll find out whether that consistency will work out well, although they can hit those higher highs in the best-of-3 series for the Paravision side. Veto process discussed, like obviously still working in the first couple of days of the back of the Dust 2 edition. We saw it a little bit earlier on today. Is there a world in which you could see it getting potentially picked in or floated in this next veto process?
Well, both teams' insta-ban is Inferno, so someone's going to have to ban Dust 2, you'd expect. If both teams are banning Inferno, they don't like that map at all. Mirage normally gets picked quite a lot from Paravision, and Nuke normally gets picked quite a lot from Sangor.
Okay, so Mirage and Nuke are the ones we're looking out for here. I'm just wondering how the mind games are going to play out in all these vetoes with Dust 2 sort of being involved. Paravision taking the safer option of not taking the firepower battle here, and Anubis comes out as their map pick.
Yeah, so straight away, this is a punish ban coming through from Sangor. So I thought Paravision were going to pick into a Mirage. They can't do so they have to go into Anubis. And for Sangor, I would have normally seen Nuke for them. I'm surprised that they've actually gone into Ancient here. They haven't played it a huge amount in comparison to their Nuke with the success rates. And then Vertigo, as a bit of a decider, since adding Belchnok into the roster, the Paravision side are 2-0. So definitely some curveballs in this veto process, and it's not standard like you normally expect.
Yeah, the hand of Paravision certainly being forced in their own map pick. I'm thinking back to the last Rest event where we saw them take on Bait and had that 13-6 decimation against their name on Anubis. So there are some concerns for this team in terms of going into that. I mean, they have sort of got it as part of their latest winning streak to their credit, so it has turned around since that point. But again, the inconsistency is something you have to sort of look at, and the fact you haven't got that strength involved there for the Paravision side seems like it's a major loss in the veto process.
And in all honesty, for Paravision, as soon as Mirage gets banned out, I think they've lost this veto. I think they're just out of this best-of-3. Anubis has actually been pretty good for Sangor since bringing Jota and Sammy into the roster. It's their highest played map in the pool since bringing those two guys forward. So 10 maps played, 7 wins and 3 losses. Sangor put up some very good results on Anubis in the group stage. So honestly, I could see this being a 2-0 for the international team.
Yeah, I'm finding it really hard to pick into Paravision in terms of any of their matches just because of that consistency basis. Like, it's very easy to have egg on your face because of how up and down they can be. I can see where this roster could find success, but we are not seeing that success. So perhaps this will be the moment they can turn it around. But for me, I'm back in Sangor as well. I am going to go 2-0 in this one. I feel like Anubis may be a very rough time for the CIS squad as we get started with our third matchup of the day in the pistol of Anubis.
Now, xFloud has been able to get some really good individual success on this map in recent history, so watch out for him and Sammy. I think that dynamic duo is starting to really pull wins ahead on Anubis.
Slow to the uptake here for Sangor. Utility being set in by LNZ, a couple of smokes available for him, keeping Electric covered off, and Batlines over at Temple. Smoke towards main from Jerry will come forward. Flash will go over, he's going to get caught fully blinded, still spots players, second flash of time so well, and round the corner goes xFloud. 3 kills immediately for him, overwhelming the B-bomb site in hole.
Oh, bomb does get denied out from CT, so there's a chance now for Kickit to create some chaos on the bomb side. Artfrost is not actually peaked on the contact, so both players are out here from Cave.
Surprisingly open plant there, but it does work out to that one trade, and only that one trade for Paravision. So Sangor is still up at the advantage, 4 versus 2 with the full site access, and both players coming in from the exact same angle. So Sangor is ready for any of the angles of attack being taken by Kicker and Artfrost, any sort of play that they can make happen, and the rotation towards Temple will just take far too long. So this pistol has been won by the T side. Positive stuff here from the Sangor camp.
And while we might not in the current day look at Sangor as being a Turkish team, they're still true to their roots, aren't they, Jay? With having xFloud involved in the roster, with bringing Jota out on loan from Eternal Fire Academy. Both of those two guys are trying to represent Turkey as much as possible on the international landscape. And that pistol looked pretty easy, to be honest. I mean, there was a group up out there towards default, and the flash that came in just allowed kills almost instantly on the bomb site.
By the hands of the Turk himself. Well done there for xFloud. One of the 2 players that picked up that Julius as well for CT bodies. Paravision taking the aggressive stance of the Force buys in round number 2. Scouts out, UMP's got the upgrade pistols on Patsy, Belchanok, and Jerry. Only hundreds of dollars to spare.
And this was a Sangul side that nearly beat Omega in the winner's best of 3 on Anubis as that third map decider. Went all the way to round 24, where they ended up losing it and couldn't quite close out to overtime. Kick it, playing from house with the UMP. Got 2 players coming in close.
Well, they heard him burning on that Molotov. Edge kicker is going to catch the first pick, though. The Mac-10 from range of Xcloud, trying to get him to fall back. Meanwhile, the T's start acting out of aim main. Youngster knows that Patsy must be there. Flash turned away from 5-7, tries to strike, and he's good to do some damage alongside the scout of Artfrost, but they're unable to get the picks now. 4-on-4 for them, and the T's are backed away from mid. The emphasis is so heavily on this A take. They are tapping away at the HP bars here. Everyone is tagged on the T side.
Yeah, they're going to try and put some emphasis against this scout, make it quite uncomfortable. Belchanok being forced away. That Mac-10 is still lurking in mid, did not drop down into the canal through window.
Let an angle of attack step by for Jerry. Samey is not going to get caught off, despite the damage that was done. The Galil turns back. He's alive at 13 points of health, and Xcloud just closes in the pincers evermore. He's going the long way around towards spawn, though. The CTs will be heard escaping back towards beach, so bit of a payday available for the Mac-10 here. They won't be going in for the retake. Belchanok caught. Transfer's pretty easy on kicker. The last man of the UMP falling to Youngster. Very confident stuff from Sangul in the start.
And another aspect from Sangul right there is that they punish that whiff from Jerry. That's a free kill, isn't it? Coming in from the backstab of A-Main with that 5-7. He needs to be striking with at least one. It doesn't quite happen. And clean that up nicely after losing quite a bit in the early portion of the round out from house. Enough distraction, enough damage being done by Kickit, but overwhelmed to the A-bomb site.
Looking for 3-0 to kick things off in this series. Paravision shouldn't really be able to resist that. They have got the upgrade pistols back again. Much more longer range fights taken on the Eagles specifically. Belchanok and Kickit with those weapons, 5.7 PT50s. Still a fair amount of workability, but not nearly as much as the previous round. And we saw how well Sangul dealt with that previous round.
Now, Belchanok being brought back into the team by Paravision. I actually feel for Belchanok. So he was in a state where he got benched out on Paravision, went over to stand in for Aurora, and basically got thrown into all of the hard anchor rolls on CT's side, which just isn't comfortable for him. That's not the roles that he's used to at all. Gets put into a position where he goes into a team that's finding a lot of success, finding a lot of tournament victories, and then they basically say, oh yeah, results available, see you later. And for Belchanok, he's come back into Paravision, and he's been getting roles that he wants, and he's actually been striking really nicely. He's played 17 maps since coming back, a positive 37 KD difference, a 1.20 rating. He's been in more active positions, and he's being set up a lot more than what he was out on Aurora.
I have to wonder whether or not that successful stint on Aurora was able to convince the Paravision side that maybe he probably should have a little bit more of his have a bit more of his way, essentially.
It would have built up his confidence to at least be a winning kind of player on a roster. I mean, while he was there, they were basically beating everyone in Tier 2.
Got Aurora through the Melbourne qualifiers, top 8 the first rest series. Second place in the Eastern European Masters as well, won a LAN in India. So much good stuff from that Aurora side when Belchanok was in the roster. Paravision certainly making the best of him here and now in this recent run of form with the team.
And maybe it is a bit of a helping hand to Artfrost, because my concern in previous iterations of Paravision, even looking back to the last couple of rest tournaments, Jay, and it can just feel like the Artfrost show. It doesn't feel as if anyone else is there to try and help out with the fragging. So if Belchanok can provide a bit more, if Patsy can find some of that strong form, maybe we start looking at that a deadly core of players on this Paravision team.
Well, Big Green Gun is out for the aforementioned Artfrost. Glass Cannon in this round. Belchanok is playing alongside him on the B defense. Execution's coming in real quick. HE's and Molotov's down. They know that Belchanok's out there to the back lines. They're unaware of how close Jerry is. It's for Mask and strike on 2 players, but now sandwiched and crossfire between Samey and LNZ. Will trade it back with the trades and the assistance for the captain. 3-on-3 with the post plant coming in.
It seems unlikely that this retake could actually be on, and no kits and lack of real proper utility. They are all coming through from Cave and CT.
Incendiary is thrown back side. X-Cloud not catching into that. A counter Molotov comes in immediately towards main. X-Cloud trying to work a pick and sees where Kicker is, but struggles with that spray. Now understanding he might be heavily pressured, but he still sees two as he dips back in for a second. And that's very nicely done from him again.
Now, Artfrost just needs to hold on to the big green and make sure he doesn't fall. Sangle. One aspect I do want to talk about from LNZ, the in-game leader, is that he is quite a systemed in-game leader. I've spoken to him at LAN before. You and I, Jay, we were out at a LAN in Norway when he was there with Young Ninjas. And he's definitely an in-game leader that you've got to buy into the project. You've got to be able to understand how he wants to be able to play. And I felt in the past, there was like a lot of random pieces being thrown at this Sangle organization. Some players that had kind of been known and unknown and just trying to see if it sticks. And it feels like it's now becoming a position where it's clicking because he's got the right players. So Saul and Gangino coming out, Sammy and Jota coming in, and instantly this is a much more positive looking Sangle.
They've found their rhythm, so to speak. Not just in this matchup as well. We've talked about the successes they've had lately, but certainly in terms of this scoreline, it's an overwhelming 4-0 start that should turn to 5-0.
I mean, even the last couple of weeks, I would say are getting closer to the strongest iteration of the international Sangle roster, the one with Soulfly and Skrunk and Corey and those guys.
I can't debate you there. Flash placed right into Artfrost. Patsy's 5-7, good to do a ton of damage. The AWP still gonna have to hit those one shots. He unscopes as soon as contact comes in. He does land that first frag. Kicker turns two back off the Orpa's death. Samy's got to return to the trades and make it a 2 versus 2. Meanwhile, Beltranok acting out of mid. X-Cloud has no idea of the danger he's in. Oh. The Deagle nearly whiffed it, so now Samy's all that remains.
Try and see if he can tap that bomb, draw the fire out in the open. Looking heaven. Jerry's already come through from heaven.
Lots of noise being made. Sammy making no qualms about his position, allowing Jerry to creep closer and find the fight that he requires to win out the first for the Paravision camp. Did get a little bit dicey for a moment, though.
I'm actually very surprised that Kicker gets 2 there. When you consider the position with the 5-7, with him just trying to be the distraction for the AWP, I would say that if Sangle can trade that 5-7 1-for-1, that round is theirs 100% of the time.
Beltranok's lucky that he didn't get punished and swung on immediately as soon as he whiffed those deagles. That could have been a key tipping point for Sangle instead.
Well, the concern now for Paravision is can they win a gun round? They've only won an eco so far. They need to try and follow up.
They found their start, but nothing more. It has to go further than this. And they know it. AWP did get recovered, as did an AK, so those weapons will be in Beltranok and Artfrost. Much slower approach to the early defaults for Sangle. We're playing always execution star rather than rushing in anywhere. Utility damage will be pretty nice onto Sammy to start. LNZ is going to look for that opening pick on Jerry, though.
They try and work and put emphasis out there to Electric. Flash around the corner. In-game leader versus in-game leader. Spams go the way of Jerry. Youngster desperate for the trades.
Molotovs going back and forth between both sides. Jota getting no vision with that smoke out main. Now 3 players are grouped up together here on the back of the site. Minute on the clock. Jerry gets another dink off onto Youngster, so this is going pretty well for them. Meanwhile, on the T side, there is a bit of a mid-walk coming in, so this might not be the end gap goal play, but despite that, Youngster still goes for the aggressive fight, loses his life, as does X-Cloud to Patsy in mid.
Jerry just is so annoying out there from Electric, constantly rephrasing, constantly putting damage down, can't be seen to the in-game, to the AWP, I should say. And even Jota, there was sort of a moment of time where it looked like he may have been able to peek on the contact, that he might just have been able to catch off a timing of Jerry falling away, but then main gets re-smoked, and it means that Jota basically just has to spam and hope, but then that also just gives away his position of outside B.
That's the much better follow-up for Paravision. 1 round worth of Steel's success turned into the rifle victories, and now there's 3 AKs to play with for the CT side. Sangle will be able to afford the reinvestment. I think Sammy should drop weapons over to LNZ as well, so we will have the full set of weapons. That's 2 back for the CT forces. Paravision have their start.
And for Paravision, they have had Beltranok just playing 7 best of 3 since returning back to the team. We spoke about it earlier that the Paravision side are on a 4-game winning streak, Jay. Do you reckon that's a correlation? Is it that now Belchnok's back, we're at least starting to see some good run of form?
Oh, 4 out of 7 for him. I certainly think that's a positive point to his favour. Right now in this matchup, Jerry and Kicker are the ones taking the frag leads, which may start to change. The rifles locking against the Sangal camp. It's a slow approach again to the T half here. They're trying to force out a mistake for Paravision. Have to play it patiently though.
They're trying to squeeze an opening man advantage. Jerry had a lot of success in Electric in the last round. Another fight between the two in-game leaders.
H-Cloud low HP in this one. Jerry does lose out to LNZ. Belchnok is right on that corner though. Instant responsive can be taken. Kicker, meanwhile, leaning forward into the hands of Sammy. That is a sick shot from the AWP. Now Patsy could be left isolated. Cross rotation in from Temple does get away with the kill alongside Patsy's isolation of X-Cloud, forcing the fight on Jota, who also falls. 1 on 3 now for Youngster. Bomb's been dropped to camera.
Now this is a winnable scenario because he can get that bomb without needing to fight. Artfrost misses out there from heaven with the big green.
Now Youngster's grabbed the bomb. Artfrost, tighter angle to hold, missing that shot anyway. But now Youngster's paranoid, doesn't know exactly where the CTs can come in from. The AWP shot's baited a second time. Now he's got a plant save of it. Knows that those taps are coming in against him. Again, going to plant open for heaven, take the fight on Belchnok, and Belchnok will punish him for that. Paravision too pressured. Youngster particularly too pressured. And Sangal concede a third.
And it could very much well be one of these best of threes where a couple of key rounds here or there is going to dictate map victors and best of 3 victors. The trading game was pretty good there for Sangal. They have that insertion point out to Electric. Sammy gets a really good shot in from camera towards the house perspective, but just couldn't deal with the heaven play, could they? Coming through from camera, trying to get into the A bomb side. Now that stance between the rifle and the AWP was just too strong.
Now the AWP tries to get involved again for Artfrost in mid. The boost up with the Deagles. A quick pop shot against him, but Artfrost isn't going down. Jerry, similar story for his own right. Artfrost eventually gets his second peek in, and Jota is the first to fall here. It's only upgrade pistols for Sangal. Nothing major on a force by either. Any damage would be positive, but it seems unlikely.
And there could have been actually a world in which Inferno got picked in this best of 3. Both teams' instabans got allowed to be floated in. X-Cloud tries to see if he can work a timing, hoping that Belchnok is maybe reloading or with his knife out, and just gets caught.
I would have had a wild time if Inferno was picked. More so wild for the Sangal camp.
They bleed at one of those teams, aren't they? Nuke their insta-ban, but oftentimes if a team wants to float it in, if they want to try and work it so they give a veto advantage, Bleed are just going to say, yeah, we'll just pick it, no worries.
Well, level of confidence won't necessarily need to be on display right now. 4 apiece. Eco's dealt with on Sangal's squad. Now they get the buys together, the AKs, the AWPs return once again. Now looking for some success. And to their credit, they have taken away 2 of the AKs that Paravision had saved him from previous rounds. So a little bit of small takeaway against the CT side. Kicker was heard there towards mid. He'll dive back into the central A site.
I would say Anubis is one of the strongest maps in the pools right now for Sangal. They're having a tough time on T side though. And 4-4, they'd like to try and stretch that lead. Working from house for 2. 3 on A. Bit of an overread here from Paravision to stack up.
Flash sent up. Frost does get blinded for it. Molotov bouncing right off the geometry. Meanwhile, the shoulder crack angle taken by Kicker. Forced the incendiary fight. X-Cloud wins it. HG sent his direction. Will catch him in the end as Patsy strikes out with 2 picks in her main. The AWP of Sammy, good for the first frag. Now Artfrost pressure from 2 different angles. Shoulder seen. Sammy locked on, and Jota has to make his move now. None of the jump face. Well placed from Artfrost to discover his contact. Take the peek to the right for the kill. A triple for him, and Paravision. That's 5 in a row for the lead.
And you can never know exactly how much damage Patsy's going to do, but I look at that scenario, Jay, and say missing that molly to the back plat has just cost them a 1-for-1 trade. Patsy would have been in a position otherwise where he gets forced out in the open, maybe has to fight uncomfortably. Instead, he's just able to survive in that position. He can start re-aggressing when he puts the smoke down. So one small missed piece of util actually cost Sangle the rounds.
Another piece of util right there with the smoke. I think it bounced off the pillar. T-side smoke to xCloud's right-hand side. Not going to be very useful to them. The CTs will be allowed to charge up as a result of that with no presence against Kicker. Expecting there to be a boost because it's another half invest from the Sangle camp. About to face a number of T-side players and is unaware of how quickly that smoke is going to bloom. The counter sprays are Jerry good for damage, but not for a trade kill.
Now Artfrost with the big green has got at least Patsy and another M4 out from Temple. They're all over-rotating.
2 kills for Jota, can overwhelm Belchanok and Patsy. Sight has been gained at a 4-on-2 situation. Yes, xCloud is low, but Artfrost is challenging Youngster pistol on pistol, Tech 9 on P250. The Orb is now forced to pull out the big weapon again, but doesn't see anybody further pressing from the Sangle side. So with Jerry revealed by the footsteps made in mid, it seems like a safe call has been called in.
And we've gone back and forth with the eco stills. Perivision won an eco to start their round streak. Sangle's done exactly the same thing. That was very pacey. And considering that there was pretty much 3 defenders out in mid, you were expecting Perivision to come out on top there.
Jerry's still prodding, but now they line up for Jota, so anything that they would have had in that round has been thrown all away. No Ninja Defuse with a Kitsum for Artfrost, and 8 HP might even save the AWP here. Sangle flanking him. Will xCloud get him? Yes, he will. No man stays alive, but there's still plenty of cash for the CT side.
And they might be able to force a bit of a harsher reset for the round 12 buy. Jota, 2 very defining kills into the round with the picked up M4. All started with his pistol.
Five apiece. Rifles back in play for Sangle's confidence. Paravision once again trying to set Artfrost up for the opening picks here. Sangle know how easily these ones can fall down against them, so they're playing it slow, slowly checking their position, slowly taking canals. Sammy begins shot on Jerry. What an opening.
Sammy's been very good with these opening picks in tight corners. Can he follow up? Of course he can.
That's Belchanok down. And B-side down with him. No one in rotating positions. The insertion from mid was out towards elbow, and the 2-1-2 split is heavy-handed towards that, or well, deeper-handed, I should say, towards the A-bomb site. Patsy will take a fight on Youngster and will get him, but I don't think that equates to a retake here.
No, got to protect the money. Got to hold on to those weapons, bring them into the next rounds. Patsy with a bit of a run boost to at least bait the AWP if it was out there at electric.
Not the case, though. xCloud has made a lot of progress up, so Patsy will in the end lose his life. Kicker just have to hug the corner and hope that he doesn't get faced on. Similar story for Artfrost here. Sangle haven't been too aggressive when it comes to their post rounds. They're not going to push in and try flank the man. In this case, they will hit minimum at 6. The 2 weapons will hold up to bolster up a buy, at least crutch a buy into round number 12. As you mentioned, wouldn't have been possible without it, so at least some positives for Paravision, but Sangle at least can't lose the half.
And for Sammy, his sort of second, third ever pro team was onerous. And so early on in his pro career, you get to play with Taz. Now, I'm sure that's been a massive helping hand for the last couple of years of his career, especially towards the tail end of onerous, where they were playing at quite a high level in Tier 2, to get him ready consistently for this kind of level of competition.
Jotes hearing them. CT-sided players moving on. Jerry flashed off, blinded, gets the kill on Jota. Anyway, xCloud instant responsive. That actually might catch him, but he still escapes with one more just before he goes down.
That's wild that he actually is able to get a secondary kill there. Jerry puts a flash out to electric, but they are not respecting it. They have actually re-aggressed through that re-smoke.
Jerry's alone here. If he goes any more than a 1-for-1, he would have saved him in this round. But a 1-for-1 trade itself probably loses the B-bomb site and may even lose the round itself. And on Zed, he's just going to make him fall without any trade responsives. 3-on-2 for Sangle, Kicker and Artfrost. Very difficult retake to work here.
A bomb goes down. Artfrost can break the smoke in from CT.
Opting against it, waiting for Kicker to position, but Samey's watching that position, so he knows. CT psychs up a backstab. It's a case of timing, though. He's actually caught off against it, so Kicker's given an opportunity, which he takes.
A Youngster and LNZ need to protect themselves now. They're going to double up now. LNZ's going to be the guy to play. He's going to be the guy to face out. Youngster should not peek. They should not give the info that they're double electric.
Artfrost walk in. Molly centre back plat. Nobody's out there. They should realize electric is the call. Plants open, Kicker taps AK spray, gets him. That's round done. Off the collateral. Will line up for Artfrost. It doesn't get that second pick. The second phase will not be there quick enough. And Sangle will have the half at 7-5.
Now, Jay, I think I need to get my little stopwatch out and actually count how many seconds did it take after that backstab kill came in from Kicker that they actually committed into the bomb site. It felt like I was waiting for ages. There was just hardly any movement from both Kicker and Artfrost.
I think a stopwatch might be a bit too quick. Maybe we're looking for an analog clock, honestly.
One of the sad timers.
The odds at 1xBet still have Paravision as favourites here. It was even.
Come on, boys. What's that?
At the start of the map up. I'm a little bit surprised at that personally.
Come on, 1xBet.
Well, Sangle still have some heads to turn. Maybe might do so in the pistol round. The win here would set themselves up for a pretty quick and easy CT half, but it is Paravision now on the attacking onus and grouped up outside of B.
Yeah. Youngster in with the jiggle out from Cave can set up a bit of a crossfire between him and Samey. Jota is hearing some footsteps from Artfrost, but it's only one being heard. Flash timing to try and go for the peak, and actually just gets goosed in the process.
10 HP for Jota and the Dual Easy USP facing a Youngster, seeing them and now taking some fights of his own. A smoke does come down. He tries to peek ahead of it. The flashbang doesn't connect onto Samey. He's backlined, and Jota, low HP, should get caught off in the end. Belchanov sees Samey. The shots miss, and Belchanov able to connect a secondary pick for his show. A triple in the end of this round. A quadra, in fact, as he overwhelms LNZ. And Paravision have broken open this second half.
Belchanov looking for the ace. Up here at CT, he's getting wrapped in, and eventually Artfrost steals it away from him. And that whole round comes down to, I suppose, a bit of a prod in from mid, and then the end at B, and unfortunately, the B players just fall instantly. Just any first contact Belchanov has, it's just instant death.
Shot on Jota was a drive-by and everything. Very nicely done from the man. Parry. Now face a force buy of Sangle, so very similar to how things started off for Paravision when they lost the pistol. Bringing in the SMGs for Jota, the upgrade pistols on the other three players. Deagles mostly. Let's see what they can do.
Belchanov outside of B main is waiting for some aggression. How much can the pistols find? Belchanov gets that first. LNZ does get the trade. Kick it very deep. Gets very close.
Youngster's gone for the AK here. Now Samey looking to hold down the bomb site. The timing is not there for the AK, but he must be aware this has to be an A play. With the Molotov that came in, the smoke that will follow suit towards heaven. So Deagle to strike. Jerry has been spotted. The flashback is well timed. The AK spray is so awkward. So much damage across the T side. Samey could still connect the shots, but he runs out of ammo as he goes for the wide face. And Patsy is there to hold down the trades and hold down the round for Paravision.
Sangle will actually be kicking themselves because they probably should have won that round. 2v3 with an AK recovered with armor and a HE in from camera. They've got the crossfire. They've got the setup to win this. Youngster struggles. He needs at least one kill. And then unfortunately for Samey, there's a lot of missed bullets for that dig when both of the last couple of players are low.
And even not reading how much ammo he had in the magazine. Again, swung wide with one bullet left. Shot didn't connect and went down in an instant. Good shooting from LNZ to set up that initial swing for the Sangle side anyway. Back on the Deagle for this round, which is otherwise an eco for the CT side. But any further damage from the captain would certainly be positive for them. He's out towards mid and being pushed away by the rifles, and the SMG of Artfrost are now insert pretty deep. Samey should get caught off guard. Now they all swing with all the upgrade pistols. LNZ is good for that one pick. Struggling to get the second.
Jerry out on A is looking for as much money as possible. The USP and the Zeus out from heaven. Might be able to catch one.
Nah, not even that. Patsy to close, Paravision to take the half. Or the advantage, rather. Sangle. Now look to the gun buys. If they had gotten a couple of picks, then that certainly would be expense worth it. There'd still be a respectable set of savings for Paravision. And the AWP is back in for Sammy, alongside all the rest of the rifles. Him and xFloud, the two players on double digits on the CT side.
Sammy averaging a 1.19 rating across the last 10 maps played of Anubis. Early U2 out to A main. He's going to cancel the hit for the moment.
Incendiary HE and smoke combination to tag away a little bit. And eventually, as you mentioned, force Paravision to cancel their aggressive movements. Start the walk contact, start the slow rotate through to canals. Two players are on the B-bomb site here. Sangle. Have fast enough rotations from Sammy, that AWP, but Youngster's playing for contact here.
All about the timing of the drop of the util. Jota needs to try and back him up. A lot of damage done. Youngster should at least be able to get two.
Jerry such low HP wasn't going to win that secondary fight. The HG's back down to the backside. To swap out to another M4. The AWP is caught by Kicker. 3-on-3 found as a result of that. Molotov doesn't extend all that far, but the bomb plant position has been moved out of the angle. Again, the Incendiary driving them back. HG's continue to tag Youngster down. The Molotov almost doesn't actually land. It was a flashbang that was sent back there instead. He's playing inside the smoke. He's stuck behind. Kicker just about adjusts towards it. LNZ responds to a 2 versus 2. And Kicker is trying to hunt down the captain. He'll get him. xFloud's backstab closing in a little bit too late. Now has to go for the retake.
No way that he could have peeked in there with the in-game leader. LNZ was committed to the fight.
Kicker. First port of call with the AK isolated at a crack angle, but backs off in an instant, playing for time. The AWP of Artfrost misses a shot. Second face, tries to get back on him. xFloud taps the defuse. He hasn't got a kit. He's going to force the T's into fights, and he's only going to get so far as damage. Triple for Kicker in that round. Paravision have 9.
And unfortunately for Youngster, I actually don't think he could have done any more than he did. He's in a position there where, like you mentioned, just jiggling for contact, drops that Incendiary. Jota only gets a dink off, doesn't go 1-for-1. He stays alive and does so much damage. It's his teammates on rotate that can't really do much. A teammate out from Temple gets caught from Kick It straight away. In-game leader of LNZ only gets one. He gets kind of stuck in cave where he has to keep fighting. Youngster set up that round, but was not able to pull it to success.
SMGs and pistols for the Sangle side. Half by still gets up close and personal, and Belchanok is caught off guard for it.
Yeah, Jota gets on the front side of that lurk smoke at B main. A lot of players into A, flash around the corner, they're completely blind.
Trying to get the pistol steals like Paravision did on their CT side of things. Artfrost flicks are just too good though. A mile wide contact from Sammy, still gets casualtied. 3-on-3 as a result. Rifles are dropped in main. The push forward from Jota is going to try and get info. The AK was not recovered. The mid fight against Kicker might come down to timing alone. Oh, the burst from range gets his man.
Just about. Artfrost up against the off angle, deals the pistol swing on the contact. Artfrost deals with Youngster as well.
And now Jota goes back for the AK, but where is he? Has he gone to the B site? Is he continue to work in towards mid? Artfrost does not have this info. Jota quickly making his way towards the A bomb site, but there's a bigger play in here for Paravision.
It's all about the mind games between both of these squads. Paravision have slowed down this 2v1 to almost not even creating movement.
They'll start to move that bomb up though. Jota doing the utility coming in, Molotov towards heaven, back, not quite turn to Artfrost, but Artfrost gets back into the site, delivers a quadra, 18 frags in for him, really turning it up in the second half as well. Paravision have yet to lose one on T side.
And even that last round, Sangle made the right play on A. So they flashed in, they put an aggressive approach down, they finally come into a bit of an off angle where LNZ is driving the fight in the open. So even if he falls, Youngster can just peek with that MP9 and they'll get the trade. And Youngster's probably saying, boss, I don't know, I can't kill him. He's having some insane duels right now, Artfrost.
Making the biggest amount of difference for Paravision. Sangle can't seem to catch a break here on CT side. Jota, detected above that smoke, does win the fight on Belchinok to start things off again.
And 2 rounds in a row, Jota's had his number. Jerry had a bit of an insertion point out to Electric when that duel went down, but just being forced away by the Incendiary, now getting re-smoked off, it's just wasting time.
Third player on the way back to the B-bomb site. Nothing was seen in mid, but something will be seen out towards main, so going to hold the back line to that B site and get ready for rotations. Flashes in against Samey. Incendiary's counteract. Patsy still walks, and the shot of the AWP to CT side connects 5-on-3.
Perivision have tried early aggression out from B. They've now tried pressure out to A, and both times it is just warranted opening picks being lost. I'll be surprised if they can even get the bomb down.
Gonna give it a try anyway. Split play. 2 from Electric, bomb from main. LNZ and Youngster, the 2 first ports of call. Jota is also watching from that main contact. Molotov against him does force him into a fight. The kicker is going to win. LNZ, however, instant responsive. 1 player left of Artfrost, been 6 so far. His Deagle up close, though, dealt with by the captain of the CT side. Again, Sangle answer back, and now they have their start in the second half.
And isn't it crazy to kind of reflect on that previous eco to say if it did get stolen, if it was converted, it's 9-9. 10-8. Perivision are still in a very strong position to close this map out. Being on T side of Anubis is going to be a helping hand. It's the idea, though, that money's going to be on the lower side because it got so expensive in that previous eco, that this could be Sangle tying up at 10 apiece.
It's not impossible.
3 on B early rounder. This is going to be a pop.
It's successful for Paravision. Nice timing on the Molotov. Jota doesn't see the first player crossing, but Jerry takes Patsy down somehow with the Mac-10, spamming away the bullets. The first man in was the first to fall. The advantage well and truly sits with Sangle. Paravision have been locked out, ran into a brick wall on B main.
It actually might have to just be a save call here for Kicker and Artfrost. There's hardly anything to work with. The issue is, too, with Anubis, with this much time left on the clock, if you do attempt to save, what if there's an info play outside of B main? What if there's an aggressive approach out from A or mid? You could just get fought upon. You might not actually be able to protect the weapons.
We're going to try work something out of water. Kicker and Artfrost just checking all their positions, all those cubby corners where CTs could be lurking. Samey's AWP posted to expect them to come back from stairs. Would he be ready for Artfrost? He's going to peek ahead of him, does not see him at the edge of the arches. Oh, timing is so close. Artfrost catches the angle and does do a little bit of damage, but ultimately unable to get the kill.
And that should be the tell now with less than 30 seconds and you've spotted a player deep in canals that they're not attempting this 2v5, that they are just in fact saving.
Just keep those weapons. Give them at least a little something into the next.
And this map has been so streak heavy. The 4 rounds in a row to start from Sangle, answered back by 5 in a row off of the back of an eco victory, and then 3 in a row for Sangle. You move into the second half. It's been 5 in a row for Perivision. Now we've got 2. The question is whose streaks are going to be better. It might come down to the economy game for these last few rounds of regulation.
And Paravision take the tack. Last one of the game, I do believe. A bit of a long one, but now seems like the right call, right time to make that call, considering what you just mentioned. Sangle on the precipice of evening up. Paravision have cash in reserves, and they have to consider whether they want to get down to Kicker's low amount of money, which seems to be a yes call on their part for that. Patsy will bring the Mac-10 to the fold. Artfrost is going to drop a Galil over towards Jerry as well, so... the Belchinok, rather specifically. And they have 3 rifles to play with. Paravision are going to try and clap back against Sangle, try and stop this streak from getting out of control. But the rifle advantage certainly sits with Sangle with 3 AKs involved.
Aggressive from mid from Patsy. Bit of a solo mission with Jerry just behind him, dropping down. They're going to try and go in for the B split.
It's probably very quick indeed. Incendiary is ahead of these smokes. Patsy forced to fight out of Mag 10. Gets the dink on the second player. Jerry is forced to fight back. Belchanok traded on towards LNZ. Jerry can overwhelm with the Tech 9. 2 kills to his name. 3 on 2 for the post plants.
They get the bomb down straight away and look to fight out. Player from Temple and one in from CT.
Incendiary doesn't extend far enough to get Art Frost to peek into the open. X-Floud starts to creep closer. Must know that Jerry's in the backside somewhere over at Glyph. Check position, seen him spray through. Jerry wins the fight. A triple from him. His Tech 9 shows up just when Paravision need it most, and they'll get to 11-9.
A really good pocket strat as well there for Paravision. Money's in a very awful state. They don't have the best of weaponry, and they go in for a really quick maneuver. Get out from mid, drop into the window, try and take fights out from Electric almost instantly, and have that added pressure of the swings out from main too.
Samey still lands kicker, still keeps his AWP protected. An expensive one for Paravision. Sang will now need to focus on punishing that expense, on resetting the T-side economy. Round 21 looks to be a swing, one that would decide the fate of Anubis.
Sangle, look at that one, and it has been a map, unfortunately, from both teams' point of view, where they've let quite a bit go against the weakened buys. Hasn't been the cleanest of anti-ecos. Sangle can at least be happy that Samey allowed himself to get some exit frags, that not only the AWP stays in play, but they'll know to themselves, okay, money in the reserve's actually not going to be that built. One alive, we come in here, we can tie up at 11-11. Just got to take that opportunity, take that chance.
Two to the good on Paravision's lead. 2 to the win for Paravision at the moment.
And this is a difficult group, honestly. Zero Tenacity have put up some good performances recently. I was quite impressed by their way that they played in the playoffs. They probably could have given more of a fight in the semis. You got Sinners as well, a veteran team in the Tier 2 landscape, a core that's been going together for a very long time. Sangle and Paravision, eyes are going to be on the playoffs. So I don't actually know how to judge a lot of these best of threes and judge who our 2 favorites are going to be in Group C.
A lot of question marks. Perhaps this matchup could at least be 1 point to start to answer said question marks.
Well, it would be a lot more difficult to make the playoffs if you lose this opening game, I would say. I mean, even going up against Sinners in that elimination matchup for Paravision and for Sangle, I would say that's maybe not so much a 50-50, but close to that. There's not going to be a huge amount of favoritism for either squad in that elimination game.
A very tough one to call. Anubis should not be tough to call after round 21 has concluded, though. Sangle might have the loss bonus to their favor, but at this point it doesn't matter too much. Paravision will be on map point, so they will be buying back regardless. There's guns in as standard. X-Floud hasn't bought anything here, mate. Yeah, okay. Just recognizing that in time. Your weapons together, M4s and all. And part of the A defensive, which is lackluster for the time being.
A good thing it wasn't an A rush, otherwise that could have been an instant save. 3 on B. Jerry to try and look for the opening kill towards Jail. Spam gets very close to his position.
Doesn't do any tag damage though. He can put more utility out there. HE's down, Incendiaries will try and counteract to the CT side. Jota in particular down to less than 70. Aggressive on Plat, but seeing no further contact. It's just noise being made by the T side.
It's actually wild that Jota is not repositioned, that Jota is still maintaining that jail angle. It gets quite slow after Jerry's aggressive contact. And Paravision have enjoyed a lot of slow passiveness, Jay, but I've noticed on Anubis, it's been slightly quicker than what we've seen previously.
Trying to catch Sangle off guard, perhaps.
They're probably trying to work on their T-sides.
Haven't been able to get the opening kill with their initial prod towards the B bomb site. Now they're setting themselves up outside of canals and in for the split play. Smokes are coming down. Samey, not sure where to look. Turn away from the flashbang. An electric kill found on Jerry. Swing back on Patsy. Got to look towards main. Got to play double duty, but his back will be turned with his flashbang set. He thought he was safe. Patsy can punish that. Close quarters to the M4. Belchanov gets faced upon aggressive by Jota. The trade is good for Art Frost. Even man stands. Bomb could be denied by Youngster right here and now. The nade gives him enough vision, and Kicker has fallen. Xflow comes in. Art Frost is down of his own right, and Patsy not enough time to get here. Sangle have held their mark, have held their line, have held themselves 10 on the CT side.
And I've been very critical, Jay, of Youngster. I think he's a player that struggled at this level of competition. I think he's found it tough to find form. But he's actually played very well on this CT side of Anubis. He's had some key rounds. This one in particular, you mentioned it, he just needs to deny the bomb. The opportunity is there, and that one kill creates just enough chaos with low time on the clock that Sangle can work in those final couple of kills.
Paravision are broken. Sangle have won the swing round, and it may well lead them to map point first. Look at the buys, Dwag. A hero AK for Art Frost. Upgrade pistols, a force back with double eco status involved for players like Belchanok, and I think a few others there as well.
I would normally say at least the AK's on Art Frost, but I actually don't believe in this buy. I don't believe that this could be successful.
Art Frost is going to need one of those crazy rounds, honestly.
Well, they need to get an opening kill to just generate another rifle. Even if they get a kill at long range, that's not going to help them. They need a close range fight.
Will Sangle give that to them? Will they start pressing outside of main? They haven't needed to in the previous few rounds here. They've held their nerve, and Paravision have come to them. Might have to be a quick pop out. Initial smokes do block off B-side vision. A flashbang going to turn away from my Jota. Youngster dealt with on the Tech 9, and Jota just waits and holds his nerve. Bomb could be denied. Tags up against the forward player. Patsy and Belchanov turn their pistols onto casualties. Sangle couldn't see a thing, and it couldn't act at the right moments. The timing is so perfect for Paravision. And now with LNZ dropping, Samey has no choice but to save himself.
This could be one of the scrappiest games a CS2 are going to see all day, Jay. I cannot remember the last map here in the rest circuit where I've seen this many anti-force buy and anti-eco round victories. This is mental. That one right there for Paravision. Yes, players are on double eco status. Doesn't mean the buy is great. There's a lack of utility. There's upgraded pistols. They should never be winning that round.
But they did. And now Sangle have to press to overtime. At least Samey again defends himself. At least he keeps that AWP in play to help bolster things. But you can see how Jerry and Patsy were able to open up. How inserted they were all the way back at Temple before that first trade came in. Paravision. 2 chances to close Anubis.
And this has got to be the best chance yet. A lack of buy from Sangle, Samey and Xflow and Youngster are going to be the main players to watch out for. Jota has had some aggressive duels against Belchanok for the majority of this first half.
Xflow flashed in to take a contact against Patsy, does so much damage, but in the end does back away. Samey's AWP is instead pressed to aggression. Molotov doesn't quite extend to tag him up, so they won't know that he's out there just yet. Belchanok, meanwhile, acting out towards mid, where there is no defense.
It's only the single M4 from Xflow actually watching from camera, so they can actually get deep mid. This is shaping up for an A-split. Samey could actually drop the bomb from Jerry at the T-stairs.
Hit the shots, but he's caught sleeping out at the main entrance. Advantage for Paravision. Xflow forced to use that smoke. He's going to aggress though. Flash is sent right in, it blinds him, and he's been spotted as well. Patsy knows Xflow is sticking around for aggression. He's caught that casualty back to a 4 versus 4.
And there's an info play from Jota outside of B main, so they've got the read that this should be an A lane.
Mid-fight coming in though, LNZ's Deagle Unawares about to close Belchanok. He's going to have an idea right now. Spray comes back from Youngster. Kicker is also out there, takes his face and fight and wins it out. Xfloud now pressured from 2 angles, but has no idea how close Patsy is as he peeks to the left. Ego's falling, and Jota and MP9 to make the hero moment happen for Sangal. A 1-on-3 required. He's opting to play the stealthy option, but it does mean he can't get to the rifle. Patsy burst upon, that's a good start. 2 more to isolate though, and Kicker is very close. Artfrost making his moves in, adjusted towards the spray's not good enough, and Paravision will push it over the finish line. 13-10, they take their pick of Anubis.
And fair play to Paravision. I actually didn't think they were going to take Anubis. I'd normally look at their entire map pool and say their Anubis is quite shaky. Their Anubis has been quite good in recent history from Sangal. But unfortunately for the international squad, they just couldn't show up on the key rounds in that second half. They got, what, three CT rounds as an overall picture. They had a couple of anti-ecos that they should have won and lost it, just kind of bottled it against the pace. Jerry's Tech 9, I'm not really sure what's going on. He got 3 out from Electric one round, and then the other one where Artfrost has got the hero AK, he got another 2 with the Tech 9.
Yeah, I think you put it perfectly in the sense that it was the key rounds they were missing, because you think about how those Tech 9s won the key rounds that ultimately got the advantages there together for the Paravision side, and ultimately did win the map up itself. I will say that, of course, the half started very positively with a 5-round streak that was able to negate the advantage that they had also taken at the turn there for Sangal. But yeah, you are right. Like, it's fair play to them for winning this map up, because I was sort of in agreement with you when that Mirage ban came in. It should have been 2-0, but at the very least for the international squad, it's a silver lining that you've lost your opponent's map pick and not your own.
And perhaps this is a bit of a cornerstone for Paravision. Now, it's a way into the series. They haven't been able to win it just yet, but it's a positive outlook. 4 games in a row being won, now a map victory on a difficult map in the pool. This does look quite positive, which I can't believe I'm saying for Paravision.
Well, positivity will start to shift away. The Sangal side, perhaps it is their pick of Ancient coming up after this short break, so don't go anywhere as we roll on with our third best of 3 after the break.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet. 1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
Well, positive starts do sit with Paravision, which is more than positivity for this side. They take Anubis, we move to Ancient, it is now the pick of the Sangor camp. And despite how the success went for Paravision Dwayne, I'm still looking at this one being a positive element for the Sangor side in terms of getting the victory on the board. They have been very, very good on this map in the last few months, but you don't seem all that convinced, mate.
Well, the reason for that is they missed key opportunities, and honestly, they lost rounds they should have won. And that always concerns me, because that takes the conversation away from what maps we're talking about and where we look at in the pool. If you're just losing rounds that you have the advantage at, there's some serious concerns fundamentally in the moment of time. And for Paravision, they beat Guild Eagles 13-3 on this map. What, 2 days ago? They beat Nexus 13-6 on it 6 days ago. I'm actually a little bit worried for Sangor. While I still think they should take their map pick and send it to a third, Paravision have actually shown a lot today.
Indeed they have, and to their credit, it does indicate, again, things could still get very interesting. I'm hoping that the second map is still going to be a bit of a battle, but I'm just sort of looking at the situation we talked about before the match started. Again, we know that Paravision can be inconsistent, right? Because they are a set of players that should hit the highs in Tier 2. They haven't done that yet. We're talking about maybe this series being a next step on the win streak that allows them to sort of make their way up there. But we've yet to see that true level of form, and we have seen them take some shocking losses. So in terms of them getting those critical rounds on the board, yes, you are right that Sangor didn't make that happen on map number 1. But I don't know if it's necessarily a guarantee they're not going to do that on map number 2 yet. Like, on-the-day performance has sometimes been shaky from all the teams involved, or some of the teams involved rather, from the rest of events. So I'm again sort of holding out a little bit of reservation on writing this map up straight and out.
And for the Sangor side, they've played it 8 times since bringing Jota and Sammy involved. 5 wins, 3 losses. They had a good win against Omega yesterday, actually, in CCT. Had a 13-6 against the side that won the last rest tournament. So for Sangor, they'll look at this one and say, yeah, we should be able to send it to that finale. We should be able to get it into a third map decider. But for Paravision, I don't know. Even against Harvu, I remember their opening game. I know it's Harvu, and I know that they've been a weak team, but they just destroyed them in their opening game of the last rest tournament. 13-4 was the result on Ancient.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, because of the nature, because of its Harvu, I don't know how much stock I would put in that per se. I will say that obviously there have been positives for them, and I'm still again hoping this one becomes a bit of a battle. It's one of those cases where I think that honestly, had they been able to shut down those pistol rounds and the tail ends of the matchups, then if they were able to take those key opportunities, even one of those key opportunities there for Sangor, then that would have been enough to tip that map over the edge for them. No doubt about it in my eyes. So it's like it's a case of those just little bits of context. No doubt in my mind that LNZ will step back there with the boys saying, like, right, guys, we need to focus up because that's the reason why we lost. If we were able to just get a couple more, that would have been our victory. We could have been able to close this out in 2-0. So I feel like that he's a smart enough man to where he would have addressed that for the Sangor side. Now it's a case of finding out whether they put that into practice.
Yeah, very true. Sangor looking to try and drive this into a 1-1 affair. And for Paravision looking to try and get another win in this tasty uptake in form. Is Belchenok the reason of this success? He has averaged a 1.44 rating across the last 4 maps of Ancient, Jay. I am keen to see what he's like. I remember that series that they had on Ancient against Bait, and even the one against Harvu. He was farming towards Donut. Sort of any time on the City side, there was mid plays, that there was A splits. He was involved, so I'm keen to watch out for Belchenok.
Well, he was the bottom of the board for Paravision in the first map up, so let's find out whether he can pick that up in terms of the on-the-dame showings. We are looking at a very strong map for him individually, though, and perhaps that is part of the reason why they have done so well on this map recently. You mentioned the Guild Eagles result. You mentioned the Nexus result. Even wins against Forza during that bit of a slump on this map, and chance available now to try and turn that into further success for Paravision. Here we go. Map 2 now live with them on the CT side. Start Sangor. Take to the attack.
Now, that one against Guild Eagles was actually the Guild Eagles map pick. So CT start for Paravision. They were able to get a 9-3 half.
Flash is sent as Belchnok trying strikes back to the initial defensive. He's running out of ammo, though the Julie's got to come into effect here from Patsy. Good for the first pick. Belchnok there for the second. Samey instant responds, but Artfrost backside over at main cuts off the split play of LNZ. Samey able to trade it back. Both players of the CT side in the 2 versus 2 catching Samey, aggressing Jota. Backed up, one more headshot to gain, and Sangal take the pistol.
A bit of a wild pistol there from Sangal. They show pace out to lane, they come shelfing into Donut, and it's a pretty good counter setup for Perivision. They've got a bait and switch, the USP to take first contact, try and set up the Julies. Unfortunately, both of those Donut players only go 1-for-1. Artfrost only gets 1 on the bomb site, so very even trades from Sangal, and it comes down to the man on loan to win out the clutch.
Positive stuff for Sangal. The 1xBet odds, unfortunately, not that positive. And they've had a lot of favoritism to Paravision over the course of this series, even when it did feel like things weren't as confident for them. But it did work out for map 1. If you think they can work out for map number 2, you can put the code 1xRESTEU into the 1xBet website and get yourself up to 130% on your first deposit. This should be pretty standard stuff for the Sangal camp. Matt 10's facing against the pistols, do stack in against the likes of youngster. LNZ gets a couple of the way out of the round, but the rifles remain.
Yeah, Sangal have to look at this next follow-up and say, are we going to be up against that AWP from Artfrost? And if so, how are we going to deal with him? A very pivotal player. I would say just even in the second half, it just had key rounds, not even with the AWP in play, just the AK.
Big Green is in for the CT side. And Artfrost was hitting some sick shots with the AWP, so I'm encouraged by that coming out early for Paravision. So whether we can hit some more in the early portions of this round. Patsy good for the first pick, but responded to immediately by Jota. Belchnok from beyond the smoke catches LNZ, so advantage has been taken by PV.
Paravision have got a strong mid defensive of the 2 players. Belchnok getting flashed out from red, putting more damage onto Jota, as Samey is so damn low. There should be no way that this 2v3 is workable.
Yeah, both players known about here, and the AWP of Artfrost is waiting. He just missed the mark onto Youngster. As Jerry catches Samey, Youngster's going to give himself to Artfrost in the end, and that's a pretty nice hold there of the round for Paravision. Well played on the mid defense.
And the worst thing that could actually happen to Perivision is that over these next few weeks, Jay, they maybe get a bit of a deeper run, they get a lot of wins on the board, they get closer to a deep playoff position, and then Cloud9 comes knocking and just all the players start leaving.
Yeah.
that legitimately would just be it for Jerry. It's like, right, I tried to build this roster with when Exipower was there and Rajan and X5 towards the tail end of last year. It's been a slow grind with Perivision. Can they start to really start making more intros towards the higher end of tier 2? Aggressive approach out from shelf as Patsy gets 2 instantly.
Samey and Youngster removed. LNZ, Jota and X-Floud left to the 3-on-5, 2 of which have pistols in play for this one. And they're running back into that B bomb site where Artfrost is continuing to hold from. Jota swings up with his rifle, dealt with immediately by Artfrost. LNZ will flashbang around the corner, try to get that weapon back. Jerry takes him out of the fold, and X-Floud's 1-on-5.
That just sandwiched completely. And Jay, you and I, we've cast a Perivision for the last couple of months. We've been watching their progression. What I noticed from the early days of Perivision was that they probably would buy the book too much, that they were just playing percentages, they were slowing rounds down. Now, in this tournament, and probably the last couple of games, I'm getting more of a feel that they're allowing the individuals to have a bit more freedom, maybe be more active on the map, get them set ups, because they do have some really experienced and sharp players on this team.
They've all got AKs and an AWP for the CT side, so everything looking nice on the firepower department, and that sharpness may come into effect here for them. Blast out from Sangal, trying to just make their way into the bomb site, just running into the AKs, getting it over and done with. Bomb plant won't be allowed, but the loss bonus will stack up to an investment, so the rifles will return for Sangal.
Both teams in stepping stones, improved performances from rest tournament to rest tournament. Top 16, then top 12 for Perivision, and then top 12 and top 8 for Sangal. Could it be that both teams make the playoffs?
Well, it's hard to tell for certain. It's a possibility, but Group C is a hard one to call. Incendiaries early in against Sammy, not going to be allowed full lane access. Belchnok is allowed main access, though. Out at a bomb site, pressing, seeing, or not seeing, but trying to see if he can gain an angle on Sangal. He's got map control, at least.
And Perivision, with that aggressive approach, have allowed Belchnok to just be slightly more active. That's actually a really strong position to be in. Pika's advantage, a tough cubby angle, so if there's any progression in the late round towards A, Belchnok might be able to get one, possibly even two.
Minute to work with. Jerry, HE spotting LNZ, dishing out some damage with the HEs of his own right, but taking a lot more in return, honestly. Sangal, deeper utility, getting kicker to drop down low HP. Are they going to be ready for the close quarters? They will be ready for the trade, at least. Youngster responding back towards Jerry's initial pick. 4 versus 4, though. Bomb yet to make his way to the site, should do soon.
Artfrost just needs to try and deny one of these ramp players. Does get baited, doesn't get overwhelmed, and Incendiary can go down towards default.
It's late, though, doesn't deny the plant. T-side players, and ready. Youngster, Patsy up. Frost get picks off the back of one another. Utility in. Belchnok's caught as the smoke fades to Jota. Trapped on the bomb site, is forced out 2 versus 2, continuing to force the fights, continuing to drive by. Samy's caught at the edge of the smoke, and the Orb has info on him, at least knowing he's low, but challenging Jota at 100 HP. The AK is going to win that easy. And Sangal go to evens.
And that wasn't the cleanest of rounds there from Sangal at all. They get up into the bomb site, they get the bomb down, but probably shouldn't have won that round. That aggressive approach out to long was not successful. Belchnok just got caught repositioning, just got caught in an angle where he tries to fall off and regroup out to long. And then even at the tail end of that round, there's just players working and spamming in and around util.
Closed out by the Eternal Fire alone. Patsy, aggressively mid, seen at the head of the smoke. X-Flow gets the opening kill. Youngster with the follow-up frag. Jerry down, 5 on 3. Instant turnaround from Sangal. Instant opening advantage extended for a moment. Belchnok does take back 1.
And we're seeing a lot in the current meta of Tier 2 CS on Ancient that the in-game leaders are maintaining the star role of Cave. And that was one of those rounds from Jerry where he got overwhelmed by Youngster early, and it's put quite a bit of stance in this. Sangal have got a couple of players out to A main. Artfrost is hurt out there from Donut. Could this still be a recovery, even with the man disadvantage?
They're trying still to play the default. You see the walkout over at ramp, particularly for LNZ. He's going to see an open and free B bomb site. It comes down to the mid defensive to try and cut this bomb out from the site itself, because it's going to have to rotate through spawn, through lane, or through mid. All of those are covered off.
A kicker, if he gets this kill onto LNZ, this could ruin the rounds.
LNZ gets him instead, though, and that draws attention away from what could be the cutoff. Actually, Belchnok reading the fact that the bomb might be on its way in here. Got to time this right, because X-Cloud is not the man with the bomb on his back. Smokes will come down to try and block opposition. Scene spray comes through. Still a 3 versus 2. Nades to open up vision. Molotovs will try and block it. A counter incendiary as well. AK involved. Belchnok fought upon by LNZ, and Jota out towards mid. Eventually closes in the pincers of the backstab, dealing with Artfrost and holding the round again for Sangal. The lead has been gained.
That was not an easy 4 versus 3, and I would actually say that that's quite risky. I know LNZ's been able to clear out all of the B side, but to rotate that bomb from A main, to get it up there to the B doors, LNZ had 2 very clinical kills. I would say that even if he loses that first duel to kick it, or loses that second duel to Belchnok, that could just be round over.
Well, Sangal back in the swing of things. Half invest for Paravision. Still featuring an M4 to Belchnok to his credit, but LNZ is so good to catch Jerry and his Deagle, unable to hit the kill shot.
seeing that molly really frequently in almost every single T-side default now. So you can throw it from outside of the B doors and it lands in between the connector of Cave and Cheetah. And it basically means that if the CT side want to get aggressive and want to fight Cheetah early, they're always going to lose about 25 points of health, and that's going to be heard by the lane player.
Back to the slow and passive approach. Characteristic of Sango in this series. Saw it through map 1. Here on the T side of map 2 will remain the same. Counter HEs will do quite a hefty amount of damage. Artfrost potentially set for a kill, is baited by the staggered peaks. Now the smoke start coming in against the boosting players. Belchanok does get forced back, unawares of XCloud. Now he does check him though. Lane backstab dealt with, 4-on-4 situation. The T's are backing away to rotate.
Patsy with the 5-7 and armor. I mean, if he could just get one kill and stall for time, Artfrost can rotate in and actually try and set up this rifle.
Picked up an M4, footsteps are heard as well. Smokes down, Joseph's back's turned. Patsy goes 1-for-1. Youngster able to trade it back, but that M4 does so much HP damage. Plant can be secured, can't be denied by the CT side. The retake is on, and it does heavily favor Paravision though.
LNZ out from Big Box is going to be key. He needs to make sure that he does not fall to this duel out from Temple.
Wasn't sure who's swapping out the weapons here. Sammy does pick the orb back up. Belchanok, AK, seeing the gun barrel. Sammy doesn't know that he's a goner or that his position has been offered up. Paravision, slow peek, and Sammy gets Belchanok in the end. Swing back from LNZ is so well timed on Artfrost. Doesn't seem like there'll be any exit frags available. Kicker will try catch Youngster next up. Samy's there to protect him. Kill only on the first man. Sango extend.
I actually don't know how they've won that round, Jay. That position with the pistol up close from Patsy, with the amount of damage that the M4 does from just CT, that should be a Paravision round. Even the timing is so unfortunate for Belchanok. He is waiting for that donut plane. He knows where Sammy is. And the 1 second that he starts getting off of the stairs and getting further back down is when Sammy re-aggresses the angle. It was legitimately just a round of a couple of straight bullets and a couple of timings have won it for Sango.
Sango going to try and make a much faster pace of play happen here, though. Flash is so perfectly timed again. Youngster finds Kicker at the start, and look at Jerry getting so close. Artfrost is all known towards the backside. Flash is coming in this direction. Sammy catches Jerry point blank. M4 involved as Artfrost gets overwhelmed. Patsy can get one pick back. 3-on-2 still remains for the Sango side. HG sent down on him, gets that kill in the end, and the AWP has been revealed to Belchanok, who's been revealed to the T side line. All the info available for Sango to close out the post plant.
Belchanok is just waiting for a duel, hoping that he can bait someone. Sammy finally catches him out there to long and fires away. And this is starting to get quite brawly. And for Sango, no matter how the rounds are being won, the scoreline is 6-3, which is a really favorable position.
Going into that CT side with an advantage, or even an even stance, is not a good position to be at for Paravision. CT side. Best they can do is equalize. Sango are the ones pulling ahead early on into this matchup. We are approaching the mid portion of the game though. Couple rounds left in the half. Best case scenarios are 6-6 as the aforementioned scoreline for Paravision's favor, or the 9-3 for Sango. And it seems likely that they'll make a decent crack at it here. Again, the buy's not fantastic. The money's not great for Paravision. They're in this cycle of buy eco with the max loss bonus. At least try and form something around the AWP, but it's a half buy at best.
It's even insane that Jerry is being pre-aimed, that they're ready for that aggressive maneuver. And Patsy, with the low investment, tries to make a kill happen early, and instead just gets punished. 2 players in A main, 2 players up on B. It's a walk contact.
Kicker baited, pistol close to CZ of Jerry, able to get that one pick, and this Kicker does find LNZ. Samy's AWP back, Kicker again involved, but Youngster and XCloud get those responses from elsewhere. Bombs dropped on the bomb site. Artfrost is close to contact. Not an impossible round for him to win, but still a 1 versus 2.
They're getting very messy once more out on that site. There is just so many back and forth trades. This is a workable 1v2, but it's not an easy 1v2.
Artfrost is wary of Bigger backstab in play. Only one man is revealed to him on the B site. The other player did strike back at elbow, so it's entirely possible that he's continued to move, peeking into that flashbang though. He might be aware of this. Bomb picked up, will try and get planted. Orp leans forward, and X-Flood doesn't even let him get the flick together. 7 at the border, Sangle. Decent effort with the half buy, but I don't think money's going to matter too much at this stage for Sangle. They will buy in, they'll buy in the next. And they have won the half.
And this is the first time that we've seen Sangle picking Ancient in the last 3 months. Their normal maps that they lean towards are Nuke and Vertigo and sometimes a little bit of Mirage. So I was very surprised to not see Nuke come through as a map pick for them. They get Vertigo as a decider, but I get the vibe that they've only picked Ancient in this isolated best of 3 because maybe LNZ's looked at some previous Ancient performances from Paravision and noticed some weaknesses, noticed where they can punish. Now, it hasn't been a clean game. That's been quite easy to spectate, but 7-3 on T-sides, they've worked hard and they've worked a lot of success.
Advantage will be taken for them. Nades are sent up, damage done to Belchenok first and foremost. 47 HP. Patsy. He's front of the advanced angle over at Shelf. Kicker. On a prod out from the ramp. Heavy-handed aggression to the CT side towards that B side of the map. But Youngster is playing coy as a Sangle at main.
Now, they need enough distraction from Youngster to start facilitating this A play. And this duel against Patsy, is Youngster going to be ready for it?
Nope. Back turned. Easy kill. And now lane is completely clear. So they can start putting a lot more emphasis towards that A bomb site. But Sangle still going to make some noise towards mid. They might try and expand their options.
Jerry with the spam comes in quite close. AWP from Donut looking to strike on a contact.
Art Frost. Could catch the bomb carrier if he extends at the right moment, or if LNZ faces into him. Dry walk, and the shot misses out. 4-on-4, and now it's full send into the A bomb site. Belchenok is fully blinded. Oh, that smoke did miss out, but Jerry doesn't even hold the responsive on Jota. 18 HP, he still wins the fight. That could have been a lot more disastrous for Sango than it ended up being, but it's still an 8-3.
And so many times, Jay, I've kind of been saying, I don't know how this round's being won. It shouldn't happen. That round is a key example. AWP is legitimately pre-aiming Donut, just misses a shot to the in-game leader, and then miss CT smoke. Jerry should have the jump onto Jota. He's already on low HP, and then Jota wins the fight. Like, what's happening on Ancient? I'm seeing some really weird rounds.
Well, to come back to a point you mentioned, Sangle are winning some of these key opportunities in these key fights. Paravision will have the 2 AKs to work with in the next round with a max loss bonus forced by. Sangle put the economy on the back foot early, have really worked against the early blows that Paravision were bringing out. One more in this half. 9-3 is calling for Sangle. Can Paravision shut that down?
And Paravision have fought themselves into a lot of good rounds, but haven't come out on top with a massive amount that are won. Jota leading up the defense for another B play.
Kicker smokes ahead of him and flashes sent HE's down, caught switching out to the AK, and again flash blinded. Youngster and Jota combined for that kill. Extend very far out towards short. Jerry, his pistol is close. Bomb does get tapped, but he's not going to move on his lonesome. He's going to wait for his teammate to set up for the retake.
They need to get some help from Patsy. He needs to try and strike out from lane, but against LNZ in the cubby, this actually is an off angle for opposed plan.
Spats are going to extend very far out of this. AK does check it and does win that engagement. So 4 versus 4 has been received, and the spam through from Belchenok. Jerry's been revealed as a result of that. He continues to face around that corner of the smoke, catching info and tags on the second round. Patsy's fallen to the AWP in the meantime. Belchenok finally falls, and Sammy doesn't need vision to get Art Frost. 9-3 of a T-side for Sangle.
And perhaps something that that can be noted for Sangle is while they don't pick a lot of Ancient, they do have a fairly strong T-side. And they've been working in some good performances on this map in the recent history. and kind of reflect back to what they were able to do against Bleed in those quarterfinals. They were down 3-11 at one point. They moved into the, obviously 3-9, lost pistol, lost anti-eco, and actually had a decent T-side. We saw some really good rounds from Jota. He was kind of bringing it back, thought for a moment that they may just be able to send it to that third map decider. 9-3. From this kind of scoreline, you're expecting the game to be shut down pretty quickly.
Yeah, Paravision needs something special. Where does that specialty come from? In the pistol round, it certainly might be a positive way to start things off, but already the CTs are getting proactive ahead of these smokes. Sammy is going to prod the spot information. The flashes are sent as the T side send their way into the B site. The plant should be secured. There's damage being done. The Julie's close. It's a team flash that actually catches Jota just blinded, but Youngster does get kicker to start. Two players seen now out in the open. Jota's got to have to force the fight here. Patsy with a kill back, but Jota ends up with two as Belchanok and Jerry both get caught by the same man. 3-on-2. Artfrost does trade it back. Smoke goes down. The fuse kit can get held together as Jota gets caught. Youngster is tagged up so heavily, but they get the kill shot in the end. Pistol is held by Paravision.
Oh, just about. I got extremely nervous in that scenario when Jota just somehow got 2 kills. He's detected, they've baited him, they know where he are, he's already on fairly low HP. They swing him together and he gets 2. Youngster tries to stick that 5-second, but it doesn't happen. Paravision, whew, that was a nervous one at the tail ends.
Sangle, if they found that pistol, could have seriously put the hurt up on the PV camp. We'll see them forced back because they still got a bit of buffer to work with, and to shut it down from here could even be worse than taking the pistol against Paravision. Five rounds up on the CT side, and they're gonna hold their nerve for the time being. Play grouped up. No one's really watching mid for them. They might not need to, though.
Sangle have got a fairly heavy A lane. They are literally gambling everything. They're re-smoking off the B doors, and they're not even leaving a single B player.
Might be the right gamble, though. They've still got presence outside of main, and elbow now. Push forward of Jerry. What does he make the call for? Do they try and go through Cheetah and sight? Yes, that does seem to be the call to make. Paravision have read this well.
It's surprising that a gamble stack is ensuing this early into the round. I feel as if most of the time on Force Buys, we only see the gamble stack in the last maybe 40 seconds, 30 seconds of the round. That was shaped up a lot earlier. Now there's a little bit of an info play down from mid, so maybe they might start shifting away and out to B.
Jota sneak here in the utility. X-Cloud does get aggressive on Belchanok and does win that fight. Plant will be secured, but man advantage for Sangle. Got a rifle to work with. Do they want to go for this?
Maybe if Jota gets a kill. Maybe if one of the CT players can get a kill in quickly. Otherwise, no.
3 CTs backs up to the back lines. Jerry's Mac 10 gets caught off by Jota. Now they look to send it in. Artfrost known about. Kills for Youngster. Patsy and Artfrost clap back. Oh, Jota's Deagle is tapping heads for days. The scout is Sammy providing overwatch. The Mac 10 also provides support. Jota's coming in for the kill. And Youngster gets the kill shot in the end, but Jota getting off that defuse. Does he have enough time for this? I think he'll just about do so, but it'll be close. Sangle have stolen it.
Oh, it literally comes down to a couple of ticks at the tail end. Paravision, I can't believe what's happened in this map. There's just been so many wacky rounds. With that one, Jay, they're not even running into the gamble stack. They're legitimately running into the open bomb side, and yet they still lose the round. How does that happen?
On Ancient, you don't run into the gamble stack. The gamble stack runs into you, is what happened in that last round.
Even Jerry just gets caught completely off out there in cave. Not even looking to Cheetah. That's just such an easy kill from Jota.
Didn't suspect it, and that's part of the reason why they did concede.
But that was the kill that actually probably drove them into attempting it.
It's like you said, right? The kill towards Cheetah. If they get that, then they go for it. That was a 5-on-3 advantage from there. And the end result is, well, You see it on the scoreboard, 10-4, Sangal responding to the pistol win with a force buy. Now it's desperation buys from Paravision, bolstered by the bomb plant bonus at least, but can still only afford pistols.
And this is testing the mental massively for Paravision, because in their perspective, they should have won a lot more rounds than just 4.
And to think as well with how inconsistent things have been, the last thing the Paravision need is more issues to worry about here.
Definitely.
Their willpower is broken, then it could be end of the series off the back of map 2. Kicker does catch Youngster, so there's a start in with those pistol players. Samey's being wary of the likes of Patsy, who will be revealed as that smoke clears, but he still gets that pick back in. Artfrost is dead to Jota's hands, but it's a man advantage for Paravision this time. LNZ known towards back, but Jota swings forward on Belchanok. Jerry, knowing about his teammate, Kicker catches the casualty close quarters with the Tech-9 as the M4 is forced to reload. It's all Jota, flanked of his own now, 1-on-3, several low HP players. Jerry even got dinked to 2. But ultimately, the round sits for Paravision.
And this has been a real scrappy best of 3. From map 1 even into map 2, both teams have won a stupid amount of low investment rounds. Jerry is just the king on the Tech-9. Some of the opening kills. The one that gets me is Samey losing that fight out in mid. He's literally pre-aiming Patsy on the edge of that elbow smoke, and when it clears, he knows that he's there, but then somehow the pistol still wins it.
Well, Sangal gonna rebuy. Lost everything, but still want to force up because it worked well for them last time, and they can afford slightly better weapons than they did in the previous force win. 5-7's caught off first. LNZ's 5-7 does respond back though. Patsy and Kicker both in position. LNZ trying to go to the AK, caught greedy. Now B-side has been overwhelmed. The M4 of Artfrost gets another pick back. M4 in from Patsy will deal with Jota and is responsive. And Samey's 5-7. 1-on-3. I mean, if he can find Patsy, then perhaps he gets that kill. Paravision, do they play into the B site?
Even if they do, you'd expect a trade. I really doubt that Samey's going to be able to work anything here. And when you kind of feel how the rounds have gone down, the 9-3 half, losing pistol, but winning anti-force buy for Sangal, a 10-4 scenario, you expect this game to be over pretty quick. There's only going to be a handful of rounds until it closes. Now, I mean, 10-7, there's going to be a very light buy in the next. Samey is going to get split from both CT and from Cave, so I reckon 1 kill at most.
Will they check the corner? Kicker doesn't see him yet. Walk out, coming forward. Jerry could be denied. Sees the gun, sees the player, gets the kill back on the first, but Patsy hidden behind the smoke can spray through and keep control for Paravision. Good efforts from Samey, but you are right. 1 pick traded, force buy fails, Sangal down to Eco.
And for Paravision, if the anti-eco goes successfully in not losing 1 or 2 players, just really clean, and you go into the next gun round and you win that one, we actually might have a bit of a battle. We actually could get quite a competitive tail end of this second half.
We'll see whether the USPs can continue damage or whether the rifle round and the next can go their way. Still several opportunities for them to try and close this one out, as you mentioned. 10-4, 10-6 now. Need a couple of good ones from the Sangal side. We would have taken it. Mac 10 involved with Patsy. 3 picks for him. Tech-9 also caught spamming. Jerry's there with extra support to make sure that the SMG should stay in for the most part, and no casualties would look to be realistically taken here by Paravision. Indeed, LNZ will drop to Artfrost instead. 7 to the board of the T side. Now Sangal get the rifles.
Keen to see what Patsy's going to be able to do in the gun rounds in this second half. He's had a pretty good series so far, was quite consistent in the first map, coming to the second, and that one got a lot of anti-eco kills. But a threatening player, always catches good timings around elbow, works in from mid nicely. Sangal on the most important gun round of the second half of round 18 has still got limitations. Youngster's even going to be down to a FAMAS.
They've won with less. We'll have a stop call first, though, so a lot less for Paravision in this round. And those full guns set in for the Sangal side. So you are right about their position. Artfrost, Orp. Going to see him continuing to battle away with the big green, considering how sick some of the shots were for this squad. It's Patsy the man leading the frag count here for Paravision, though.
Yeah, that was a little bit naughty there from Artfrost. When a stop call comes in, you really should separate yourself from the other squad so you don't see what the buy is like. But, yeah, it's not a rule. It's just maybe one of those things. I'm trying to think what the word is for it. I wouldn't say folklore, but maybe gentleman's agreement is normally what happens there.
Sportsman-like.
Yeah, you just, anytime there's a stop call, stay in your spawns. But it didn't happen.
Can't believe you took it that long to remember what sportsmanship is.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe sportsmanship. I think gentleman's agreement's probably closer. But yeah, a bit of both. Just, it's one of those that you don't want to know.
I mean, you do want to know, but it's, you know.
Yeah, but now they know that Artfrost got an AWP.
No, what they're dealing with in the next round. Three to make up for Paravision Sangle. 3 to close down this map and take us to a third. Parry. Face on to the guns. Yeah, heavy-handed over towards main as well. Only Jota to defend it for the time being.
Re-smoke down, might cancel it for the moment. Belschnock, oh, it seemed like he was actually going to break open that smoke. I reckon they're still going to pop through this.
Yep. Smoke comes down, Jota backs away. Did he see Jerry? He does now. Kill found. Belchnock doesn't quite get away with the trade game. Kicker coming in from shelf, heard by Xcloud, who lurked out towards pit. 5 on 3. M4 inserts the same way towards CT spawn. Saw 2, caught 1. Nades and Molotov should be able to catch him back, but his own incendiaries will disrupt Artfrost and Belchnock's positions. They're forced out, one into the open, one very far away from the site itself. Bomb also down at one's feet. CT is creeping closer. They know where that is. Belchnock watching the players to make their moves. Tag damage done by LNZ. He sacrificed himself for the sake of that. One trade found. Needs to get 4 more out of this, and Jota is prodding for more.
Belchnock with a flash. Does actually bait one of them out from Donut. Oh, hang on a second.
They're working these picks. Individual fights finally start peeking together, and Belchnock drops. Artfrost on 3 HP has no chance to win this round. He knows it. He's out of there. It's 11 for Sangle.
It's a very good, strong defensive from the outset from Jota. So he puts that smoke down. He's protecting himself on a bit of an off angle from Donut. He gets that first kill, and he just keeps backing off, doesn't he? He keeps driving further into Donut, which makes it more uncomfortable for Paravision to get that trade. And that allows more time for the rotations from Red and the players out on the B-bomb site to come in from CT and just keep fighting, keep doubling up. Sangle, just when pressure was on, right? You're in a state now where if Paravision win that gun round, you could be looking at the deficit of 9 to 10, and at that point, a couple of key rounds here or there may allow a 2-0. Instead, just when they had that opportunity of building that threat, it gets denied instantly by the internationals.
4 to the good. Sangle. Another chance to break the backs of Paravision. AKs on 2 players of the CT side. M4s on Sangle still available to them. Jota charging forward. Incendiary is doing tons of damage towards the contact, and Patsy and Belchnock will get both players in mid.
There's just so many flashes, so much util from both squads. And now might just be a gamble stack from Sangle from this point onwards. Samey getting hurt out there from Red, taking a bit of damage to the molly. Paravision are in such a good position in round 19.
Considering the 2 picks they take, the fact that Belchnock and Patsy are as high HP as they are, trades might be available for the CT side, but that assumes they face them, because you are right about that gamble stack. They are leaning into the A play. We'll keep these weapons if they hit B, which seems to be the likely call. Do their best for the defense if it is an A play, but that's all in the hands of Paravision. Sangle just got to take it as it comes.
And Paravision responded instantly and just so aggressive, just so quick out from elbow. I wonder how many players here from Paravision are going to hunt after they get the bomb down? Because money's not actually that great for Paravision. So if they send a few lurkers, if they send a couple of players just to search, and let's say as an example, they lose 2 more AKs, that does hurt them. So it's risk versus reward. It depends on what Jerry's outcome is.
Take these guns away from Sang, which they can't afford to rebuy, though. That's what they would be hunting for. $1,900 will flow into the bank account, so it really won't equate towards a definitive buy. The weapons saved in will provide better options for a force if Sangor decide to choose that. In the end, Paravision will make the call not to extend towards A site. We'll just keep those players bats up all the way towards the doors, away from the B bomb site. 5 will stay in for Paravision, 3 will stay in for Sangor. As the gap closes to 3 rounds again.
Now, LNZ can drop an M4 and Sammy can drop an M4, so it should be a buy together here. Now, Sangor got a bit of a taste of the playoffs last rest tournament, but also went out to the team that made it into the grand final. I'm sure they look at this opening game and say we shouldn't be losing a matchup to Paravision. If we want to be realistic with ourselves, if we want to get ourselves into a contender status of playoffs, that we can go deep, that we can start working these rest points, we can't lose to Paravision. We have to send this to a third map decider. We have to try and close the series on Vertigo.
We'll take this tactical to discuss just that prospect and that mentality, and also how the buy state will look for them. Chat to Jumpy. See what his experience can impart towards them, what direction he can move Sangor in. They opt for a lighter style of investment here. Rather than going into drop weapons to Jota and X-Cloud and force the issue, they're going to go for true guns in the next. See what can get found here with the rifles that they already have. A steal would certainly be lovely. Damage would also be pretty good. Both of them very unlikely at this juncture. Let's see what they can find.
Yeah, so LNZ is the cave player, but this time around he's got to boost up towards long, try and set up that rifle for some opening damage. The other rifle is out defending A, between Donut and the A bomb site directly.
Same turn away from that flashbang, does re-peeking towards Jerry. Advantage taken now by the CT side. That HG goes deep as LNZ does get caught, and Kicker finds where Jota is. AK out of play, backup has gone. Sammy did win that initial fight, but solo HP for the rest of them. And Kicker just reads X-Cloud through that smoke. Now they've got to go back and save again because Paravision have overwhelmed the B bomb site for a second time.
And Kicker's one of these players on Paravision that's probably trying to find that ability to the higher end of the scene once more. A very experienced player, a guy that's won a major, but he has been underwhelming. His stats look pretty awful since joining up with Paravision. And maybe not getting the same system. I mean, comparing James to Jerry, you've got two very different styles of in-game leadership. In that round, though, out from ramp, very successful with kills that opened up the bomb site.
Wonderful stuff. The major winner. 9 on the board of Paravision. Sangor should start to feel the pressure here soon enough. If they're not already feeling it at this moment, the M4 needs to stay in, and Patsy keeps even more pressure against them. Options reduced. They still have the buy available here for Sangor.
So Samy's one kill with that M4 that he got out to cave gave him just enough kill bonus to get AWP and body armor. Otherwise, he would have been on glass cannon. Has he invested into it, though? Seeing the util probably tells us that he hasn't. Well, someone else must have dropped it. Sangor, 2 rounds in the lead right now.
AK straight in. Jota's just caught dead to rights. They're winning these mid-fights rather consistently. X-Cloud through the smoke has at least caused Beltranok, and Sammy is caught napping out from the donut swing. Patsy will be known about as Art Frost's AWP also looks for LNZ. He's turned away, though. LNZ does not press the issue. It's an AWP for your battle, and the Shadow has revealed Samy's position. Art Frost comes in with the kill.
What about LNZ? Is he going to refight Patsy out from red against aggression?
Youngster and X-Cloud making moves. Got to check this, and the headshot is gained pretty quickly, 3-on-3. Now Flash is sent in towards lane, indicating some moves by Paravision will draw attention back as the B side starts to get taken. LNZ is moments away from catching that AWP, but Kicker and Jerry just get those frags. Bomb plant will be secured. Clutch for the captain. Can he make it happen?
Honestly, just getting out to that AWP might be the play for me. He's going to go for this. I can't believe it.
No kit, no util. Pure force of willpower ahead of that smoke. He doesn't decide to push it. Jerry and Kicker are backed away to the bat lines. Eventually, LNZ realizes that he's got no way. Time is too far ticked. No info to work with. Grab the AWP and hold it. Paravision up on number 10 now.
And they're knocking on the door of a 2-0, and that would be a massive surprise for me. I know that we've spoken about the recent positive run of form for them, but getting a 2-0 against Sangle is no easy feat. And this is a team on the rise, a team that's getting their HLTV ranking up and up. Belchnock with a stellar opening kill. And then just Jerry walks out on the bomb site, just realizes that B is completely open.
And the key surprise for me is the fact that they're going to win Ancient from a 3-9 deficit and take the 2-0 with that.
And when they were 10-4 up against the anti-force buy,
Yeah.
against a weakened buy at 10-4, the game is just done at that scoreline.
But here we are, continuing to play on. Paravision really going towards main. Jota's SMG up close against Jerry, just overwhelms him in an instant, doesn't even give a chance for that MP9. Dealt with. Advantage taken. The pistols should try and commit towards some sort of exit damage at best, but Xcloud is caught immediately by Arfrost. It's wishful thinking for them to charge forward. The AWPer might even get overwhelmed. Indeed, Samey goes down. Youngster caught by Kicker elsewhere. LNZ with one responsive, but now flanked and found. And Paravision are even against Sangle. 11 apiece. The CT side are running out of chances to keep alive in this series. A tactical is called in as their opponents continue to hit their highs.
And this Paravision that we're seeing in this isolated best of 3 is so different to the Paravision that we've seen in recent few weeks. The Paravision that slow rounds down and execute with bomb sites on 20 seconds on the clock. I really look at this team with a fresh mindset that there has been changes. There's been a change to the outlook on how the CS wants to be played. Probably guys like Kicker and Patsy saying, Jerry, this just ain't working, right? They looked lost in some of their games. I actually thought their T-sides looked awful at certain points, but yet you come here to Ancient, it's a lot quicker. We've got variations of pace. We've got individual striking with opening kills, and they've had a really good T-side. They've given barely any opportunities to Sangle.
We're finally starting to see that potential in the squad come to fruition, it feels like, and it's still got a bit of way to go before it's truly confident out of them. But this is far better than the Paravision that we were seeing in the last rest event. Perhaps that was part of the reason why they've made these changes, part of the reason why positivity has returned towards them. And look at Kicker, look at how much he's going to gain. Samey caught on a tag, he's walked out B, but the execution's inbound towards A from the Paravision side. Samey caught dead to rights by the AK through the smokes. Damage returns on Jota, 13 points of health for him. Man advantage, Paravision, will they even go for the retake here? LNZ needs to protect them if they don't, he's not checking the right corner. Kicker's caught another kill. Sangle at least have Youngster getting back towards main, catching Artfrost. His teammates starting to lean, but he runs into Patsy. The desperation of Sangle on full display as they lose everything that they fought for. The lead, the round, the man advantage, and the map and match point to Paravision.
Everything about that round is really well distributed from Jerry. So you've got a lurk smoke out to the front side along, and it gives freedom to Kick It to make a bit of play, to just sell the idea of a B maneuver. M4 does get dropped right to the tail end, so that just rips the economy. But Kick It with just capitalizing on that Samey kill, pulling more attention away out to the B bomb side, and then out on A, they just punish straight away towards Donut. They made that round look easy.
Kicker just threw so much of a spanner into the works. And there is no M4 available for Sangle. They have had the tides turned against them, and now they're on the weakened investment. The Force Spider has to come through. Paravision, utility down as standards towards mid. Heavy sustained on Xcloud. Responsive damage onto the T side, not nearly as much. Artfrost down by 3 points of health. That's it.
LNZ's been able to take a lot of map territory away, but that's also because Paravision just haven't fought for it at all. Samey with the XM. xCloud aggressively down from elbow. They're desperate for anything. An opening man advantage, an upgrade to get an AK in their hands. They're running out of util. There's got over a minute 10 on the clock, and they've got an incendiary, one smoke, and a single flash, and that's it.
xCloud's incendiary going to try and block him away from elbow as soon as he sees contact or utility. Was the right timing in general. Footsteps heard, comes forward. Belchnock does lose the fight. All important for xCloud. Now Jerry to strike out towards lane. LNZ is caught dead.
A really good timing against the in-game leader. Out towards long. The Famar struggles. Kickard stays alive. This could still be a slow-played round. They don't need to commit straight away.
Jerry's seen him continue to pop out. Youngster gives up his life. Advantage truly to the T-side favor. Jerry's not done either. The auto shotgun gets him back, but Kicker is in with a response. And that should be game, set, and match for Paravision. 1-on-3 for xCloud here. For Mars and a miracle required for this. And Arfrost will hear him soon enough. He'll know exactly where this player's coming in from either way. Paravision is a 2-0 series.
That's an absolute joke is what it is, Jay. That is a fundamental choke and a half from Sangul. 10-4 up against the anti-force buy, and yet they cannot even make it to overtime. I can't believe I'm witnessing this.
T-side success for Paravision on the contrary, though. Things looking up for this squad, which had looked so dire in the past, but here in the Rest European Series number 3, they progress towards the winner's game of Group C as your victors in this best of 3.
And for Paravision, maybe this is them seriously turning a bit of a corner. They're showing us some better levels of CS. Way more impressed with this sort of adaptation style that we're seeing some quicker T-sides. We're not just seeing the slow passive defaults over and over again for them. But for Sangul, I mean, this is a joke, right? This is a team that are in a position now when bringing Jota and Sami in the roster that you're playoff bound. You're looking for those opportunities. And when you're up by that sort of scoreline, there's no way you can't be closing.
I have to agree. I mean, I really genuinely thought that on that CT side basis, they had turned around a lot of the issues that they had from map number 1, not getting those key rounds, but then you just start completely capitulating on CT side. On the CT side of Ancient as well, by the way. I don't know how you do that if you're Sangul. So they've also got some things they need to make up, because coming into this one, they were also on the upward trajectory. They were making better of their positions, and this is a major setback for them in my eyes, because it's elimination from here on out.
And I'm not convinced that they'll beat Sinners. I mean, that matchup won't have a lot in it. For Sangul, this is very disappointing. This is a team that, when I reflect back on the last Rest tournament, they nearly beat Omega. They probably should have beaten Omega to make first seed in the group to go into the playoffs. They actually gave a pretty good fight against Bleed, which a lot of tier 2 teams cannot say they've been able to do. So, yeah, very underwhelming. This is a Sangul side that even beaten Omega in a best of 3 yesterday, a few days after they beat Bleed in a grand final and slapped them. I don't know what to think. This was a real rough day from Sangul today.
Well, I know what I think. I think I'm going to be watching out for Paravision in the very near future, because if you get a victory against a team like that, now 5 best of 3s on HLTV win streak in a row, 8 map win streak on HLTV in a row between those best of 3s as well. So a lot of positivity right now in the last 4 matches for Paravision. A lot of things that can go right for them at the moment. Sangul falling down towards them. So now we move to our last game of the day, where Mouse and XT take on Eklot to try and see if they can also make their winners matches happen.
There's a bit of history between both of those two teams. Mouse and XT trying to get the one up. Eklot trying to prove themselves on debut here in Rest.
And we'll find out whether or not they can make it happen in our final match of the day. We're going to go to an extended break as we set that one up, as the Academy squad will certainly look to take to the stage in a short few moments' time. So don't go anywhere and come back with us for the Rest European Series and our final match of the day.
The world is changing quickly. Sector clear. Copy. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. victories with 1xBet.
pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And welcome back to the Rest EU Regional Series number 3. It's time to close out the day and close out our opening games of the group stage. We have now established the majorities of our winners games and elimination games, and now only Group D remains to see whether Mal's NXT will be able to triumph today or whether the boys on Eklot will hold their nerve against the Mega tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, the day afterwards, I should say. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne, as per usual, to close out today's proceedings. And off the back of the Sangle loss to Paravision, perhaps there might be a handful of surprises in this matchup as well.
Mal's NXT are a team that should on paper be bound for the playoffs. They're good enough to get there. They're strong enough to show in previous Rest tournaments that they can do it. For Eklot, this is the first time we've seen them in the Rest circuit, so I'm keen to see what this international Czech core is going to be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different Eklot to the ones that we know from many years prior, right? So I guess a new era, if you will, for this team, and perhaps it might find a little bit of success in that respect to the international spice. All teams seem to be going international these days, so I'm looking forward to seeing how well it will do for them. I think in terms of these two teams in general, though, they sort of sit towards that higher end of like tier 2.5, I guess you could say right now, in terms of the tournaments that they play so far, because they're not exactly the highest level of competition when it comes to the last 3 months.
No, I would say for Eklot and Mal's NXT, they certainly are climbing to the higher end of tier 2. They're getting good wins under their belt. They've got a strong roster for Eklot. I mean, the Eklot that I remember had sort of the K1 feeder and Casper and Valencio. This is a new era. This is a Forzy that joined over from Sinners and Entropic towards the tail end of last year. They brought in Blitz that played on Nexus, had a bit of a stint in Enterprise in the local scene, and then Let Us Cook. And Kriaz has taken responsibility of in-game leadership, which is very new to his career.
Yeah, also jumped in at the end of last year alongside Blitz and Forzy, so that brand new core 3 to join the likes of MBQ and Daitor, who have been around for a couple of years now on the Eklot side. So at least you've got that mix of both the old and the new towards this roster. Those roots certainly still lodged within the Czech core. But in terms of their results as of late, obviously they haven't been playing many events of this kind of higher caliber. They obviously have got a couple of good tournaments in, particularly Rest, but they've been doing very well when it comes to those low-level events.
And this is an Eklot side that have won 11 out of their past 13 games on HLTV. They're taking a lot of wins. They're getting on a lot of deep runs. We've seen them win 5 tournaments in the last 3 months. So this is a team that at the teams that they're playing at, the competition they're playing at, they're being very successful.
And I feel like we said something similar about Mal's NXT as well last week, because, again, similar competitions, the likes of the United 21s of the world and various competitions of that nature, and they've also been finding some success. Not quite as many title wins, per se, but now they're sort of blending that in with a couple of respectable tournaments, and obviously the last Rest event was, as you mentioned earlier, a playoff run for them.
And the core of Mal's NXT have achieved their highest HLTV world ranking, which is currently at 49th. So they're in a position where they are going upwards. I would say their recent run of form looked quite weak. They've only won 2 out of their past 7 best of 3s. They've lost to Bleed, Nemega, Perivision, Incilio a couple of days ago. That is way out of left field. That is a team that Mal's NXT should be beating every day of the week.
And questionable form won't aid them in this kind of best of 3 way, because I look at the HLTV head-to-heads between these two sides, and Eklot have yet to lose a map up to the Mal's NXT squad. So that's probably not going to be the most encouraging thing, right?
And the one encouraging aspect is that the 15th of February, Mouse NXT actually won 2-0 against Eklot in a Liquipedia event, the same one as the HLTV match, but in the group stage. Unfortunately, Overpass was featured as one of those maps. And we know, Jay, well, that's not going to happen anymore. There's actually another head-to-head between Mouse NXT and Eklot. They play each other in ECA Advanced on the 9th of May. So what? 2 weeks in advance. So we're getting a lot of rivalry between these two teams in recent history.
It does add another chapter towards what could be a very interesting set of back and forths, right? With Mouse NXT getting one in the lower levels, again, the lower divisions of Counter-Strike, an opportunity now to surge ahead into the rest circuit and now get a victory above them to re-cement themselves within Group D here. Whether they can do it, however, is still up for debate. Again, that form that you mentioned versus the win streak of the Eklot side, lots of things right now going towards the Czech core.
Indeed it is, and for Eklot, they want to prove that they are a playoff contending team. I would say in this group stage, they could certainly make the playoffs. They need an opening win, though. The last thing you want to be doing is going down towards one win in the elimination.
On a team that they have beaten before in 2-0 fashion twice over, let's see whether they can try and make it 3 out of the HLTV matches. So in terms of vetoes, Dwayne, you mentioned that Overpass was played out in that one of those previous head-to-heads over on that Liquipedia game. We've seen a lot of Ancient and Nuke out between these two teams. So is that going to repeat once again?
Yeah, Eklot are going to ban Vertigo, Mouse NXT are going to ban Mirage, and Mouse NXT are probably going to pick Ancient. Eklot are probably going to pick into Nuke. So I don't think we'll get any curveballs from either squad.
Now, that sounds like it's sort of the most appropriate thing. Again, I'm sort of wondering how Dust 2 will factor into it if they decide to go towards that Vertigo banned out there by the Eklot side. But indeed, Ancient picked in by the Mouse squad and Nuke there for Eklot.
Yeah, last time around, it was very close, and we're talking about a head-to-head that was legitimately under a week ago. So anytime you get the same maps that went 13-11, 13-11, it does open up your horizon to say, okay, maybe it could be a 2-0 in the other direction. Maybe we could get to see it go to a third map or a fair. On-the-day performance is going to be very key.
Well, Inferno is the last map in the pool, the decider of this one. We did see back in February the match that was played, actually, Eklot were able to take that pretty handily over the Mouse NXT. So any concerns in that third and final one?
Mouse NXT play more Inferno than Eklot do. So I would say for the international squad of the Academy roster, they would feel slightly stronger going into Inferno. Eklot had the choice of floating a Dust 2, which could have been quite risky, just because, again, we have barely seen any officials on Dust 2. I'm sure as this group stage rolls on, and I'm sure as the playoffs rolls on, we'll start to see a couple of teams float it right towards the tail end, because it is coming up in third map deciders.
Yeah, I mean, not quite seeing them in terms of punish picks or wild, I don't even know if punish pick is the right term for it, but like the wild card curveball pick in any of these best of threes here. Only once we've seen it out earlier on today, and that's basically been it so far in CS2. So I'll be encouraged to see where that one does go, if it does end up getting pushed to any third maps. But in terms of this right now, it is Inferno as our decider one. How do we feel about predictions at this moment, though, Dwayne? Because you mentioned the back and forth that we've had between these two sides. I mean, to my eyes, I'm kind of leaning towards Eklot just as a prediction of the series win because of just how good their form is by comparison to what Mouse have been doing recently.
The Eklot team on paper has a really scary roster. In the past, it was kind of the Daitor show, and he was the only guy that was going to carry them through series. Now MBQ's been able to translate into a more consistent rifler. Blitz has played very well, and then you've got Forzi on the AWP. So you've actually got, I would say, a core 4 of strong players, which is kind of unheard of in Tier 2. Normally, we look at a core 3 and say, right, those are the guys we're watching out for. Legitimately, everyone on this roster, outside of Kriaz as the in-game leader, hits insanely hard.
So again, a lot of encouragements for the Eklot side. I think we're all sort of riding the Eklot hype train. For me, in terms of my predictions, I'm at least going to give Mouse the benefit of the doubt for a map, but I am going to edge the series for Eklot 2-1.
Yeah, I'm going to join you on that one. I might go 2-0 just to be able to see what Eklot are going to be like on the rematch, but it should be their game to win today.
Well, Mouse with a chance to get their first victory above this team on HLTV records. Here on Ancient, the starting map of the best of 3. Pistols set in for the final best of 3 of the day here in the RES Regional European Series. MBQ taking first contact, seeing a mass number of T-side players there towards mid, and seeing where Naichu's going to have the bomb on his back as well. Kriaz and his Julies, or the flashbangs rather, sailing right past the man. Syrah taking the P250 fight, can't quite get the kill against him. Krizen is also backed up there. MBQ tagged low, Forzi taking some tag damage towards the flanks, trying to come in towards the red position. There's plenty of options here for Mouse NXT. They do drive Eklot back and eventually draw out first blood.
Blitz with the Julies is scared about that shelf wrap. Krizen's actually getting backstabbed from MPQ. USP's going to have an easy kill against the in-game leader.
Double tap, casualty taken, 4-on-4 as a result. Julie's round the corner here towards Cave and Sheetzer. Blitz allowed a second kill on Naitu as well, but Syrah can strike out from red. Bermalov now pressing, seeing a player score out in the open. Daitor's low HP, dead to rights, and he eventually taps off the head of Kriaz with the last bullet in his magazine. Blitz forced to fight Bermalov, turns it into a quadra, and Mouse and XT turn it into a pistol.
And that is a really weird pistol round, because there was just so much space being taken from Mouse and XT out to Donut, into Red Room. You don't often see a red to B play on a pistol. And it seemed as if Blitz had done enough. I mean, that was a 4v2 position at one point, but some whiff shots out there from CT, and Bermalov just taps away with a Glock.
Positive start from him, getting Mounds and XT in with the pistol win. And of course, the standard buy-up that will follow for the Eklot squad. I'm going to bring home the force backs. CT side have been very heavy-handed today.
Kriaz re-smoking off towards ramp. The issue is, with so much of an A-lane, you've kind of got to drive them into that trap. You've got to somehow commit Mouse NXT to force into a donut play or anything out from A main. And Kriaz with the 5-7, if he falls and there's any sort of B-lane, the round is just over.
Careful prods from Mouse NXT for now.
Yeah, they were actually meant to play a best-of-3 this afternoon against Permitter. Ended up being a forfeit victory as the Poles are playing in another tournament, so Mouse NXT don't have to play back-to-back BO3s.
Small positives. Silver linings when and where you can. Mouse leaning into that B bomb site when the gamble basically has set itself towards A. Smokes down towards the back lanes. We'll just ensure that their safety is pretty much paramount. See whether Eklot will try their hand at some exit frags, but the round seems off the table.
And the most recent tournament that we see Eklot participating in, the European Pro League Season 15, winning the entire thing, actually beat a lot of teams that we've seen in Rest before. They lost 2-0 against Alternate Tax in their opening game. It went 13-11, 13-11 as a loss. They beat Astrala's Talent. They absolutely smashed Alliance. Took on Sinners in their opening playoff game, 2-0 there, 2-0 against Mouse NXT, and had to play Sampy in the upper bracket final and the grand final for a best-of-5 and best-of-3. So already starting to get some advantages against other teams in the comp.
No advantages over Mouse and XT, 2-0 starts. Only the one casualty on Daitor taken back by the MAC-10, so a little bit of cash, but not that much in general. Startup favors the T side. Eklot at least have saved the majority of their weapons, so they'll have a bonus in the eco. But this truly will be an eco. Daitor won't be investing anything. They'll look towards the rifles in round 4.
I even saw Dynamo Eklot win a local LAN where they took on Sinners in the grand final, and that's probably quite a statement. I know this is still a Czech core, but Sinners has always been, in the local scene, the team to beat. So to actually beat them on LAN makes quite a statement of who's probably the best Czech roster right now.
Does give a lot of encouragement considering that both teams are in this tournament here. Eklot take a win and go towards the winners' games of their group, while Sinners are down in elimination for Group C. MBQ is eliminated from round 3. Crism with the opening. Blitz's Deagle through the smoke has caught one back over at Cave.
Forzy was hoping to exploit a little bit of a gap in that smoke at red. Aggressive approach in through his own smoke allows him to pick up the Galil. This could be quite damaging, because I'm not looking at this round as another force buy, Jay, but when you hold on to so much, you know that there's still upgrades of decent weaponry and armor to deal against.
Zeus close against Crism. Doesn't connect the shot. MAC-10 tagged up from range. They're doing respectable damage here for the Eklot side. Galil still in the back lanes over on B57, and Kriaz in at red, struggling, but eventually successful in dealing with Crism. So 3-on-3. Smokes down, further face. AK takes the fight. Syrah actually credited with a kill against Blitz. Borzy, now the lone player that has left to defend the bomb site. Actually, Kriaz made his way up close pretty respectively. The SMG and Scout combination, again, unable to catch much vision and therefore unable to catch the bomb planter. So 2v3, and they won't even bother for the retake.
And Mouse NXT's in-game leader of Chrism was actually playing a few pugs this afternoon. I was keeping eyes on his face at history. I do get the sense that Mouse NXT are maybe playing too much. Their recent history is basically playing in every single tournament that's possible to get invited to, and similar to Dynamo Ekla. I would say there's been a difference of success, though. Even this sort of shaky recent run of form the last couple of weeks haven't looked all that ideal for the Academy squad, losing to teams that you would expect them to be beating. This could be a bit of a statement if they can win their opening game. If they can go up in a bit of a derby matchup where there is history between the two, you want to try and get the one up. You don't want to keep losing to them on HLTV.
I want to try and insert some confidence into their form as of late for Mouse NXT. 2 back-to-back best of 3s being lost as of late. But they get a bit of a streak of their own, or ending the streak of their opposition. Tactical taken by Dynamo Eklot first, very early into the game, and I do like that.
I remember when they actually benched Daitor. There was a moment of time when Anakez was in the team, and they actually put out a release to basically say, because of the English translating, like going from Czech to English, that Daitor couldn't do it. He just wasn't strong enough, and that's why they benched him. So it was intriguing that they brought him back and that maybe things had changed.
And he's in roster now. No signs that's going to be changing anytime soon if Eklot continue their upward trajectory. Mouse NXT into the A-side trajectory, fast out as well. Daitor revealed by the flashbangs and the blind sprays. AK looking to engage for PR, very nicely done onto the man. INBQ does find an angle of 2 players and gets them both.
And I2 trying to see if he can find that response in there from Donut. The spam goes the way of NBQ again, and after such a good opening kill to try and deal with Daitor out from A main, it has fallen apart completely.
Yeah, Bermalov alone in the 1-on-4, taking 1 pick with him, but falling in the end. Ekla, hell of a response to, as you mentioned, a lot of confidence there in terms of the site take. What went so wrong for Mouse?
That came to probably NBQ in the spam, no? His play out here from Donut, breakage of the smoke, just instantly get 2 kills. And then Kriaz is aggressively playing from CT. Even though it's smoked off, he tries to get that MP9 involved to create chaos on the site directly.
No trades could be found by Mouse. They all pushed into that position for the most part. Another fast play seems to come out. The responsive is very similar. Daitor, incendiary against them for MBQ's back on the bomb site this time. Krisen does a ton of damage. Actually, not that large damage on Daitor, actually. 85 HP still left in with that easy enough pick. MBQ does get fought upon by the AK here at Tree. Only 1 frag for Night 2 is found as Daitor takes him back. It's a 4 versus 2. Syrah also gets cut down in mid.
They certainly didn't learn their lesson the first time, did they, Jay?
Nope. Absolutely not. As evidenced by the 1-on-4 situation that Bermalov once again finds himself in, this time without the orb, and this time with no site presence, so pretty much no way that he gets anything out of this with the challenge on Blitz. That's an easy enough second for Eklot.
And for Kriaz, this has got to be a good feeling to come back home to Europe and to actually get a team on the rise. I think he's been involved in a lot of intriguing projects. I remember when he was playing out on Simon Gaming with the CIS roster and they were all communicating in English for a portion of the time. He had a trial on North just before the organization broke apart. He was on Apex and Finest, and Finest got towards a higher end position at Tier 2, and then found himself in China playing with Wings Up.
But now here, back on the Eklot squad. Trying to work some more European spice more than anything else. Mouse. Only the pistols available for round number 6, and this should be 3 apiece. Ballsy's up. Taking port of call towards that B bomb site should be simple enough for these rifles to mow through them when they do start making their moves. At least they're being a little bit slower about this because I guess now they have finally learned their lesson, a little bit too late, admittedly. Unfortunately, the weapon advantage is too staunch to win out the early kill.
Kriaz still getting baited across this ramp control. Forzy with the AWP has not been in a position to strike just yet, but I'm sure if there is any aggression out to the B site in this round, he's going to get involved in a pick.
Sirius trying to get that deagle shot off. In the support. The rifles, Blitz does get 2 out of it. Vermalov does fire off on the dink of Kriz and they get his pick of the pie. Kriaz ends up a couple of decent kills back. The USP shot from Forzy, however, very impressive to do with Syrah. There you go. First quarter, 3 apiece. Eklot back to the gun bind.
Even Forzy is a guy that a lot of people had their eyes on Enterprise, made that move over to Sinners and did very well there. Went over to the international project of Entropic, which, to be fair, had some decent players. It had, what, Marix and Tizian was out there, Oxygen was there, but that team just did nothing. That team got absolutely no success in Tier 2. So it's about kind of going back to the roots, but also staying fairly international.
Unlike Paravision, Entropic rather couldn't turn it around. Eklot could be the beneficiaries of Forzy's open potential as a result. He's got the big green gun in his hands for this round. Very slow to the approach for Mouse NXT again, trying to play the passive style of T defaults. Krizen's eventual spray does line up through the wallbang onto Kriaz, so that's 1 man down. Forzy's now going to get challenged, but HE's down against him. Quick swing from Blitz will run into the crossfire. Forzy does get that 1 pick back, and now he's heavily pressured from all sides. Forced to fight, and the aggression lines up 2 for 1.
Oh, the Orpa knows he's got to make a play. He's sandwiched completely. He's trapped. He has to keep fighting on. Probably thought he may just get 1 more kill, and he's ended up making it 3. Burmy with the bomb. Naitu out from Cave, and a backstab from Daitor. Already aggression A main.
Try and smoke and flash their way in. Burmalov has the bomb on his back. His teammate has to act out of Cave. They have to find the Orpa here. Forzy be unprotected from his back. Getting ahead of the totem pole. Eventually lands his shot. Turn back onto Naitu. Quadra in the round for the Orb. Make it an ace of Forzy. What a play from him.
That's a lovely round and a great sequence that allows Eklot to start hammering home. 4 rounds in a row and not a single bomb plant has been given to the Academy squad.
Straightforward into the kills. Can't get much better than that. You were right, he had to keep fighting. That was the only way he survives.
And it's quite unfortunate that they line up, but it's not surprising, is it? I mean, that cave entrance is so narrow. So when you flash, you try and swing together, you do actually give a good chance of lining up.
And once again, the weapon advantage well and truly sits with Dynamo. Eklot, Krizen struggling to get a trade back on MBQ. Forzy's not done with his AWP. Connects the kill onto the man. Blitz has found one elsewhere. Damaged up to the facing over at lane. So once again, it's a 4 versus 2 for Eklot.
Kriaz aggressively down here from Rab. And I'm starting to get the feel, especially come round number 8, that Eklot are hungry for Jules. They're getting themselves in the position where they're looking quite comfortable.
Perhaps Blitz might not be less comfortable with his HP being so low. He does manage to sneak the kill in against Bermanov, who was also tagged. Now PR heard by Daitor. Has to take the fight from the bottom ground. Tech 9 facing the corner. Does catch his man, but only for damage, not for the kill count itself. That's 5 on the trot now for Eklot.
Daitor's had quite a lot of role changes too. When I remember the previous iteration of Eklot, he was putting a lot of star roles. He was getting set up a lot by his teammates, but he's slowly transitions now onto the international team where he's a hard anchor player. He doesn't quite get those active roles that he used to. Get more players involved. MBQ, Blitz, Forzy. 5 in a row for Eklot now.
And 2 rounds up over Mouse and XT. Blitz. And 4 spotting Krizen. Krizen does manage to kill against him, and Forzy In a very similar spot to that last ace round. Won't be pressurizing this K position, but he will have backup alongside him.
It's very intriguing to see the AWP this frequently in Cave. And normally see an AWP float around. They quite like the donut angle. Don't see AWPers that frequently at Daitor. Aggressive approach, gets the man advantage back to evens.
Eclot are vacating both bomb sites here.
They want to take mid.
How much are they going to find with it, though? Smoke towards Donut's about to clear. The one here at Red will clear in a few moments' time. No one will get caught in transition as Mouse and XT start forming up for the A hit. Krisen's Lurk is so worried about an orb still being around that corner or some other CT presence. The plant should be secured. The retake, however, let's see how that goes.
Daitor's got a HE, timing for MBQ. The in-game leader's just got to try and fight against it now.
Daitor starting to hear footsteps. Utility starting to get thrown. Second man's on the way in from Red. Third player of MBQ going to leave that lurker to his lurk. Daitor waiting for PR. Swing forward from the AK. Wins it out. MBQ did catch Chris in the meantime. So 3-on-3 make it 2 as PR strikes again.
Quite a statement from the other Czech player. Eclot in a position where maybe if they go 1-for-1, if MBQ can get one, if out on the bomb site directly, Daitor can make more impact happen, that they go in for the retake. But not to be. PR, the only reason that that round is won for Mouse NXT.
The fourth Czech player in the server here. Talked him up quite a lot in the last handful of matches that Mouse NXT have had. A good reason when he gets that impact in. And that round probably on display with how sharp those shots were. The fourth to end the streak from Mouse NXT. Eclot. Still have cash available, so they should be seeing a buy to return.
The new generation from the Czech scene. MPQ's 27, Daitor's 21, Forzy's 22, and PR is just 16. Dynamo Eclot got themselves in a really favorable position with that round streak. And even after that last round, I still think that they can put a lot of damage up in this first half.
Bermalov, AWP smoked off. M4's pressed the contact with the Molotovs, of course, in the way to start. MBQ has found a small gap on that Incendiary, so we can actually peek in towards Krisen as Daitor plays distraction. Kill gets found pretty early here. Information does take some damage back on the CT side, but very little by comparison.
They make that kill look easy, and even another one of those HEs do some further chip damage, which could make a difference towards the tail end of the round. AWP up against Elbow. Another great and easy shot from Forzy.
He's certainly making them look easy. 8 kills deep for the man, trying to match up to Blitz and MBQ, who are one ahead of the man. And speaking of the devil, he is holding off over at Cave. Sirius setting himself towards Red, so Mouse NXT's best bet is to try to set him in for an insertion. That's assuming that Krios doesn't start turning his attention towards spawn.
And Mouse NXT are desperate for an overpeak, and it's just not coming, is it? No one is overextending the line. It's very disciplined from Eclot. Get a couple of man advantages, don't give easy kills. Don't give an easy way back for Mouse NXT to recover the round.
.30 seconds on the clock, so they're going to have to make a move soon enough. Mouse move up for PR, dealt with by Blitz, and that sends them right packing. Orpa out of play. Ciro will try to look for some exits, and he might just find the likes of Forzy at least. That one headshot found, but now he's got to avoid getting hunted down here because dying after time would be the worst case scenario for Mouse NXT. 6 on the board of the Eclot camp, returning. Shut the Academy squad back down. Oh, Krias knew. Syrah dead after time and all.
And I can tell you right now that Dynamo Eclot have to be a really vocal team with outside players, because normally for in-game leaders, we want to see them playing Cave in active roles or in mid, where you can read the game to a decent level, you can understand the timings and where some of the holes are going to be. You very, very rarely see an in-game leader in a B anchor position, where Krias a lot of the time is holding out for ramp, playing short, playing pillar, playing out there from long. So that definitely gives you an idea that maybe MBQ in mid, maybe Blitz out in cave have got a lot of vocal voices on some of the util being used, some of the setups that they're understanding. It's been a strong CT line by them.
Now look to try and take the CT half. 2 chances to do it. Miles and XT would love to go 6 apiece, but they have been beaten to the punch several times over. Orpa Forzy trying to get even more aggressive here. Down towards Round did spot the head of PR, but doesn't quite find the shot against him, so he can maintain his life, and Eklot won't get too greedy here. We'll start pressing for map control with the utility support. Meanwhile, NXT form up towards A.
Eklot just looks so eager, don't they, for these opening picks? So fluid in trying to press opening man advantages. MBQ and Daitor is going to be pressured out on A, though.
Smoke up, sends the T's into action. Krisen overwhelms MBQ. He's low HP, allowing Daitor with a pick back on the first and the second man. Lovely stuff done for him. Bermalon caught by a flashbang triple in for Daitor. Sierra can take him back, and now PR needs to come in real quick. Kriaz out towards Shelf will be heard. His teammates have been spotted. A fight back, drawing attention away from the bomb site. The bomb's yet to get planted, though.
Sierra doesn't want to get it down, because if he gets the bomb down and dies instantly on the site, PR can't defend it. So they actually slow it in. And even though the A site was completely compromised, they are shifting back into T-spawn.
And those casualties against Eklot, they only have mid-presence now. It's become a 2 versus 2 situation. And if they can see this round, Daitor is going to be so frustrated. He basically held the bomb site on his lonesome. And that might not be enough. That triple could still lose out here for the Eklot side. A site being worked in upon because that was NXT's last lone location. But now they walk up B, the plant will be secured.
And they're just saying nothing. And Blitz and Forzy are still keeping eyes on towards A. They'll finally know, but this is going to be tough. Now, there isn't a smoke for the T side, so this line-in from CT is going to get exploited by Blitz and Forzy.
It's a flash and a HE on Sierra. PR starting to hear footsteps, drawing attention back in his direction. Both players, utility sent in, incendiary down, Forzy's orb strikes, and now PR just waits it out. Bomb in the open towards long, smoke on it as well. Defuse tapped, held, straight through on Forzy. Immediate adjustment back on Blitz, runs out of ammo, but I think PR stalled for just enough time here. Eklot concede the 5th to Mouse.
And Mouse NXT make it a 5th, but do you know what, Jay? I don't even know what to say other than PR is the only reason they're winning right now. This has actually been a super underwhelming T side from the Academy squad. They won Pistol, they won Anti-Force Spy, and they won Anti-Eco. They've won the first gun round because of PR, and they've won the second gun round because of PR. I don't buy that. I don't buy that as being a map that could actually be won.
Well, they picked into it, and so far that's seemingly not been the rightest of calls. Eklot. 7-5 at most, especially with MBQ going aggressive against the entire T-side force. Another double for him. Sierra takes him back as Forzy strikes out towards the B-bomb site. It's crumbled again for the Academy side. 2 versus 4. A has to be the hit here, and they're not going to waste any further time taking challenges back towards spawn. Daitor does get caught by Sierra. It's a little bit of encouragement there. Bomb can't quite go down because Blitz from range is challenging with the MP9, dishing out damage towards Naitu. The smoke will come back. They'll tap it once. Way to draw in the CT side.
Yeah, Forzy with the backstab out from A main. Spam gets close towards the bomb plant denial.
Naitu is the man to fall. Sierra 1 versus 3. Swing upon the likes of Kriaz. Took some tag damage in return and flashing his way back away towards spawn. Into Temple he will go. Forzy doesn't know, neither does Blitz. On the diffuser, going to hold the 10 seconds. Forzy now knows what's going on, and Sierra forced to run back. Flashes are being sent in for him, but the diffuser's being held. Sierra has no idea. Eklot are beating them with experience. And that is a half advantage for the CT side. 7-5.
And for Mouse NXT, it does be noted that Ancient isn't their best map in the pool. I would say that Vertigo is the #1 Nuke and Ancient is kind of between the second and the third, but because they lean to Vertigo so much, any of your other maps are not going to be anywhere in that same category. I mean, their Vertigo in the last 3 months has got 19 wins and 4 losses. Their Nuke, 5 wins and 9 losses. Their Ancient, 10 and 8. It's sort of middle of the pack to an extent. And for me, the scoreline might say 7-5, but Eklot were the far better team in that first half.
From a scoreline perspective, Malzanic's team moves to that CT half with a chance to equalise with a pistol win alone. And PR tapping away the initial contact casualty damage against Kriaz. 68 HP for the man. He starts moving in Murmalov now, who looks for his own shots against them. Flashes of the CT side will catch both squads blinded in some capacity. Blitz, however, forces out the opening fight. Murmalov to go down. Check that corner for Kriz and Naitu with a pick back. Daitor immediately takes his teammate out from the back lines. Naitu and PR combined to a 3 versus 2. And now backup is here from Lane and Ramp. Naitu has been seen. Backstab closing in Viscera ever so slowly. And Eklot standoff against Malzanic's T for now.
Now they've got to wait for this backstab to present. The Julies is hungry for impact.
Swing together, look for PR, tap on a headshot. Naitu comes back, and now Syrah, his backstab can close in and bring home the pistol for Mal's NXT.
Slight miscommunication there for Mal's NXT. They've got a flash for Cave, but they've got no one to peek on the flash. All they've kind of got is Bermalov close towards the totem, and he's just completely blinded. And that whole flash assist play is meant to allow a CT to get quite aggressive to fight against the T-side players. Naitu and PR out from long, recover the situation, and Syrah on the backstab just finishes off the job. 2 for 2 in pistols, but we saw a force buy from Eklot in the first half, and we're seeing it again in the second.
Now bolstered by cash bonuses. Did lose the initial 3. With Mal's NXT now. Weapons playing coy here in this round as just as passive of a T-side as you could really get out of an Ancient. Wary of what Mal's NXT are doing, who aren't really doing much right now.
But Eklot win this round, and we pretty much win the map. Get ourselves into anti-eco or anti-force buy territory of the double eco to the opposition. Red smoke, friendly Q, scale up, elbow. See nothing at shelf. It's very silent off of this.
A lot of emphasis in mid. Syrah's going to try and blind spray to catch him, but ultimately seeing nothing through that popped open smoke, catching no damage against the Eklot camp. Smoke's coming in against PR, who would have put nades forward and try and blind spray against them, but they're making their charge up towards red. Syrah has hugged them, as has Kriz, and swings forward. MBQ trying to mark him. Molotov will drive them back, so advantage still taken by Mal's NXT, but now the A-side defenders are siphoned off from the backup. Matt 10 finds Bermalov down and out once again. PR survives against Blitz. A 4-on-3 is taken by Mal's NXT.
And Kriaz knows it's an easy kill out from Donut, but they're coming in quickly from CT.
MP9 loses out his chance to get Daitor. Didn't even get any damage on Daitor, so 3-on-3 now with HP advantage above 2 players. Naitu turning away from the flashbang does at least catch off Forzy. Daitor knows that both players are out there trying to burst, trying to spray through on that M4. Caught on the reload. Kriaz is all that's left. Syrah known, spotted and sprayed. Naitu going to try and find the crack angle, but gives up his life. But it all is a time stall for PR to come in from mid to deal with the last and bring us up to evens for Mal's NXT.
And that one round, again, Jay, was won because of PR. If he gets overwhelmed in Donut by that walk through the smoke, that round's just done. I don't even know if they commit for the retake there. Dynamo Eklot might want to try and force buy again. Very expensive bomb plant bonus.
Still on the precipice of that reset. You mentioned the round win would basically secure them in this map. And yeah, they will go in for the invest. Technically the first rifle round of the half. Not by traditional standards, but by virtue of the fact that there are 9 rifles in play. 4 M4s, 2 AKs, 3 Galils out for Eklot, so it's not perfect, but they've done a lot more with a lot less.
And Bermalov being the A-side anchor this time around because they go heavy mid. You've got Syrah and PR that have taken pretty much all of it. Up towards shelf, down here at elbow. You've got Crizzen that's got full lane, re-smoke down. So once more, Eklot super happy to run the clock. Really happy to give up all that open space and retake later on.
Very quiet. Very slow. Eklot. What mistake they're going to force out on Mouse and XT. Attention drawn towards that ramp position where Prison's going to try and blind fire with the SMG, but little does he know that there's a peek in towards Elbow that can get the casualty against him.
Out from Red, PR struggling with the M4, and just gets double dinked instantly by MBQ.
And Sierra's next up to task. Hearing footsteps of his contact and the players rotating, finding a gap in a smoke and turns around 2 kills. Even tags through the smoke itself. Now it left on Bermalov, caught looking the wrong way. Needs to stand back at the boxes. 6 kills deep. Remember, that's after the 4K he had the pistol. Sierra comes in with support from the back lines, and finally Bermalov breaks his frag drought. And Mouse and XT can just about hold on to the lead.
And Mouse and XT fundamentally are actually making rookie mistakes. Even in that round, Crizzen is watching bottom B doors and no one has his crossfire to Elbow. And then the smoke is cleared. So, like, what even is that duel? What even is that frag? I don't know. I legitimately think that individual moments are the only reason that Mouse and XT are surviving. I mean, Sierra had to get 4 kills from Reds.
Spray through from PR, comes up with another great individual moment against the force by MBQ and Kriaz. Dead to rights in mid to the lineup. Again, a 5-on-3 taken by Mouse and XT. Crizzen is now wary of Elbow, but has to be wary about the players coming in from lane at the same time. Smoke does set itself up and does suppress that contact position, but now attention turns towards that B-bomb site.
Crizzen aggressing in the man advantage and should get punished. Immediately gets dropped. Mouse and XT are going to be up against quite a bit of a hit towards B.
Knight 2 taking some damage. Molly sent to back site. Hold position and footsteps heard. Sierra's now going to have to hold on his lonesome forwards. You've got looking the wrong way. Spectre back in against Blitz. Daitor responds, but 1 point of health for him. He won't last long here. Somehow escapes the blind sprays through the wallbangs. But soon enough, PR should catch him, or his teammate should catch him. Last man caught, so dead to rights. And Mouse and XT, despite it being individual moments, they're generating a streak here. 9-7, it's 4 on the trot.
For Eklot, they tried a different adaptation of pace. It's been very slow from them on T side. They go into the next gun round and they just try and run it out Elbow. They try and get out there very quickly, and PR just denies any accountability of early success. Him and Sierra, back-to-back rounds where we're seeing high levels of impact.
Fast plays in from Eklot again. Going out towards main. Yeah, they're making a lot of noise towards this. Incendio is to try and block them. Blitz out in the open, falls towards Sierra. An easy opening engagement. Bermalov comes in from CT spawn. 5-on-3 gained once again as Eklot try to faster calls into the defaults, forced to slow down the resistance of Mouse and XT. Kriaz does catch Bermalov off guard and it enables MBQ a pick back, but Knight 2 and PR save them and their team. Kriaz once again left in the clutch, trying to take one more lifeline with him, trying to take a little bit more damage with the 3 kills in the round. Unfortunately, they only go so far as 2 for Eklot. And Mouse and XT are 3 ahead.
And perhaps, Jay, one aspect of maybe why we're seeing this be a bit of a scrappy game and kind of not being the cleanest of performances is that we've seen a lot of Ancient from both of these squads. We saw it in that best of 3 in the 15th of Feb. We saw it again in the best of 3 on the 21st of April. It might be that Mouse and XT are trying to make it more scrappy to not give away maybe some of the prep. Maybe what Eklot were expecting going into this kind of a matchup.
It's very difficult to call at this juncture, even though Mouse are ahead by 3 rounds. The 1xBet odds were still pretty evened up. Tactical from Eklot comes in. One try and start shifting those odds in their favor, shifting this scoreline back to an even stance to start things off. Orps on Forzy and Bermalov here. The rifles around both to another gun by round. Mouse and XT, the streak truly with them. Eklot need to shut it down.
And Forzy trying to give himself just a little bit of an edge of the smoke to catch off that player at Shelf. That was so close to PR.
Nades back on Kriaz. Molotovs continue pouring in. The fact is keeping the likes of Kriaz blinded. Prison allowed that kill in the end. No support from his teammates back over behind the deep B doors. Smokes suppressed them. No real contact. Vision could be taken. A lot of smoke will come through from Naitu, who will keep that position suppressed. Aware that there are players back there, but no such luck when it comes to the trades amounts next team.
Definitely a risk for Kriaz to be that aggressive when you're solo. When you don't have another teammate that can establish a crossfire from the B doors, it means that any late aggression, and it's down to you. Eklot. Just trying to find that timing of pace. What's better, slower or faster?
Footsteps heard. Sierra knows he's been AWP in position. Flash forward, spray through against one man. Second man known about AWP, facing again for Forzy, missing another shot. As Krizen cleans up Blitz, Daitor is the last man left in a 1-on-5. Sierra will catch off the trade against PR. And Mouse and XT, say what you want about them not being as cohesive as a team. Say what you want about the individual moments being what's shown up for them. Those individual moments have connected 6 in a row and an 11-7 now. CT side on a roll.
And they're in a position where they should close out Ancient. They should go a map up in this series. And they've got enough backing right now with the buy state, with where the economy lies, with the lack of bomb plant bonuses, that, yeah, it should be a Mouse NXT map pick.
Eklot won't have much to resist it with. MBQ's buying down a Mach 10. Will the others force? Will they put all the weapons into this and try and deny OT, or will they try and play for OT? Seems to be a half buy here for them, so that much of a decision being made. See if these pistols can steal. See if the Mach 10 of MBQ can steal. Oh, Blitz has brought a Galil down, so a bit more hero rifle involved.
Well, they've got 3,400, don't they? So you can invest, I would say, down to 500 at absolute most on one individual. Get economical damage. You want to try and take some of these AKs out. I mean, Sierra, Naitu, PR, all with upgraded AKs. If you get them out, you have an easier time with the gun round up against map point.
Eklot playing behind B doors again. This time, Mouse and XT have changed their default defensive. They are not aggressing towards lane. They are back on the bomb sites, and Naitu expecting there to be a boost of some kind. T's backing away from the lane presence. This could allow a push.
And Naitu's got to get as much timing off of this as possible. Get the idea that the B-pop's coming.
Backs off, spray through, does quite a hefty amount of damage. His teammate on site, Krizen now ready to swing off the flashbang. Contact does get involved. Krizen does get overwhelmed. Naitu takes back Forzy and gets Kriaz MBQ with a responsive. Zero struggles. Close range. The team flash comes in, but it affects the T side just as much, forcing out a team kill in fact from Blitz. Incendiary's on bomb site. Blitz forced to fight. Daitor, 23 HP. AWP against him, has spotted M4 in his hands. Foot will poke out of the crack over at the brickwork. He's trying to sneak away, a head tucked down. He's going to escape.
He's actually got a fairly good chance of getting the bomb down. Does he have a fairly good chance of winning this 1v2? Probably not. If he's on 100 points of health, I'd give it to him. But the 23, it would be a miracle. It would be a serious effort. Because as soon as this bomb goes down, I reckon he needs to fight. I reckon he needs to give himself a 1v1.
Yeah, the plant coming in from Bermalov, scoping in immediately. Smoke will go up against his position, so he won't be allowed, or Flashbang rather, will go up against the position. Daitor, no further utility to play with, just going to take the straight up fight. There are smokes from Bermalov and PR. Where will they put them? One towards Donut, on the defuse. Both players with kits. Another resmoke comes in, sprays blinded for Daitor, trying to catch him off at an awkward angle. In the end, PR just gets that kill. Blindness adjusting with the traces, and that's 12-7. And map point for Mouse and XT.
And this has got to mean so much to PR, to be able to put up this kind of a performance, to be able to have so much success in this second half, to get the one up against Eklot, to show that you may be one of the best riflers from the Czech Republic. One to go. Eklot have given us a fairly competitive map, even with the scoreline being where it is. They'll feel hard done by that they haven't scored in this second half.
T side struggling. Mouse and XT doing enough to get these rounds on the board. Regardless of what the reasons are, they are coming on the board regardless for them. Forzy fragged out first. Blitz does return fire. Naitu's left isolated towards the B bomb site. Smoke against lane. Has to keep himself protected as Sira gets the position.
A Blitz out from Cave. Gonna get smoked off, so that slows down any attribute that he has of success on B. And Daitor's aggressive in A main. MBQ is in the Xbox angle where he's hoping for aggression down from Donut. If Bermalov overextends, he may just get caught.
Orp leaning, but not too far for it. PR will start the walk up. Is anyone going to account for Tetris? PR checks it. Headshot gain. Spots Kriaz as well. HE sent his direction. Will try and keep him damaged up. Man advantage taken by Mouse and XT, and the Flashes are hunting for this pick.
Re-smoke off towards lane, denies any accountability that Kriaz has. Daitor's been able to open up the A side completely, but with 40 seconds on the clock, they don't really have the time to pick up that bomb and end A. They have to go B.
Well, Blitz has won an all-important fight, which might provide that breathing room. Bomb does escape back towards the B door and start running its way all the way through the rotations. The mid-rotate will get cut down by Bermalov here, so Blitz might not survive the transition, but the bomb should do.
Now, this is taking a lot of time, and it allows Bermalov to potentially deny that bomb coming out from A main.
If he gets this kill, it's over. Orpon, shot missed out. Kriaz given a chance as Daitor swings forward to punish. Gain the man advantage now for Eklot.
Molly out from CT, slows down Sira's reposition, thinking about trying to come in from CT with Naitu.
Grouping together and seemingly saving together. Eklot will keep themselves alive. 1 round out of 5. The first of their T side coming in very, very late in the day. But it will come in nonetheless.
Just enough of an A-walk to allow that bomb to move over. But you're right. If that kill came down onto Kriaz, that's just it. They bait the orb, and they just punished him straight away. As soon as Blitz got aggressive out there in that whole temple position, just knows that as soon as the orb misses, that's it. That's just game over. 4 to go to overtime. It's very tough to consider this a likelihood.
Got such an overwhelming lead, even in this position for Mouse and XT. Eklot, no. Any loss will do. Any round taken by Mouse and XT, and it's lights out for you guys. Lose out map number 1. They were looking so confident to try and take map number 1 at one point. Orps of 4Z set to position. Watching and waiting for Naitu first. Walk contact from Mouse and XT has themselves mid-control.
And Mouse and XT have constantly exploited space because of the freedom. Always look to challenge mid, always look to try and contest lane. Timing, as this AWP is still waiting for a pick on B.
Sira might be mindful that force out with the M4. Fights on Kriaz and the boost now needs that backup, and Sira will get involved a bit. Kriaz is low HP, 4-on-4 taken, Flashes keeping the T-side players. One of reface against the Orb, but Kriaz finds that response. The Orb of Bermalov still out here. Shot again missed out, and now might get pressured by MBQ from elbow. Nice pulled out, look back in the position. Finally, he's caught his contact, and now Eklot needs to make a move.
Oh, that was such a good timing there for MBQ. That almost was a bit of a sitter kill against the Orb. Missed opportunity for Eklot.
Naitu isolates Kriaz, takes him down. Daitor in a 1-on-3 to save Eklot here on Ancient. AK holds its nerve. 15 seconds he's known about now as he takes his fight straight through on PR, tries to go around the corner while holding mouse one. It doesn't work out for him despite the hefty amount of damage done. He does get traded back, and indeed it will be map 1 for Mouse NXT.
And for Mouse NXT, it came off of the basis of some really good performances from PR and Sierra. I would say the first few rounds of that second half, it came down to individual impact. As we got further into the half, though, that's when the rounds were slightly more convincing, where we saw more of the team play aspect for Mouse NXT, so they'll be happy with that result.
Yeah, I think they should certainly at least give themselves a pat on the back for coming out of what was feeling like a very awkward first half, right? I think you were there saying it's like this looks like a very flat-sided, flat opening half from them, and as a result, I didn't really disagree with you in that respect. At least the CT switchover has worked out for them, so now they get their map pick. Now we go to the next one. It will be Nuke up next, and it is the Eklot map pick. So the question of whether individual moments will continue forcing down the Mouse NXT so will be answered after the break.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to the Rest Regional Series for Europe. We continue on with our final match of the day as MOUZ NXT turn around a very awkward start, a flat-looking start into a stellar CT side over on Ancient. And now we go towards Nuke, the map pick of Eklot. Give me some general thoughts here, Dwayne, about how we sort of assess these two teams going into map 2. Because on the one hand, very strong ending for MOUZ in terms of the scoreline, but at the same time, I do feel like a lot of the reason why their T side even got 5 rounds was because of individual moments and just a lot of guys showing up at the right positions and not necessarily being consistent about it.
Yeah, for MOUZ NXT, they'll be very happy because, again, Ancient isn't one of their better maps in the pool. So I look at Nuke and think Eklot are going to be hungry for revenge. They're going to look at that one. Kreyaz is going to be fuming, right? Because you lost both pistols. They went 0 for 2 in pistols and they went 0 for 2 in force buys. And if just a few rounds went differently, I know it's 13-8, but honestly, if a few rounds went differently, Eklot probably do take that Ancient. So I think Nuke is going to be one where MOUZ NXT will probably look at it and say, because it was so close last time, we might be able to close out in 2. But I think Eklot are going to be really hungry to put in a good performance and send this to a 3rd map.
Yeah, I mean, look, I take a look at the Nuke that we have coming up for us here, and I know that MOUZ NXT have got a very, very awkward losing streak on this map of 6 in a row. So, like, I'm not really confident it's going to be a case of giving them the series victory in 2-0 fashion. I mean, I did say 2-1 for Eklot overall here, but I mean, like, again, just with all those factors combined with the level of form that we've seen from them with the awkward opening half, especially, I have some concerns coming up. I am hoping that they have improved upon that at the very least with that second half, and they're going to carry that forward to continue making it a fight on Nuke. I'm doubtful they're going to take the win here, though.
I mean, Bermalov's going to be key. Being an AWPer on the city side of Nuke, you need to be very on the ball when it comes to impact on that heaven rotate role. I looked at the majority of rounds that he had the AWP in play on Ancient. Didn't have the best of showings, got baited quite frequently, only ended that entire map with 9 kills. So I think Bermalov's going to be key for MOUZ NXT on the CT line. Sira's going to be very important, and obviously PR. I mean, he played incredibly well out there on Ancient.
Yeah, he was a guy that really did his work. Sira, similar story, as you mentioned, obviously, with the top 5 positions being taken by those 2 individuals. So those are the guys I'm watching out for the most. But I do feel like a part of it might have to be Bermalov stepping up to the plate here, because I have to say he had a very key sort of like frag drought during the middle portion of that matchup. And even then, stuff to be concerned about for the MOUZ NXT side. They will at least start things off on CT for Nuke as Eklot get to the pistol round.
Now, MOUZ NXT would love to make it 3 for 3 in pistols. HE to open up the single door, but no pop out of it. This is intriguing. 3 ramp and double outside.
Sira just prodding as Kreyaz and MBQ. The 2 men to try and take that outside presence. Flashes now to set them in to try and take out a yard. Sira just waiting and baiting, catching MBQ with a quick face. PR there with support on Kreyaz. 5-on-3 already for NXT.
They're trying to get down to that lower bomb site. Bermalov's not in a position to deny the bomb from going down, so they'll at least get the extra cash injection.
Knife pulled out, has no idea how close they are. All sorts of footsteps being heard on the T side. Flash forward, Daitor caught off for it. Blitz turns back and looks for Krizen as well in that side corner. So well placed from him to try and reduce the numbers, but still a 3-on-2 that favors MOUZ NXT. And now backup has arrived in from ramp. PR goosh down to 16 points of health. Naitu takes that face and fight as well. Will go falling towards Forzy. He himself is low. PR tagged heavy, and Blitz slowly closing in the pins as a decon. Now revealing himself to the CT side. 1 player on high HP and 1 player on low on each side. There's no kit on MOUZ, however, they're running out of time on the defuse. Sira's gonna have to go. PR's picked up. Sira gonna have to try and win this fight, but Blitz has done enough here. Even if he goes down, even if he loses the engagement, it will not be enough time to get the defuse, as Eklot will take the pistol.
And that is actually insane. I can't believe that's recovered. For Eklot, that outside work just gets no success, does it? They smoke off main, they try and get heavy towards under heaven, and then straight away that crossfire, I know only for a fraction of a second that is a 5v2, but that round should be being taken from MOUZ NXT.
It was good trading game from Blitz and Forzy, of course.
And Blitz got into a really good position there at the double doors.
Even detecting the player over to the right-hand side when they made that swing, just getting those kills so quickly. The headshots came. And Eklot will get the positive start on their map. The buy-up will, of course, be seen on Mouse NXT. So once again, we're seeing the force invest for the second round. The 1xBet odds have not shifted. I think they might have been over in favor of Mouse NXT at one point during that last map up, but dead set even for the most part here. So all those codes available if you want to take a punt in a second. I'll come back to that in a moment because Blitz and Daito have immediately got those kills to open things up. Cirrus for Mars at least strikes back towards Secret, but 4-on-3, Airclock will be happy with that much, although Kriaz gets caught a little bit too aggressive.
This is actually workable to come in for the retake now. For Mars and AK, just depends on how much they believe that this retake is on, and seeing the positions, it tells me not at all. I mean, this actually could sound a bit insane, but I actually wouldn't mind another force buy here from Mouse NXT. A 3v3 AK scout for Mars being saved. I reckon buy down on Krisen and Naito and try and maximize this next round.
It's just because of the AK. Like, that extra punch in Sira's hands. Damage output that could be available to the man. Do Mouse and NXT want to form up around it here? What is the call to be made?
Yeah, Krisen is an aggressive in-game leader in the sense of the buys. He does like a force.
Deagle's passed off to Naito. But that seems to be it. Plus one spoken HE. So no force in round 3. NXT will see what damage they can do. They forced out the rebuys at least on the 2 AK, so money's going to be very lopsided for the Eklot camp, especially as the AK and Deagle comes back against them, overwhelms the initial 2 contacts at event die. 5-on-3 already for the Mouse camp.
That looks very promising. Even Blitz has a CT close by him to the lower bomb site. Forzy is desperate for a pick. Kriaz is desperate for an opening. Mouse NXT, they just struck so early.
Eklot crumbled so quick. Bombs at least back upstairs now from Secret, can try and work with Kriaz to catch players off. Krisen sees his shadow and Kriaz is unable to get any kills off the back of it. 17 points of HP. The HE's come back against that CT contact. Forzy's able to catch Krisen in the end, and they've let Kriaz drop back to the bomb site. Bermalov gets blitzed elsewhere, so it's a 4 versus 2 for Mouse NXT. Bomb in the open as well, and Cyrus is going to wait them out. They have to cross into his crosshair.
Yeah, Eklot just in so much trouble right now. I can't even see a way that they can disrupt this crossfire outside. Honestly, a save might be the call here. Just back off and hold on to both weapons.
Kriaz's Galil certainly won't be forcing anything out. On at 17 HP, so he tucks into a corner. Forzy far away from CT contact. Should be aware that there was no ramp press, so he'll tuck himself into the squeaky door corner. And Mouse will steal their first round, with the damage being done as well towards the Dynamo Eklot camp with how little was invested into this round in the first place. Remember, the AK, the Scout, and the FAMAS, those were all saved at the previous, so money's going to build. Naito, let's see if he can grab a rifle of his own. Yeah, second AK to play with and everything. Oh, they hunt the last man. No, not in time for Bermalov. And with 2 players staying alive, with all the casualties taken for Eklot, their money line's going to look very awkward.
And a lot of people in the Danish scene always talk about Hunden and Berry as being the 2 guys that has generated the talent in the scene. I actually think that Black from Masonic never gets enough praise. He's had some incredible players go through that Masonic organization. Cabby, Queenix, Kragen, and of course, Syrah. That's where his last team was, and actually got to play on LAN at an international level for the first time.
The Masonic side won that event. One of the teams they took on was, funny enough, Mouse NXT. Back when they had good old Jim Pat in the server. Prison is the last holdover from those times. former enemies turned friends against the likes of Dynamo Eklot, who have brought back into round number 4. AK's on 2 players, Galil's on 2 more, P250 for Daitor, though it's a very awkward setup, and Daitor has now just been spotted.
Now, this is the Mouse NXT round that could really shape up early success in the CT half. Daitor needs to get some assistance from Blitz, who's trying to peek deep from door.
50 seconds, Naitu. Support of the utility of the nades down, time starting to tick away on the Eklot side. They're putting smokes towards outside here. The bomb is making its way into lobby.
And Mouse NXT feel very comfortable with this crossfire.
Prison. Hearing footsteps, taking a fight, seeing several of them. PR can now strike alongside Prison support. You end up with a triple on that M4, and Eklot are just crumbled.
This is going to test the mental game quite a bit from Eklot. They are a team that I've seen in occasion on best of 3s just get smoked after a few disappointing rounds go their way, and maybe that's something that could be said about Ancient. There was many good chances in the early game of that second half, but towards the tail end, they were just getting completely overpowered. They were giving away opening man advantages, they were giving some freebies, and out here on Nuke, they couldn't have asked for a better start, but going up against the Eco and losing it is now going to allow Mouse NXT to press towards a lead.
Yeah, forced to buy in the previous, and now can't afford any sort of invest of worth.
Now, PRJ has never played with any of the other Czech players on Eklot, your MBQ, your Daitor, or your Forzi, but he was actually playing on the Cryptova roster when Replay, the head coach of Eklot, was coaching Cryptova. So they was player and coach for about 6-7 months or so in the late of 2013. Well, 2023, I should say, not 2013.
It's quite a while ago for such a young player.
Yeah.
Play when he was 6, yeah.
But so there's a little bit of, I don't know if it's rivalry, but maybe Replay probably saw on Cryptova how solid of a team or solid of a player he could be, and that is a bit of a surprise too. I mean, we have seen in the past Mouse NXT have had some good scouting for players, but when I would look at sort of the Czech and Slovakian scene, I'd normally look at maybe your Sampis, maybe your Eklot, your Enterprise, your Sinners. I mean, Cryptova's never even in the mix for a team towards that higher end of tier 2 in the local scene. So it was a massive surprise to see him from going of a team at that low level to Mouse NXT.
Turned out to be successful for him, though. One of the standout men of this roster, and continuing to build into himself. Very bright career ahead of him, in my personal opinion. Let's see how bright he gets here in this matchup. Ready to get into round number 5, and Eklot don't have much in the way of firepower. The Deagle Kriaz is basically it. And he's yet to frag, NBQ yet to frag in the early portions of this match when we approach the end of the first quarter. Mouse NXT overwhelm that pistol first and foremost. Nothing involved for Kriaz.
So the concern is going to be if MBQ doesn't start getting fired up. He's the highest rated player for Dynamo Eklot on this map in the last 3 months. He's going to be a guy that's very pivotal on the T side. Daitor just exposes a bit of an overpeak outside.
Takes away an AK. So nice that they can keep that in as Prison and get it back here. MBQ. Another exit would be lovely for him. Syrah tagged up, not quite taken down. The CTs will now just form the firing squad out here. Prison does actually fall, so yeah, 1 AK lost. A little positive for the T side, but nothing that will make major impact in the next round. You still have 3 in play. You still have guns that will buy around it. Bermalov can get the AWP, and it's something that you mentioned during the pre-match as well, seeing how well he'll play the big old sniper. Let's find out what his positioning is going to be against the gun buy of Eklot.
And this group is a bit of a group of death, in all honesty. I mean, Nemega and OneWin in the same group as them. Nemega are a team that we expect that are going to go very deep, probably challenge for the entire title. And OneWin's got Jo and Latic and Neelan. They've got some proper experienced players in the CIS scene.
A brand new era for OneWin. Very curious to find out where that roster goes. But that's a conversation probably for the next couple of days. Of course, they're in the elimination game of Group D rather, and one of these two teams will join them.
One of the teams actually have one win in recent history that's been able to beat Aurora, which not a lot of Tier 2 teams can say. So for both Mouse NXT and Eklot, this series is vital. You do not want to go up against one win in that elimination game. Kriaz boosted outside to try and have a high advantage. Sierra, the outside player, is not really giving him much of a fight at all. PR has been seen at ramp.
Drops off MBQ, looking for the swing, the spray from PR, still adjusts to the casualty. Yes, he takes a ton of damage, but he's alive. MBQ is not.
Bermalov waiting for outside walk down towards Secret. Now, ramp has been compromised, and they know about that one. Sierra is going to play very defensive. Has to be worried about the outside wrap into Garage.
Nice swing, blitz caught, Forzy made his move, and Sierra's caught switching to his knife, so one trade at least found by Eklot, but still down by a man, and 18 seconds to get the bomb onto the bomb site. They're so spread apart here. Time's been too far wasted. Krizen catches Kriaz. Bomb now outside of Squeaky, trying to dive down. Perhaps it's taken so long in this. Eklot seem like they're out of the round. I think they've already thrown in the towel here. Forzy will fight back, will get taken up. Yeah, way too slow from Eklot.
Well, the issue is, where's the kill coming from? Everyone's trying for the kill. They've got a player outside. They've got a player ramp. They've got another one in lobby. But because no one from Mouse NXT was giving up much of a kill, it makes it so difficult to A-split. All of those lurks completely unknown. And then finally, your outside player that's trying to come in towards main gets caught from heaven. Eklot. This could be a tough battle on T side. They don't look comfortable at the moment. Their individual players aren't striking with kills, and you've got once more PR and Sierra that are just constantly fragging away like they did on map 1.
And this CT side getting better and better by the round from Mouse NXT. Tacticals taken by Eklot once again.
And maybe it does continue on the conversation we've had very frequently in these rest tournaments of back-to-back head-to-heads in only a few days' time. Less than a week since the last one, you now get into another best-of-3 where the veto's exactly the same. You're being played on Ancient once more, you're being played on Nuke. Mouse NXT would have had an opportunity to look back on that series, see what went wrong, even though it was very close to them being able to get the 2-0. This has looked way more comfortable than how that last head-to-head went down.
Well, if there's one caveat I will give, is that in the last head-to-head, it ended up being a 9-3 CT side, and Mouse NXT still weren't able to win it, so perhaps there is something in the T side half that might throw things off for the Academy squad. Right now, they are certainly looking like the unit to be reckoned with. Hero AK of Daitor, of course, same as in the previous round. Footsteps seen, player contact taken for Sierra's overwhelmed by the sheer firing squad numbers game. Naitu can trade back, but MBQ drops in from the vents. Advantage retaken by the Eklot camp.
Now, PR in a position where he needs to establish a bit of a crossfire. Bermalov can hold a single door and get a very good shot into MBQ. Eklot now just kind of freeze up for the moment. They're waiting for another repeat.
And they go back into the repeat against PR. Casualty taken, Kriaz down. Bermalov going to be down here somewhere. PR now watching the window, catching Forzy for a little bit of damage. Now Bermalov's AWP will be there to hold the crossfire in case his teammate does fall down. Both players are in obs. Forzy takes his fights and eventually will lose his life. Blitz, 33 HP for the 1-on-3. Caught off by PR. Still finds the frag against him, but now that will start to call attention to Krizen.
A Blitz opening up the double door, waiting for the fight. Burmy out with the AWP, does get baited.
Well done by Blitz. It's tapped to the headshot relatively soon though. 5-7's out against him, 10 seconds to the clock as well. Flash turned away from, backup has arrived in at Decon. Plant will not be allowed here. Krizen gets his pick. And NXT continue to run this up.
Eklot will be fuming at themselves in that round though, because it was actually very successful. The vent drop and the secret play gave them a man up. And there's two ways of looking at it. The first one is it is just an upgraded eco round, so keeping it expensive is nice. But when you have lost 4 rounds in a row and you're in a 4v3 where you've got double rifles being picked up, you do need to kind of squeeze it for a round victory. You do need to squeeze it for its maximum potential.
Eklot. Weapons can be and play once again, lacking in the Galil department for Daitor. Very limited utility sets though. Only using quite a fair amount of it to get towards outside. Only one smoke available with the 2 HEs, the 2 mollies and the 2 flashes. And the sprays against them. The HEs at the CT side will try and look for contact. PR's called MBQ meanwhile out towards the ramp take.
Sarah getting closer and closer to the spam, but not quite close to the connection. The double players at lower, they are running into quite a trap.
All ready for the first face. M4 will swing off contact and just mow through the rest of them. Kriaz making his way in as the forward player. Molotov sent deep over towards the double doors. Or at the ready, shot does ring out, does not connect. Krizin gets overwhelmed, as does Bermalov. The double play didn't work. 4-on-3 for Eklot now.
Yeah, PR trying to rotate down quickly from ramp, but a lot of players out from decon.
Sierra swinging in, taking a fair amount of damage as Forzy takes very little in return. Low HP from Blitz, he's forced out. The Molotov comes in, they do so much more damage on the sprays. And now the backstab seems to have been cut off by Naitu here. Watching out from Vents, Forzy caught sprayed up, transferred down towards Daitor. Where's the last man in from the exact same angle? Dropped on the triple. Naitu holds his nerve as NXT continue to make light work of the CT side. 6 in a row for Mouse.
And on occasion, if you actually have a look at the recent nuke results on HLTV for the side of Eklot, they have some one-sided loss blowouts. About 3 weeks ago, they got 4 rounds against PG Toro, and then over a month ago on LAN, they got 4 rounds against Sinners on this map when it was actually Eklot's map pick in a grand final. 9 rounds against Permitter, 7 against Entropic. Yes, there's a lot of victories, but there is a couple of games that catch my eye of them really struggling. And I want to say that if we get anywhere close to a 9-3, sort of the 8-4, 9-3-ish kind of score lines, Mouse NXT aren't going to struggle to close like they did before. They aren't going to struggle to get that map over and done with. They'll close easily.
Well, finally, 1xBet has finally shifted their odds away from the dead set evens, and now have rated Eklot now as significant underdogs in this series. And probably for decent reason. 4 to make up on T side, and if you want to place a bet on this match, you can do so with the code 1XRESEU. A bonus 130% on your first deposit. Fast execution out from the Eklot. Can want 130% more success, perhaps. Forzy tagged up so much. NBQ down and out. Daitor with 1 tray, but Naitu instantly in with a spray. A 3K for him. Kriaz, nothing he can do now.
A great sequence from the M4 towards the backside. That was really good spray transfers and just spray control there from Naitu. And he's another guy similar to the conversation of PR who hadn't even played on high-end French teams. And played on Gen 1, LDLC, and Namaka. A lot of the time, you kind of think, okay, well, the heights of the French scene in local history and recent times is probably 3D Max looking for Org and the Double Pony lads. And maybe your Falcons guys as well. Very good anchor player. Very good in solo situations.
The streak for Mouse continues. When do Eklot break it? How do they break it? Will they even break it in the T side? Will they even break it at all? Wonderful sprays from Naitu. Did so well in that position, like you mentioned. The Frenchman. One of several players that are completely loaded with cash thanks to the confident rounds that Mouse NXT have gotten. They'll be buying for round 10, round 11, round 12, all the way to the end of the CT side. Eklot. 3 chances to make the scoreline manageable.
Diag smokes being lined up from Daitor. That play in from lower though. Sierra coming up from the secret stairs. It's just the constant AKs. That's really hurt. We've always seen 2-3 AKs on the CT line in these gun rounds.
We've got 2 more here. Sierra with one of them trying to press out from Secret. One of the two top fraggers in the Mouse NXT side at 10 kills. Molotov to try and counteract. Crizzen has no idea. They're making their way forward, though. He thought he would have stopped him. They didn't cancel. Blitz even checks for Naitu. 5-on-3 taken. Finally, it feels like Eklot are going to break one back, but Sira's involved now. In from the vents. He pops his health up. Blitz going to get caught in the smoke. He's going to fade away. Re-smoke that position, perhaps. MBQ, will he be ready for the corner face? Will Daitor be able to get him either? The bomb plant's going to come down in the meantime, and Sira's caught on the walk.
Just the timing between the two of them. And Mouse NXT, they might as well look for exits. You might as well at least try and make this round expensive.
Can they do that, though? Belolov's going to get sandwiched. Caught off by Kriaz, back turned towards one of the angles, either to site or to garage. And there's no way you're going to check garage when you've got so much presence on the site itself. And there's that third round for Dynamo Eklot. PR does catch damage on Daitor, but doesn't get the kill itself. NBQ locks in number 3 for his team. And that is all important to end the streak.
Well, someone was a playmaker. Blitz, very good opening kill. And then to just double up against the door individual, that was what was necessary. Eklot have been pressed to a very uncomfortable nuke. A one that they'll look at and not be happy with whatsoever. So at least try and get out here and keep a round streak going to the tail end of the half. Try and go 7-5 at the turn.
We're looking back at that last head-to-head, knowing they still recovered a 9-3 half in the last best of 3 on HLTV. Might have to do so again if they want to try and maintain presence against the likes of Mouse. Sira, outside presence held, smokes diagonals coming in again. M4 tries to swing, look towards Silo, which is the right call to make, but the head is not given up by the T side, and neither is the main contact either. Damage will be traded more against the Eklot camp.
Yeah, Bermalov feels as if he's in a lot of positions where he just hasn't even been given impact. And Krias with that spam out towards Secret could allow a pretty easy pick for the AWPer if he drops any further.
Only found 6 kills in this map up so far. Krias trying to shoulder bait it out, read that AWP's angle very well, but gets that smoke down immediately.
And not much else happening for Eklot outside. They're waiting for Sira to maybe give up a bit more of a fight, waiting for the ramp player to come out to heaven. Naitu, bit of an off angle out from the doors while they re-smoke it.
40 seconds. Or did Daitor get seen? He'll be known about anyway. He'll tap up the likes of Crizzen's position. Not actually get the man himself, though. 30 seconds for the hit.
Yeah, this should be an A play. It's all about the kill, though, here at Heaven.
Frag found, Daitor down. Blitz still continuing his press through, I believe, towards Hell. Crizzen has absolutely no idea. Naitu might be in trouble as the AK pops up, gets that casualty. It can't adjust back towards the backside, so Naitu defends himself. Meanwhile, the press forwards from ramp comes into the CT side. They eventually get that kill. When Naitu found a double, it's Fawzi now in a 1-on-3 with 3 seconds on the clock. Caught by Sira. NXT are back on track.
Hey, Eklot have just been owned in this best-of-3 series. It's come down to a scenario where second half of Ancient, they didn't show us much. And all of Nuke, it's been very underwhelming. I did not see this coming at all.
We've had such confident affairs in previous iterations of this map and their previous series. As we talked about the loss streak the Mouse have had on Nuke. Well, 3 maps in a row for Eklot may come to an end right here.
You mentioned the weaknesses on T side from last time around. The last result that Mouse NXT played on Nuke was against Incilio a couple of days ago, and they got 9 rounds on their T side, I should say. They got 3 rounds on their CT line. They moved into the second half, and they got just enough T rounds to at least bring it into overtime. So I'm convinced from this sort of scoreline that this series is done. There is no way that we've got a third map coming.
Well, Eklot will be hoping it's a lot more like the Nuke that they played last time about. Again, that is their one saving grace, is if they get that start of the pistol, they can carry it forward to a ridiculous streak and just end it. Because you are right about the likelihood. This should be over.
The unfortunate nature here for Eklot is this is the 18th time on HLTV in the last 3 months that Nuke has been picked. It's their go-to map in the pool. And to only win pistol anti-eco at a single gun round where Blitz legitimately is incendiaried Hut, he runs out the incendiary and gets 2 kills. That's the only gun round. It's just been underwhelming. And it's not the Eklot that's just won European Pro League Season 15, that's given a fight to Alternate Attacks, to Alliance, to Sinners, to Mouse and XT, teams that we're familiar with in the rest circuit.
Map pick and all. To think as well, there was one point where we were saying that Eklot may have had a chance to take it in 2-0 fashion, given how well the first half of Ancient went. Feels rather silly now. They have to get their heads in the game. At least taking a 4th would give some breathing room. With the way that Mouse and XT are playing towards it, though, they've been locking out a lot of very difficult defensive. Let's see if round 12 will be another one to add to their tally and close out the CT side with.
A quick out from door. MBQ looking to try and fight the main player straight away, but Krisen's actually dropped from heaven rather than from main outside.
Incendiary's Molly trying to get into the way of the common defensive positions, and attacks will be stalled as a result of that. Krisen sprayed a little bit of damage done. MBQ and Daitor tagged as a result of that. Incendiary's ahead. HE's down for PR to check the smoke. Will not see Blitz or his backup. No one's there in Trophy. The smoke will fade permanently in the moment. And PR holds a very aggressive angle. He's going aggressive his own right. He's going to catch Blitz. No, didn't find the flick. Advantage now for Eklot.
Yeah, Blitz has won some key jewels over the course of this T side, and that's one of them. And Kriaz outside is pinned up against the AWPer. Back to the device box.
60 seconds remaining. Naitu has just been revealed. Got to get back to his common anchor position, the back lines towards the silo. Player up also in the rafters. Bermanov to cover off the outside position, and they start walking. Contact spray back for Syrah. Protects his teammate, and now looks for a triple, but he can't quite make it happen. Naitu gets one more pick out of it. Finally, he's caught back by Kriaz. The AWP now involved, but Krisen pops up at the vents, gets Kriaz back, now leaving it all on the bomb carrier. Daitor, 1-on-2. Heard that AWP firing from heaven, will isolate Bermalov. Pick it a winnable clutch. And now make his way back downstairs for the plant.
Oh, this is definitely on for Daitor. Krisen's going to have to make noise. He's going to have to come down for the vent quickly.
Fast charge, all players known about double doors opened up. M4 fights, and Daitor falls quickly. Mouse and XT will make it similar at the turn of the half. Another 9-3 CT side on Nuke.
And while Krisen might be the in-game leader and he might not be looked at as the highest fragger, he is first in the Danish rankings of Facer Elo, and I think he's within the top 30 in the world right now at 3.9k. So a guy that individually plays a lot of pugs, has a lot of good teammates around him, and showed up a very good clutch ability.
It's working well for Mouse NXT, rated heavy favorite still. Eklot 6 behind, need a pistol to give themselves a chance or to steal the conversion if they have to go back to that fallback option. Mouse had to battle back from the deficit over on Ancient, so I guess payback is in order, but will it work for Eklot's favor?
Daitor might have to strike straight away. This is going to be a quicker play to A.
Utility sent out a squeak, flashes through the skylights, catching players blinded. Daitor, point blank engagement against Bermalov, wins that first fight. Blitz comes in with extra support. Krisen and PR are mowed down as Mouse lose the bomb. 2 versus 4 for Naitu and Krisen to play against. Naitu with that one pick back, but no more than that. It's an all-important win for the Eklot camp.
Just immediate defense success there against the exec. And Mouse and XT will look at this as taking it as a Glock round you'd expect. Eklot. It's the right start.
Indeed it is. And again, they'll be looking at this and hoping to God it ends up just like the last map up. 6 CT rounds in a row, which really brought it back to the even stance, and then Mouse and XT couldn't edge out the last few that they needed. They will let the eco go. They will allow Eklot to get to 5. See if they can deal with this SMG, make sure that Forzy can't get a payday out of this. Has spotted the first of Naitu, focused against him, but doesn't fall into that trap.
It was quite clever, actually, there for Naitu to try and draw him in. Because you know if he aggresses, he probably gets one, maybe two at absolute most. Those Glocks are going to very much overpower you.
No advantage in the man advantage yet. The M4 of Korea is going to start prodding, so perhaps he might still fall victim to it. Ooh, they start to dismantle the crossfire though, so Crizzen gives himself up and wait an extra few seconds perhaps to get the M4 out of play. Instead, now they're just forced to rush down outside, try to see if they can get a pick back. Blitz and Forzy start punishing them, start closing in the back lines. And everyone goes down for Mal's NXT's side. All 5 alive for Eklot. They've evaded most of the cash investment there for the CT side, so Mouse can at least be happy with that much. 4 to make up. Mal's bring in the guns.
And I would say in this position, guys like MBQ and Daitor, they need to be difference maker players. They're the veterans on this team. They're the OG players to the Eklot organization. In these kind of moments when you're struggling, when you found it tough, delivery is going to be important. And Mal's NXT know, win this opening gun round and we're going to close quickly.
AK swing, spray through, Kriaz caught, second adjustment isn't there, but Forzy is traded back. The Molotov still gets Syrup from beyond the grave though, so it's still a 3 versus 3 thanks to his efforts. And now Daitor starts prodding, did not see where the T-side players were. He suspects they might be close towards. Meanwhile, NBQ starts walking up from secret. Their backs are all turned. The smoke will clear, they're gonna have to start checking it soon enough. From range, he'll fight, he'll get that kill. Thermalov is not away to the second man, but still looks back towards Blitz. Dink down to the bomb carrier, Daitor can punish that, and PR is all alone in the one-on-one. Daitor, unawares of exactly where he's coming in from, gets back towards Heaven. The AK forced to take some time and try the fight. He needs to go and pick up the bomb.
Yeah, PR and Daitor is all about timing right now. Out from Heaven, the bomb's been recovered, but Daitor hasn't seen him get into main, and PR's going to drop into the vent and get to the lower bomb site.
Made the correct call. God, you were literally right. As you said it, timing is everything, and timing is what gave PR the bomb plant. Now, will it get him the round?
Daitor, this is so tough. At least he's got a smoke and an incendiary, so he could put an incendiary out to this back Tetris position and smoke off the doors. If this incendiary goes down to PR, it's going to force him in the open.
Daitor's creeping close. Smoke sent down. On towards Decom, Molly sent into the double doors, angle AK ready for the fight, he takes the spray and PR wins another all-important round for NXT.
Well, fair play to Bermalov to actually set that up, because that's a double secret play where he's already detected in from Garage, and he gets, the second kill was quite uncomfortable, just how quick that swing came out. That was an important frag that set up the 1v1 in the tail end. Outside was pure aggression. But it's Bermalov's 2 kills that, for me, won the round to set up PR.
Just PR had to close it down. That's exactly what he did. He did precisely on his job.
He's probably the last person you want to be up against a clutch with, just how strong he's been.
Forzy forcing forward, going to try and cause some disruption in the Mouse NXT camp. SMG got up close and personal, got nothing. Advantage now taken by the Mal's side. Daitor gives up another fight to PR. 12 kills deep, not top fragger, but certainly top impact man. Now NBQ's got to go impact, only 5 kills deep for him. Flash blinded ahead of the smoke, they'll make their way out. The rafters have not been checked, but Kriaz has been. 1 pick found, Syrah forced out, but Crizzen's Mat 10 can overwhelm the last rifle of B-side defense. Blitz from Mars at range, top of the roof at lobby, getting that damage onto PR, but not the kill against the man. And the T's will go hunting, he's not long for this world. This will be number 11 for NXT in the meantime.
I'm sure a lot of the Czech organizations are praying and wishing that they could have gotten PR back in the day. Could have gotten a player like him to get into Sinners, to get into potentially Eklot before they went international, to get into Enterprise to stop them going towards a Polish team. A lot of the local scene has gone international in the Czech Republic and Slovakian. And PR is one that is cracking it with Mouse NXT. Eklot, it just feels like a day where it's been slightly off, Jay. Has not been a good performance from them. They've been very underwhelming. And I do wonder to myself, could we potentially see this rematch in the decider game for the group?
PR fights first, MBQ caught dead to rights. Tears continue walking the outside diagonals. The pistols can only do so much with this. The scene and players caught off the blitz at the edge of the smoke. AK struggling a little bit for Crizin. Does get overwhelmed, but his teammates are there to try and take it back. They'll try and see what damage they can do. That one casualty seems to be it, though. Kriaz now known the bomb should commit. The rest of the T's will just hunt on to the last man. The MAC-10 specifically, nice for a little bit of extra kills found as appropriate. And it is map and match point for Mao's NXT. 7 to make happen. And it turns out this was nothing like the last nuke we saw between them, with the exception of that first half, which was just as good for Mao's. Eklot been shut out of their map pick.
And Mao's NXT, even in the last Thresh tournament, went down to bleed in the winners matchup and had to face Nemega in the quarterfinals. Now, funny enough, Jay, Nemega went on to win the entire thing. The only map that they dropped in the playoffs was one to the Mao's NXT side. And this is looking like it's going to be the winners matchup for Group D. Nemega beat one win. And Mao's NXT are one round away from being able to have that rematch against Nemega for the playoffs.
Seven to go on the comeback of the Eklot side. This would be incredible if they pulled it off, but it's a rush tactic from Mao's NXT. Want to get it done right quick. Barmalov's AWP pick on Kriaz has started, seeing the shadow of Blitz. Molotov to force him out in the open. Shot only lands the leg, but the Glock is more than enough at that range to get the casualty. He's forced to respond, but he's also been tagged fine by Naitu in amongst the smoke. 4 on 2. Eklot's chances of winning this one have slipped well and truly out of their grasp. Dieter on MBQ just hoping for a miracle at this point.
Yeah, not their day, and Mao's NXT capitalized on it immensely. MBQ and Dieter, the two checks to try and recover just an unwinnable situation.
Swing tonight too will only get the one kill. Crizen's fast to respond. And NBQ just left to hold on to the dying moments of this matchup as Eklot get wiped out of this series in 2-0 fashion. Mao's NXT will progress to the winners game of Group D. They will be taking on Nemega in the qualification match in 2 days' time. Eklot fight for their lives in 2 days' time as they find themselves out of the opening game in a 13-5 and 2-0 fashion. What a performance from the Academy squad.
CS is really a funny game, James. You can have a head-to-head only a handful of days ago that goes 13-11, 13-11, and yet now we've got one that wasn't even close. I don't know. It probably just seemed like one of these games where Mao's NXT were the far superior team. I think they showed some really good consistency in the second half of Ancient and all over Nuke. And Eklot, they won't be happy with that at all. They'd love revenge. They'll love to try and see if they can get into that decider matchup and have a go against Mao's NXT again.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an easy affair for them, though. You mentioned the one-win squad they're going to be facing during that elimination match, so it's never going to be anything that you say that Eklot are going to guarantee themselves a chance. It's not like one of the previous groups where we thought that we're going to guarantee to lock in the likes of Alliance and Bait during the decider game. But, yeah, it's going to be tough for Eklot, obviously. They are going to be kicking themselves. They are going to be disappointed. Credit to Mao's, though, because, I mean, the reverse of the result, right? I at least gave credit to the idea that Nuke should get won by the Eklot side. I was even saying I think that you could still go back, even with a 9-3 advantage, like it did in the last occasion, but on this case, that is not to be at all. It really felt like at the turn of the half from Ancient, Mao's were in complete control.
Yeah, they were. And honestly, Mao's could beat Nemega. It's one of those series where they've played each other before. It was quite close. They were able to take a map. Even the third map decider was fairly competitive. So while that's not an easy game to win, it is a matchup that could happen.
Looking forward to seeing how well that is going to go. Of course, looking back at our day today so far, you can see who has managed to work their ways into the opening matchups. Of course, Zero Tenacity topping out Group C. Omega obviously in their opening game as well, taking down the one-win squad. Paravision earlier on, shocking Sangle out of their own matchup, I guess you could say. Certainly turning a corner from that Paravision squad. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to do against the Z10 boys. And of course, we just saw a moment ago, Mouse and XT doing great work to win out their series that open up their group. So encouraging stuff across the board. Looking forward to some more coming up in tomorrow's proceedings as well, Dwayne, because now our opening games are over. It's all about winners and elimination games, and you can see those games on screen. Gaming Gladiators take on 9 Pandas in the elimination game that we were not expecting to see out of Group A as DMS fight on the Alliance squad. The Swedes walking into that one as heavy favourites. Passion UA and Alternate Attacks do battle for first place in Group A, and Bleed try and destroy the Bait squad in their winners game of Group B.
You've got 6 out of 8 teams tomorrow that have all participated in previous rest tournaments, and that's something that we're now starting to get a bit more of a gauge on, is who's going to be some of those teams that are quite consistent in making the playoffs. Bleed, one of our tournament favourites. Omega's going to be another one. Alternate Attacks, they really surprised me with their win against Gaming Gladiators in the opening matchup. So against Passion UA, that's got to feel like a bit of a leg up, to be honest. I mean, for the Germans, they'll just say, if we could beat the Danes, then we should absolutely be smashing Fear & Co.
Well, I mean, I did think we said at the time that Passion UA did post up a good enough performance in their opening match that if they could replicate it, they could certainly do some damage against the Alternate Attack side. So, I mean, we've seen wilder things happen. I guess we'll find out whether the wild things will happen in tomorrow's best of 3 proceedings. Again, we'll be back at the same time, at the same place for 4 more matches that will go through Group A and Group B. But until that point, we have to bid you adieu for tonight. It's been a hell of a day so far, Dwight.
Indeed it has, and a lot more to look forward to. I mean, even that Bleed result, that's going to be the rematch from the semi-finals. That's going to be the rematch of a really close Map 1 and Map 2. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of eyes on.
Indeed. Make sure you're tuning in for all that action. But for tonight, we bid you adieu. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.